In Worcestershire's embrace, we stand tall, a vibrant tapestry, woven by the threads of all. In the shadow of the majestic spire, the roar of a captivated crowd inspires, where Elgar's notes dance upon the breeze. Through winding valleys, hills and trees, along the Severn, the railway winds, capturing and enchanting hearts and minds. Our culture and heritage in history steeped, a passion for community, upon which we reap. But now, a new season about to be born. Here's to fearless warriors, ready to face the storm.
So Sunrisers winning the toss means you're going to be having a bat first. What did you want to do?
To be honest, we weren't too fussed. We thought it's a good wicket and I don't think it's going to change too much all day, so not too disappointed with losing the toss.
And looking to sort of rediscover that early season form, what have the discussions been like after those last few games?
Yeah, obviously we had a good win against Blaze first up, and then we played two good teams in the Vipers and South East Stars. So I think it's just sticking to our processes, keep backing ourselves up in the field, and just keeping that confidence high, really.
Have you got any changes in the team today?
Yeah, we've got two changes today. Emma Arlott comes back in for Izzy Wong, and Courtney Webb makes her debut for Amy Campbell.
Yeah, very exciting having her come in for debut. What's it been like having her join up with the team this week?
Yeah, it's been good. I think she brings a lot of energy, and I think she'll bring a lot to our side, both on and off the field. She's a good character, and she's a real competitor. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how she goes.
And some interesting results in the tournament as a whole already. How are you guys feeling? Obviously, it's the last year of this as we know it. You know, you want to really go out with some kind of force this year. What's the does that really affect how you're all thinking sort of behind the scenes, or is it just focus on game day and focus on the here and now?
Yeah, obviously at the start of the season, it's our last season of Spark, so we want to try and go out with a trophy. But yeah, as you say, we just go from game to game, focusing on what we've got to do, the job in hand, and just go through it like that. Don't look too far ahead.
And also, you've brought the sun out, so it might be quite nice to bat in this.
Yeah, it's nice actually. It's good temperature and a lot warmer than the last three. It's been pretty chilly so far, so yeah, happy to see the sun out.
Yeah, you can leave the hand warmers at home. I'm actually too hot, which I haven't said in a long time in this country, so that's quite exciting. Well, really nice to chat to you, Eve, and good luck, go well out there today.
A very good morning and welcome to Kidderminster Cricket Club here. We are here for Central Sparks versus Sunrisers in the Rachael Flint Trophy. This is the 50 over competition between the 8 English regions, and they're heading towards a final on Saturday the 21st of September at Leicester County Ground. My name's Claire Jenkins. I'm a former Somerset and Derbyshire county cricketer. I'm joined today by Georgia Heath from Women's Cricket Chat and all sorts of other glamorous things, but I'm sure she'll tell us all about that today. And you will also hear the voice of Mike Perkins. We're due to start at 10:30. We are live here on the Central Sparks YouTube channel. We're also live on the Worcester County Cricket YouTube and also Worcester County Cricket's Facebook. So lots of ways to listen to us today. Remember to press the like button because that will help other people find you. If you want to join in on social media, Central Sparks is Sparks Will Fly or Our Sparks. And if you want to join in for Sunrisers, they are #RiseUp. And we've got the teams and the news from the toss from Georgia Heath.
Well, good morning to you, Claire. Good morning, everyone tuning in. It is an absolutely glorious day here today. When I set off this morning, I put in a hell of a lot of clothes, and actually I'm almost too hot. So very exciting to be at. It's my first Rachael Heyhoe Flint game of the season.
Is it?
One. Yes.
Wow.
Don't know where I've been, what I've been doing. I've been multi-screening at home. So the news from the toss was that Sunrisers won it, and they're going to have a bowl first. And there are no changes to the Sunrisers team today. So captain Grace Scrivens, alongside her Ariana Dowes, Cordelia Griffith, Jodie Grucock, Maddie Villiers, Amara Carr with the gloves, Flo Miller, Joe Gardner, Nicola Hancock, Esme McGregor and Kate Kopak. And Sparks, well, they will be having a bat first, and they've got 2 changes today. We will see Courtney Webb on debut. She comes in today. Captaining that side, Eve Jones, alongside her, Chloe Brewer, Davina Perrin, Abby Freeborn, Katie George, Bethan Ellis, Emily Arlott. She is back in. Rhea Fackrell, Grace Potts and Hannah Baker. So missing out today from that side, Amy Campbell and Izzy Wong.
And I watched that first game of the season, Sparks versus Blaze, which we're happy to say we can have the bragging rights from, because Sparks beat Blaze for the first time for a while. But Wong and Arlott pinned the Blaze in. And although Arlott took the wickets, both of them worked very well together. So we shall see how the new combinations work today.
Yeah, excited to see Courtney Webb in on debut as well today. I think I was talking to Eve just after the toss, and she seems to have slotted in nicely with the group already. So it will be interesting to see how we've got a few overseas come into the.
Yeah, it's exciting, isn't it? Some
all of the
Aussies
squads
today.
This year. The Aussies are taking over.
The Aussies and the South Africans. I was watching De Klerk play for South Africa. So the other games today, the game at Scarborough is Northern Diamonds versus the Blaze, and you'll be looked after there by Jonathan Doidge and Jane Powell. If you're listening to Taunton, of course you want to listen to us first, but should you want to flick between the games, the game at Taunton, Western Storm are playing South East Stars. You're going to be looked after by Ed Seaborn, Hannah Thompson-Radford, Georgie's former colleague on Women's Cricket Chat, and Charlie Taylor, who describes himself, I can't remember if it's Mr. Somerset or Captain Somerset, so apologies there, Charlie. But you're going to be looked after there at Taunton. And the game for Southern Vipers, which is actually at Wormsley, which is the last time I saw Georgie Heath. Anyway, they're going to be playing at Wormsley. Southern Vipers are playing against Lancashire Thunder. Down there, you're going to be looked after by Kevin James, Charlotte Taylor, and Phil Green. Charlie Taylor is busy going on about, well, you can listen to Charlie Taylor at Taunton and Charlotte Taylor at Vipers. So pick your Charlie Taylor, whichever one of those you're going to watch. So, yes, we were told it was going to be freezing cold. So I've got a heated gilet on, which is not turned on at the moment. Several layers, lots of golf clothing, and the sun's out. So I had to put a cap on. It's a bit of a shock.
I'm not going to complain. This is the last I'm going to say.
No, we're not going to complain.
I've gone lacrosse thermals. I've gone warm socks.
There's Tuffers.
And if you can hear it in the background, we do have a Tuffers with us in commentary today. Tuffers the dog has decided that he wants to play protector in front of our commentary region, which we actually pulled out into the sunshine. So a glorious day here at Kidderminster. Beautiful ground, somewhere I've not ventured to before.
No, not me. It's the first time for me as well. So Central Sparks are coming off the back of a rain-affected getting beaten by Stars by 71 runs from the DLS method. So they only got to 119 for 6 in 30 overs, unfortunately. Sunrisers, however, on a bit of a high. So they beat Blaze in 20.5 overs by 7 wickets. Blaze were 87 all out, unfortunately, and Sunrisers got that 91 for 3. So Sunrisers on a high then.
Sunrisers on a high. Well, we saw it. Do you remember last season? First game of the season, obviously there'd been a lot of talk about Sunrisers. They'd really struggled. They couldn't find a win, and they came out and they beat the Vipers in the first game. And it was sort of, was this going to be their season? It wasn't in the end, but they did put up a mighty fight last season compared with the year before. But they are all just heading out in that lovely looking sort of black kit with the big red numbers on the back, captained now by Grace Scrivens, who obviously captained that England under-19 team that made it to the final at the World Cup last year
and beat the Aussies in a semi. Did we mention that? I think we did. Just
in case we didn't. They beat the Aussies in the semi there.
Sorry, Aussies.
See, captain just alongside Kate Kopak there, having a little discussion.
In the scorebox today, we've got Heather Vernon and Sue Drinkwater. So we've got the A team here because they were the only 2 scorers for the Commonwealth Games.
Well, there you go.
They were in the completely female player control team, which is the umpires, the match referees, and the scorers. So we've got the A team here today. But they've got the luxury of a box, which they tell me they've got a heater in. So.
We don't need a heater. Don't know
No,
what
we
you're
don't
on about
because the
there.
sun's out
We don't
at
need
the
a
moment.
For now.
For now, yes, indeed. And in terms of the umpires, I think I spy. Oh, that's not right. I'm looking at the wrong game there. I'll tell you where the umpires are in a minute. We're getting a wave.
Well, it's going to be Kate Kopak to open up proceedings with the ball. Number 11 across her back. Well, the batter at the other end also number 11 across her back, Captain Eve Jones from Sparks. So she'll be taking the first delivery. Opening batting partner in crime, Chloe Brewer, looks pretty relaxed up the other end.
It does. So, yes, it's Naeem, Ashraf and Joey Ibbotson are the umpires. And Kopak coming in, right arm over. Oh, is that Edge, the first ball? Oh, she's gone the first ball, that's out. Eve Jones is out, first ball, caught behind. Goodness me. We haven't even warmed up yet.
What a start that is for Sunrisers. Eve Jones looks disappointed as she heads off there. She just sort of fished at it outside the off stump, the left-hander, finds the edge, and Sunrisers, what a dream start for them. They came here, they won the toss, they decided to have a bowl, and talk about vindicating a decision.
Wow. Only just got who the umpires were out, and we've got the first wicket down. So Sunrisers will, yes, have their tails up, as it were, and great start for them. But you were talking about Grace Grivens and her success at under-19s and things, and you've got to. I also hope that she learnt lots from Danny van Neerkerk playing last year for Sunrisers, and I think in the wider squad, but I think maybe on holiday or something at the moment. But yes, you like to think because Danny van Neerkerk must have one of the most tuned cricket brains in terms of leadership, so you like to think that some of that has rubbed off in Grace Grivens, who great things are thought of. Much promise, we hope.
Yes, you would think so, and also she's seasoned by that captaincy at that under-19 World Cup. There was a lot more exposure there than she would have had as a captain, perhaps. But obviously, it's that first World Cup. Took them to the final. She was player of the tournament as well, captain of the team of the tournament. So she really had a pretty good show of it.
Yep, doing well.
South Africa, and then they obviously lost to India in that final there. But at the helm of the Sunrisers these days.
Geeing them up, and this will be to Abby Freeborn this time, who comes forward and defends that textbook styly, and they all fly in like the red arrows, or black arrows, and black and red arrows we should say, in the kit that they're in, as Georgie mentioned.
They've always got really nice kit, the Sunrisers, actually.
Yeah, those funky arms they had last year.
I was a big fan.
Yeah, big fan of funky arms.
Big fan of funky arms, always.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I quite like the look of the Sparks stuff this year as well. That little bit of yellow on there.
I'm not sure about the yellow.
Little bit football shirt.
Yeah. Freeborn forward again, defends, there's no run.
Yes, perhaps a little football shirt. And I could do with the names being a little bit bigger, but maybe it's because don't tell too many people, but edging towards the big 3-0.
Really?
So maybe it's my eyesight. Those numbers, the numbers on the back of Sunrisers are what I need these days.
Yes. I'm coming at 30 from a very long distance. I'm on my long run, from the wrong side. Kopak in. Played outside the off through point, but that's fielded quite nicely if a little skiddily, and they get through for a single. So first score on the board. Central Sparks are 1 for 1.
Yeah, nice looking shot. I thought she might have bisected the two fielders there, but we're quick bit of work. No tired legs yet. We're too early for that.
No, too early for that. We are at pitch side, literally pitch level, so this is very different from lots of the positions that we're in, where you can see a bit more of the dimensions of the pitch. Kopak. Pigtail flying, right arm over. This time to Chloe Brewer. Comes forward, nudges it down, and there is no run.
Well, you can hear the Sunriser voices. They're feeling pretty confident. I mean, how could you not? A wicket with the very first ball. You get the captain of your opposition.
Oh, there's a little bit of wind there blowing through. You can hear that in the background. And we can hear the chirping also. Brewer crouching. Comes forward, plays that straight to the cover fielder, Cordelia Griffiths, and there is no run.
Well, that closes out the first over.
First over, what? That was an exciting one, though, wasn't it? First ball. So Central Sparks 1 for 1, 1 over down.
Yeah, just the start the Sunrisers would have hoped for. Now these two in the middle having a little discussion. Obviously, we've got 50 overs. You don't have to get too worried too soon. They've got some strong batting in their lineup, the Sparks. They just need to rediscover a little bit of something. Abby Freeborn, obviously, she's been looking good so far this season. She looked really good in the warm-up games as well, actually.
Yeah, she's done well. She got 53 against the Blaze, top score. Did well on the Rachael Heyhoe last year. So we've got Nick Hancock coming in from the far end. Sunrisers Australian. She got 3 for 20 off their game against the Blaze. Oh, straight through to the wicket keeper again. Goodness, they're going to be very excited. Nicola Hancock gives a little moment, trying to get her face. I think we're a long way away, but it looked like she was just trying to get eye contact with the batter.
Well, just wafting a little bit at that one. You can see we've actually got 2 slips in here, which is a nice attacking field from the young captain early on. We've always seen an edge caught behind already. So why not put that little bit of pressure on, tempting them outside that off stump?
Yep, Hancock in again. Freeborn comes forward and over-exaggeratedly just dobs that down, and there is no run.
I love an over-exaggerated defensive shot.
Yeah.
You know, when you just hold it for ages. This is an attacking defensive shot that I'm playing. Look how good it is.
Take a photograph.
Yes.
I can hold for quite a while.
I have seen a very large camera. I think, is Gareth here?
I don't know. We've got the A-team on the TV cameras. Right arm over, in. Freeborn leaves that one completely, and it goes through to Amara Carr, keeping wicket, and there is no run.
That's found a good bit of bounce, that.
Yeah. Of course, we should explain that we are at Kidderminster because poor old Worcester New Road is still underwater, I imagine, but certainly suffering from being underwater if it's not underwater.
Well, I actually had a maths teacher at school, and he was captain of the Great Britain underwater hockey team. And you know what?
Yeah.
Underwater cricket.
There's a gap there, isn't there?
There's a gap in the market.
We could have made our millions, Georgie. Hancock comes in. Freeborn leaves that one exaggeratedly. So what about the exaggerated leave? Are you as big a fan of the exaggerated leave as the exaggerated
I like
defence?
an exaggerated leave, and also I really like a leave that is so close to the stumps that people are worried. And I think actually that's possibly the best leave it could possibly be, because you've judged it so well.
Yeah, brilliantly left.
Brilliant leave. Not a dangerous leave. I call that a brilliant leave.
I think Tuffers has got a different view on it from the sound in the background. He doesn't like a leave, I don't think. I think he likes to see the ball hit. Hancock in from the far end to us. Freeborn again, another exaggerated leave.
Very exaggerated.
Takes
Takes one hand
waft.
off and
not Steve Smith style, you know, the kind of Star Wars lightsaber, enormous waft of the bat, but certainly a little exaggerated, as you say. An aggressive field here with 2 slips in. Freeborn taking a time, a little breath, coming back in, refocus. Oh, another defensive, but it was a sort of pad bat defensive. That's another over gone. 2 overs gone. Score is a 1 for 1.
yeah, maiden over there for Hancock. So just the 1 run on the board at the moment.
And the sunshine here at Kidderminster. I've had to put a peak cap on because it's so bright. I can't tell you how many layers I've got in the shed behind us.
Is it possible to get a microphone tan? Is that a thing?
I don't know. I think so. Probably a commentator's can. You'll have sort of can-shaped white bits where the sun hasn't got. Yeah, you can.
Like when people go skiing and they get the panda eyes.
Yes, Kopak comes in from our end to Brewer, who defends that again. There is no run. Sunrisers come swooping in.
It's like a sort of a murder of crows, isn't it?
Yeah, coming in, swooping.
I just wanted to show off that I knew
that it was a murder of
collective
crows.
amount.
I was thinking sort of the mermation of starlings when they do that sort of. It can be like dancing if you can get a big group of them, can't you?
Parliament of Owls.
Oh,
I think that's
okay.
what we're
There's
at.
some great collective nouns. People could join in on social media if they'd like. Right arm over to Brewer. Oh, a little waft at that. It's another caught behind. Sparks find themselves. That's another out, I'm afraid, for Central Sparks. Chloe Brewer looking decidedly not necessarily certain about the decision. Looking back at the umpire there. Ooh, she'll probably get in trouble for that. Another caught behind.
Yes, well, Chloe Brewer again having a waft at that one, and Kopak, she picks up her second of the day. Another caught behind. Amara Carr always going to be happy with the gloves there. They all went up. My finger went up. Umpire's finger went up.
Oh
And
dear.
Chloe Brewer has to trudge off, and Central Sparks find themselves 2 wickets down with just the 1 run on the board.
I'm speechless, which is not an often said phrase. Oh dear, we didn't see much of Chloe Brewer, unfortunately. So, right, okay. Next batter in then. We are just
Young
waiting.
Davina Perrin coming out
Yes.
to the middle.
Is it Davina Perrin? We're a long way away. Not sure if that was the batting order that we were given. So Sparks find themselves 2 wickets down for only 1 run, with number 3 and number 4 at bat. Courtney Webb got the Aussie. As Courtney Webb, making her debut for Central Sparks, comes to the crease to bat with Abby Freeborn. She's Tasmanian born and playing a cricket for South Australia. She's a Melbourne Renegade, so she'll have come across Eve Jones before. Did she? I think she played there.
She did play there, yes.
Yeah. Or the Renegades, as they were known when I think Danny Wyatt was there. She likes to attract a nickname. So first ball of the Rachael Heyhoe for Courtney Webb, who leaves that one fairly exaggeratedly. There's a sort of leave above her shoulder. Was that acceptable enough or not?
That's acceptable, yeah.
Very
The only
understated
leave
leave.
Not acceptable is if you leave it and it hits his stumps.
Oh yeah, that's a bad leave.
So both openers back in the hutch.
Yeah. Sunrisers, advantage Sunrisers. Kopak comes in, right arm over, and that's defended down to point, and there is no run. Feeling bat on ball, that's what they say, don't they? That one want to feel bat on ball early on.
Well, there's still a few streaming in to come and watch. What a glorious day
It is, and it's free to get in.
on your
So
Wednesday.
please come and join us now. The sun's out. Bring your picnic and everything. Kopak to Webb, defends that down, and again there is no run. Cordelia Griffiths does the clearing up. Sunrisers won't be able to believe themselves, will they? They'll be well chuffed with this.
Well, I guess after you win the toss and choose to have a bowl 2 wickets down
Yeah.
this early, you
Decision, the right
Yeah.
decision.
can tick that one off as the right decision today.
Kopak to Webb, high back lift. Oh, sort of twiddled at that, but there is no run, and it goes ineffectively into the leg side, and that's the end of another over. 3 overs down. 1 for 2 wickets, unfortunately, Central Sparks. So I reckon that I haven't seen Georgie since exactly this date last year at Wormsley, and we commentated Central Sparks versus the Vipers in the bizarrely home game for Central Sparks.
Oh yeah, there you go. Well, pinch punch, first of the month and all those things. Did you wash your face in the dew this morning?
Was
Apparently
I supposed to have done that?
it's what you meant to do on the 1st of May, is wash your face in the dew. And then it's meant to be good for your skin, so I might
Oh.
just give my hand. I won't be rubbing my face on the ground. But if I give my hand a little rub, get some dew in there.
Oh.
I told you I'm edging towards 30.
You know
I've got
what?
to do everything I can.
People will be wanting
Try
to
and-
dance around you
Try
now
and
with
maintain
ribbons.
my youthful looks.
People will be taking ribbons from you and dancing round and making
You say that like
merry.
it doesn't already happen.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Again, Hancock into Freeborn this time. And that's defended again. Oh, and they're all in. Look, it's very exciting when they come running in. They're well excited, aren't they? Early doors. Lots of energy. And there was no run. Abbey Freeborn just taking a moment. Having a look at the field. They haven't played an attacking shot yet. I mean, other than I don't think you can call the edges attacking shots as Hancock comes in. Flinging that ball down, and that's dobbed down to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, she's finding that fuller length, isn't she?
Mm.
Just not reading it at the moment. I mean, Abbey Freeborn doesn't look too stressed out there. Hand on hip,
Hand on
legs
hip.
crossed.
Yeah, trying to be cool, calm and collected, as she often is in the middle order. Part of the engine of the Central Sparks batting attack. Hancock, elbows flying. Freeborn tries to play that, and does play that through short third, sort of gully region, and they get through for a single. Oh, how exciting.
Double the score.
Double the score. 2 for 2 in the 4th over. Sun beaming down here. I've definitely got too many layers on here, although covered from the sun, which is what you need to be. Sun cream and all that. Be sun alert. Put your hat on. Put your sun cream on.
I looked at my sun cream this morning and then I realised it was out of date because I use it so infrequently in this country. So
Yes.
the microphone burn for me.
Webb plays that forwards to mid-off. Grace Scrivens does the fielding, and there is no run. Yeah, I'm wishing I'd put it on this morning. I was told it was going to be a marquee. It wasn't going to need sun cream.
I sometimes actually just put it on in the middle of winter just because of the smell, and then it smells
Oh, yeah,
like it
that's
might be
right.
sunny. You know,
Yeah.
you go for the sort of Hawaiian tropic, your
yeah.
Pittsburgh or however you pronounce it, I've never known. Shove it on, bit of coconut, shut your eyes and
Oh.
stand by a radiator and you could be in Hawaii.
Oh, lovely. Or Kidderminster. Hancock into Webb, who just leaves that, shouldering arms. And there is no run.
It's a lovely looking pavilion here as well, isn't it?
It is proper old half-timbered
Yeah.
pavilion with the seats out the front. Yes, it's a classical English cricket pavilion, is it not?
Well, already 2 Sparks batters back in it. So
Yes, I won't be very happy about that. Hancock into Webb. Ooh, I think was quite close to that. Very interested from the wicket keeper. That's the end of the over. So that's 2 for 2 and 4 overs down. Wow. This was not a position that I was expecting there to be in here. And Central Sparks will be somebody needs to be fanning Laura McLeod with a cold towel. I think at this point, 2 wickets down this early, potentially.
Well, the 2 wickets to fall. Eve Jones, she went very first ball of the day without scoring. Chloe Brewer went in the 3rd over, also without scoring. Both caught behind off Kopak. So she's picked up the 2 wickets so far today.
Yeah, Chloe Brewer looked a little more uncertain about the decision given against her, although she may find herself doing some paperwork for that. As Kopak comes in from our end to Freeborn, comes forward and plays that straight to the field, and there is no run.
Well, as long as she doesn't pull a Nottingham Forest.
Oh, what happened to Forest?
If you can start tweeting about decisions and...
Oh.
You're lucky. You don't listen to too much
Men's
chatter
men's
on the
football.
radio. Yeah,
No.
men's football, exactly.
No, because the cliche klaxon gets a bit overheated if I leave it on for the men's football.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Lucky, don't play it as a drinking game then.
No.
No.
Go back to Freeborn. Oh, lovely straight bat defensive shot. There is no run.
Yeah, it's nicely played off the back foot, high elbow.
Again, lots of textbook stuff in there, isn't there? I suppose it's 50 over, so there kind of is no rush. But the bowling is very good here. There's not been sort of loose balls or a full toss or anything yet so far.
We sort of think, do they just have to see these two out?
Could be. Kopak in from our end. Freeborn moves her feet round as if to play it up and over cover, but just defends it down and there is no run.
Yeah, because this partnership, this opening bowling partnership, working really nicely. You wonder how long Scrivens will keep this pair going and what she'll keep up her sleeve for later on.
Yeah. Freeborn was the top Central Sparks run scorer in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint last season, so what can she do this season? She comes forward and defends that and there is no run. Oh, bless you. And Freeborn was also, in terms of the Professional Cricketers Association, most valuable player for last year. She was 5th in the batting lineup for all of that nationally, so doing well with the bat last season. What can she do this season? She needs to anchor an innings here. High back lift. Plays forward and there's a sort of half strangled appeal and there is no run.
Well, you can see she's looking to try and sort of start moving her feet a bit because not getting anywhere with just leaving and defending, so she's trying to get out of her crease a little bit, move across.
Well, the bowling's so good that the batters now have got to find a different way to play, haven't they? If the bowling isn't loose, they've got to find a gap in the field somewhere. Kopak rounds in. Freeborn, oh, that was talking about full tosses. I think that was a sort of a half volley there, but it was again straight to the fielder and there's no run. And another over goes by. 5 overs gone. Central Sparks are 2 for 2 still.
Yeah, I mean, we could say it again. This has very much been Sunrise's game so far, picking up the 2 wickets without scoring, and these two they're struggling to read the bowling at the moment, struggling to get anything on it, get it going. And Sunrisers will very much be the happier camp in the glorious sunshine here at Kidderminster.
Yep, you're listening to Georgie Heath from Women's Cricket Chat and Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player. You'll also hear the voice in shortly of Mike Perkins. We're here at Kidderminster Cricket Club and you're watching either the Central Sparks YouTube channel, the Worcester County Cricket YouTube channel or the Worcester County Cricket Facebook page. Apparently we're going out on all of those. I hope I'm not split in too many ways as Hancock comes in. And that's left again.
Again, Hancock finding just a bit of bounce.
Yeah.
The debutant Courtney Webb just letting it fire on through. Hancock with that blonde bun on the top of her head, and something I will never be able to do is play sport with a bun. It doesn't work. It bounces straight out. No matter how many hair ties you get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like it's not coming anywhere loose.
No, she turns at the top of her mark. Right arm over. And that's nicely played up into the covers. But again, no run. Not quite time. She rehearses the shot.
I was getting very excited then when she flung that bat. I thought, oh, going to go through a gap there. But she sort of took a weight off as she hit it. And then it just went straight to the fielder along the carpet.
Well, Courtney Webb on debut still yet to get off the mark. She faces up again with that high back lift and defends it back up to the captain at mid-off and rehearses that defensive shot again.
It's very defensive, isn't it? It's a very cagey start from
it is cagey, and obviously they'll be aware of those wickets that have gone, so they do need to build a partnership, these two. But they also, you can't just keep defending out a game. I mean, Courtney Webb yet to get off the mark, faced 10 deliveries. Abby Freeborn, 2 from the 18 she's faced. As Webb faces up again.
Ooh.
And that's Fuller, and it's found an edge. She's flung the bat at it, and that's going to be... Oh, I thought it was going to be the first boundary of the day, but the fielder comes round deep third and cuts it off, and they just come through for the 1 in the end.
We were getting excited then, weren't we? Thought we were going to have a boundary. The ball went near the boundary.
Yeah, made a nice noise off the bat. She sort of took a hand off it a little bit, past the 2 slips that are still in. The field around there sort of camouflaged in front of the advertising hoardings. It's Hancock in again, right arm over, full and defended by Freeborn, and Hancock just picks it up nonchalantly in her follow through, and there's no run.
Wow. She's doing nicely there. Picking up maidens for fun there. Although not this one. It was just that one run.
Freeborn facing up, also with a high back lift, and defends it back to the bowler again. No run. And that closes out the 6th over. So at the end of 6, Central Sparks, just the 3 runs on the board and 2 wickets down.
Yes, some rebuilding required. Would be a massive understatement here in the sunshine at Kidderminster.
Well, it's interesting because we talk about rebuilding, yes, but there's rebuilding and it does require run scoring.
Yes. We want a bit more intent, I think, is potentially the...
Yeah, you can play yourself in, yes, but at this point they're both into the double figures of deliveries faced. Courtney Webb is off the mark, so she's not going to get a blob on her debut.
Yep. It's wobbled them though, hasn't it? I think it's just it's made them shut up shop. Unfortunately, it's a bit early for that. So
Kopac's going to continue, and that is defended into the onside. Fielded by Maddie Villiers. She's got a rocket arm, Maddie Villiers, hasn't she?
She's
That
one of the
slingy sidearm.
Yeah, she's got one of the best fielders, hasn't she? I love a bit of good fielding, me. If it's done at point, although that wasn't, if it's done at point, that pleases me a lot. Love a bit of good point fielding.
Is that the one? Is that the one you go for?
That was
okay.
the point fielders union.
Kopak at the top of her mark, and that's played along the ground back up to Grace Scrivens at mid-on. Again, no run.
So she throws right-handed, doesn't she? But she bats left-handed and bowls left-handed?
Sometimes I think it's just however you pick the bat up when you were a kid.
Yeah. I know, right arm off spin, beg your pardon. I knew there was a bit of left and right in there. Left-handed bat, that's what England desperately need, and the Aussies have got loads of them.
Kopak in again. Fuller defended back up to Grace Scrivens again. Copy and paste of the previous delivery.
Bit more intent though, wasn't there, in that swoosh, I think?
Yeah, the Aussies seem to have a plethora of lefties, don't they?
Yeah, and then they can do that left right thing, which really annoys the field. Which we're really short. So
I'll come to this in a minute because there's something there's a point I like to make about left-handers actually.
Okay, good.
And Kopak in again, right arm over. A little bit more oomph into that delivery, and there's a muted appeal. She's struck on the pad. Umpire unmoved.
Yeah.
I think high and going down, if you ask
We're
me.
at the we're at 45 degrees, so we've got no idea.
I think it's overexcitement with the noise of it hitting the pad. Yeah, high and going down leg. But other than that,
it had a lot going for it. It was a big shout.
it did hit the pad though.
Ah,
Kopak in again, that pumping arm. And Fuller defended by Courtney Webb, and there's again no run.
I should think Grace Scrivens will be very pleased with all of this. And they're very chirpy in the field. Even through my headphones I can hear them all chirping to each other. Ooh,
Full toss clubbed away into the leg side, and this could well be the first boundary of the day. It is. Well, that sat up. It was there to be hit. A good old baseball swat.
Ooh,
And that is the first boundary of the day.
at the end of the over as well. Ooh. Oh.
I think perhaps that might give Captain Grace Scrivens something to think about. Her bowlers perhaps getting a little tired there, bowling a fair few overs on the bounce, and it's just slipped out slightly. So at the end of 7 overs, Central Sparks 7 for 2. Abby Freeborn, just the 2 to her name. Courtney Webb 5 from 17.
Yes, needing to get going, but a 4, the first boundary. Get yourself down here to Kidderminster because it's sunshine here. Got lots of lovely deck chairs and things for people to sit in.
Freeborn faces up, and that's found the edge, and it falls short of Cordelia Griffith. Sort of third, fourth slip, perhaps. It's very difficult from the angle.
Yeah, we're at the wrong angle, but it's slippish, gullyish.
In again, right arm over, and that'll be a wide down the leg side, the first extra of the day. Freeborn still looking to try and get something on it, just fishing around her pads, and perhaps again just a sign to Captain Scrivens, maybe time to mix it up.
You were going to give me a left-right?
With your bowlers, yes. So, you know, in the olden days when they made everyone... No,
this is going to be when I played.
Back in your day. Well, come
back to that in a minute.
I'll keep you.
Sorry, I interrupted.
Again, struck on the pad, and she just looks to sweep it into the leg side, and they'll come through for the 1. Yeah, so you know, back in the day when they made everyone be right-handed, you know, you got punished.
Oh no,
if
that
you
was
were
before me. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I'm happier now.
I like things before your day. Well, I always wonder, do you think there would have been more sports stars who were better, obviously, because they were allowed to be left-handed back in the day? Are there more left-handers nowadays than there were then because they're actually allowed to be left-handed?
Yeah, a couple of the women that I played left-handed with had just picked up the bat watching their dad or their brother play, and they just did a mirror image.
And that's, again, played back up to the bowler, who fields it off her own bowling, does well to stop it, actually. It was timed nicely by Courtney Webb, and again, no run. So, yeah, I think perhaps back in the day there could have been more talented left-handed sports stars in all sports if they were actually allowed to use it.
Yeah, I think it's a theory.
And I actually also, I've got another theory. So when I play lacrosse,
oh yes,
I taught everything right-handed and left-handed from day one.
Yeah. Oh, big slosh of that.
Yeah, all swing no ding there from Courtney Webb. She's looking to try and inject some impetus into this and play that through the covers, and just misses it completely. So in lacrosse, you have to, you basically do everything left-handed, right-handed from day one. You know, if you're going to do 10 passes right-handed, you have to do 10 left-handed. So you're always ambidextrous from day one. So then you think, when you first learn to throw, you just do everything with your dominant arm, don't you? So even now, I can throw a long way with my right arm. My left arm, I look like a 5-year-old.
Like me throwing, probably.
And that's driven back up to mid-off along the ground again, no run. So then I think, as when you're learning to field, bat, whatever, you should do everything equal on both sides when you first learn, so then it doesn't become a dominant, non-dominant thing. You can just pick up and throw with either arm.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. Bizarrely, I could catch better left-handed diving than I can right-handed diving, even though I'm right-handed. I don't know quite what that was all about.
Interesting.
There's something to do with fielding at point as well.
And Hancock in again, and that's slightly shorter, and it's just kicked up a little bit on Courtney Webb. She keeps it down. Not the tallest of players, so it doesn't take too much for it to kick up on her, and that is closed out the 8th over. So at the end of 8 overs, Central Sparks 9 for 2.
Yes, but at point, given that most people are right-handed batters, and well, actually, yeah, that's right, right-handed batters. So mostly the ball is spinning off the bat to my left-hand side. So I had to become very good at diving left, bizarrely.
Now, I don't know the genetics or the history or any of that when it comes to left-handed. Is it inherited? If you have a left-handed mum, is it genetic to be left-handed, right-handed?
We'll have to get somebody to. We need QI, the QI elves to help us, don't we?
We do. Well, I thought we might see a change in bowler, and I was wrong. Kopak
well,
is going to continue well. She
it's a refusal, 15 points.
pulls out of that one. back she goes. Yeah, start of the Grand National. Fence one. Missing a horse already.
Yeah, you thought we might see a change of bowling, but
I did, yes.
They've got the squeeze. They were doing well. Leave them on.
And again, full and defended just into the ground and fielded at extra cover by Cordelia Griffith there. The cap on. Need a cap out there today. Again, no run.
They can afford to be really close in here, aren't they? And I know it's still the power play, but they can be very close because it looks a bit like defensive batting practice here with Central Sparks at the moment, not getting it beyond the 25-yard circle.
Yeah, that's fielded by Maddie Villiers. Comes in at square leg. They haven't got the eyes on these two bowlers. They've the foot on the throat and pushing down hard at the moment.
Yep, they can afford to be aggressive with the fielding and the bowling. Bowling's been good, not much loose, 1 or 2, but not much.
Still the slip in. Kopac's in. And Freeborn used to use her feet and come down the pitch. She finds a leading edge and it goes down to deep third, and they do come through for the 1, but it was up in the air for a minute and the fielder thought she might be in with a chance.
There was a collective intake of breath, wasn't there? I could actually hear it from perhaps it was my own collective intake of breath.
As Courtney Webb faces up, wielding her bat.
Ooh.
And played into the onside, fielded by Maddie Villiers, again with that rocket arm into Amara Carr, and again, no run.
You've played some cricket though, haven't you? So what would you be your favourite fielding position? You've got a fielding?
I actually used to really like being in really close.
Yeah.
Get me under a helmet, which is weird because I'm very tall.
Yeah.
Get me in close. I've got pretty good reactions. I always play at the net when I'm playing tennis. So, yeah.
Crikey, what team do you play for? Have you got somebody on the helmet? Wow.
Nicely played along the ground into the leg side, and the fielder does well at...
Oh, this is an interesting... Is that Jo Gardner?
It is Jo Gardner out there on the boundary. She does well to stop that. Slides on her knees.
Slides on her knee. Oh, that looks like a recipe for doing your knees in. That. I think the timing wasn't quite right, but it worked. So there we are.
I like a knee slide. It's damp enough still.
Yeah, but you kind of expect it to be sort of side on, don't you?
I thought go for the knee slide football
yeah,
celebration
football
or
style.
Guitar style.
Ooh.
Get her a guitar. Go back in again. And that's full. She looks to flick it away. She's struck on the pad. The bowler goes up. Fielders go up with the bowler, but umpire unmoved.
Umpire Naeem unmoved there.
Umpire Naeem, obviously one of the married pair of umpires.
Yes, that's right. Jaz Naeem's husband. I think he's a former Pakistan international. Well, I might be wrong there, so don't quote me on that.
You just see that on that replay. Sliding down leg. So end of 9 overs, 12 for 2.
Here in the sunshine at Kidderminster, on the Central Sparks YouTube channel, on the Worcester County Cricket YouTube channel, and also on their Facebook page, which is very exciting. Going 3 different ways.
I think you sort of cover all age ranges that way.
Yeah.
Because I think the only people I know that use Facebook are my mum and her friends. And
And
if
me.
you ever want a confidence boost, put something on Facebook and then your mum's friends write really nice things.
Lovely. I love Facebook.
Nicely defended by Abby Freeborn. Again, no run.
So if you're on Facebook, follow the Worcestershire County Cricket one. You can listen to us there as well if you want it in stereo. Probably 2 of us is probably enough.
I think it's enough.
Probably
yeah.
enough, yeah.
Well, Nicola Hancock continuing in the same vein, keeping it tight. Abby Freeborn. Well, just the 4 from 26 deliveries faced.
And Nicola Hancock, she's played for a few different teams. I'll come back to that in a minute.
She's in again, slightly shorter, kept down by Freeborn as Villiers comes flying in.
So I've got here that Nicola Hancock played for Hobart Hurricanes, Melbourne Stars, Melbourne Renegades, and I know she's at the Brisbane Heat now, isn't she? Yes, she's at the Brisbane Heat. So she's played some different women's Big Bash teams, and she's obviously on Australia's radar because she was in the Governor General's 11, which is their kind of A-team thing, isn't it?
Well, in she comes. Freeborn facing up as the bouncer. And has it been signalled no ball by the umpire?
They're just is one for the over.
Okay.
I think
well, there's actually
some discussion between the umpire.
Yes, if someone could go and tell Courtney Webb to just move slightly to the left so I can see the umpire, please.
They can do 2 head fights, I think, in this competition. Banged it in, didn't she? Good and proper short ball.
Freeborn taps a bat, surveys the field. Still those 2 slips in. Attacking field here from the Sunrisers. There's one out in the deep on the leg side. And that's Fuller and dug out by Freeborn. As Grace Scrivens comes around sort of wide mid-off, does the fielding, and there's again no run.
2 more balls of the power play, and it really feels that Central Sparks have not made the most of the power play restrictions in terms of Sunrisers will have only been allowed 2 fielders outside of the 25-yard circle in the women's game, 30-yard circle in the men's game, and the numbers are different in the men's game too.
Comes Hancock, and that's nicely off the back foot into the ground from Freeborn, and Cordelia Griffith does good work to get a hand on it and stop it at that 4th slip, and they come through for the 1.
Was that a catch chance?
No, into the ground, I think.
Probably dropping in front of her, perhaps.
Well,
you're going to have a break from me in a minute, 1 more ball, and then you'll be joined by Mike Perkins.
In my head, I'm wondering how I manoeuvre taking off a layer in this situation as well.
As the sirens go off, I'm not sure whether there's nearby ambulances and things. There's a discussion. Are they checking how many balls are left with the scorers or something? Because the umpire this end is on his talkie-walkie. Because I think it's probably whether there was an extra or not, but and therefore whether she's got another ball to bowl. But they look like they're ready.
Hancock in, and it's kept down by Courtney Webb, and just the 1 run coming from that. The 10th over, so the end.
Still.
Or are we not yet sure?
Not sure.
Still another to come.
Yeah. They fancy another ball on the power play, I think. I'm sure the scorers have got it right. Heather Vernon and Sue Drinkwater have that right.
I don't think my friends at uni would have known me as Drinkwater.
Because you don't drink water.
Well, it would have been something else.
Said
it would have been drink
something,
wine.
Yeah.
Final delivery of the power play, and that's just played back up to Scrivens at mid-off, and there's no run. So the end of 10 overs. Well, it's a power play that very much belonged to the Sunrisers, who won the toss and decided to have a bowl. Central Sparks 14 for 2. The wickets to fall, both caught behind off Kate Kopak. Eve Jones, well, she went first ball of the day, the Central Sparks captain, and then Chloe Brewer faced just the 4 deliveries. She went without scoring in the 3rd over, and well, Hancock and Kopak have very much got the squeeze on these Sparks batters at the moment. Abby Freeborn and Courtney Webb out there in the middle, looking to try and put something together, struggling. Strike rate very much down at the moment. Webb just the 7 on debut so far from the 26 she's faced. Abby Freeborn 5 from 30, as you can see there. That run rate just the 1.4, as Michael Perkins slides elegantly.
Hello, Georgie Heath. We've been meaning to do this for a very long time, haven't we? And we haven't ever managed to be on commentary together for an RHF trophy or a Charlotte Edwards Cup game. So what a delight it is to be here at Chester Road, Kidderminster.
I hope you're pleased that I brought the sunshine for you.
I'm amazed you brought the sunshine, to be quite honest, because we've moved our table out into it. It's so glorious, but we were actually expecting to be wearing the sort of bobble hats.
Well, Maddie Villiers is taking up proceedings. Turned to a bit of spin now. We're out of the power play and she kicks things off with a dot ball, finds the leading edge of Abby Freeborn.
Yeah, no, I mean, Claire had her cap on, it's that sunny. So you can't give it any more credit than that.
And Villiers in again, and that's Fuller, and just played up to mid-on. Again, no run.
Trying a very ambitious manoeuvre of putting, well, I'll tell you after this ball.
Villiers in again, flighted delivery, played back up to the bowler. Freeborn just getting a little frustrated here. That was there, she's teasing her, giving it a bit of flight. She's in again, Villiers, right arm over. Freeborn looks to give herself room and hoik it into the leg side, finds the under edge, and sort of fielded behind the wicket-keeper.
No, it's so sunny. I was trying to put a box on our table so I could see the laptop, but I think I can see it just about well enough without, and I don't want to block your view of the screen either, so I'm gonna leave it like that. Anyway, I won't bore people at home with that.
Villiers in again off that short run-up. Freeborn looks again to shuffle down the pitch, and she's just not timing it, finding that bottom edge. As the fielder comes swooping in at square leg. She's churning through this over, Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, nice to see a bit of spin early on.
And that's worked away by Abby Freeborn, and they take one off the final delivery of that, the 11th over. Score moves on to 15 for 2.
But the story really, I mean, is Kate Kopak this morning, getting a wicket with the first ball, then backing it up with another 8 for 2 from 5 overs in her first spell. And I mean, she's one of those cricketers. I was scrabbling about a bit, Georgie, because she's not necessarily one that you obviously go to and think, right, I'm going to make notes on Katie Kopak. She's sort of just one of those cricketers who's always been around and always been a good operator, but not really necessarily been a massive match winner. Her best season was, 23, where she took 12 wickets in 2023, 6 in 2022, 3 in 2022 when she came into the Sunrisers team. But as I say, she's sort of one of those cricketers who's always been there, but has never really kind of, and has always been good and a useful operator, but has not really kind of done anything like she did today, where she comes in, wicket first ball of the match, and then backs it up in the third by getting the other opener out. I mean, real top opening bowling that from Katie Kopak.
Yeah, it's tricky that, isn't it? It's quite frustrating when you're that. You know you're that player, and you're in, and you know you've got your position, but you never quite get the plaudits. There's always someone who's just a little bit ahead of you. But
she's a real sort of just worker, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's just kind of a good cricketer.
As that is, Freeborn looks to sweep that away, while my dog down to my right is deciding that he doesn't want to be disturbed in commentary.
Wide ball in the end, that one. Yeah, Tuffers has decided he's going to say hello in no uncertain terms to anybody who walks past.
That's defended back up towards the bowler Jodie Grewcock by Abby Freeborn. Again, no run. Well, Jodie Grewcock, it's just her second game of the season. And it's struck on the pad, and there's, well, there were a lot of voices went up for that one. Umpire completely unmoved.
Not for me. I've just seen it on the screen that we have on sort of a very slight delay, and it was definitely missing down the leg side.
Freeborn looks to give herself room. She takes a big wide step. She ends up with a really wide stance as she's trying to play that through point.
Well, she stands quite wide anyway, doesn't she? She's one of those real sort of like bends at the knees, very, very wide stance, likes to sort of baseball it over mid-wicket when she's in attacking mode.
And again, back in her crease, and that's nicely played through backward point, and it's going to race to the boundary. A diving effort out there, and that's just the second boundary of the day. The first to Abby Freeborn.
I almost wonder if that's almost an analyst shot, if you like. The analyst has looked at the footage of Jodie Grewcock with Abby Freeborn, and they've decided the cut is going to be their way of scoring. And as soon as it was a fraction short, Freeborn was onto that. 4 runs.
Well, she moves into double figures. And perhaps spin is going to be her thing today. Given a little more flight there by Grewcock, and it's just defended by Freeborn, picked up by the bowler. Again, no run.
A delight to be with you here in the sunshine at Kidderminster.
Again, flight, Fuller, and Freeborn does well to keep it out and just pokes it into the onside, as the offside, as Cordelia Griffith comes running round, and that closes out the 12th over. So at the end of 12 overs, Central Sparks 22 for 2.
20, and as I say, delight to be with you here today on both the Central Sparks YouTube channel, the Worcestershire County Cricket Club YouTube channel, and the Worcestershire County Cricket Club Facebook page. So do make sure you hit the thumbs up buttons and give us a like on those various platforms. Make sure other people can find it. Comments always help in that respect as well. But 21 for 2 after 12 overs. Central Sparks with a little bit of work to do, but delight to be with you here as Maddie Villiers will continue.
Yeah, she comes in, right arm over, again given a little flight, nice looking shot from Abby Freeborn, but can only go along the ground to mid-off. Villiers in again, a bit quicker delivery, worked into the leg side again, still no run. Giving a little bit of darting this one in, Maddie Villiers, and then she just gives it a bit of flight every so often just to tempt Freeborn, who moves back in her crease. Again, she moved very early and Villiers saw her coming.
I can see why Claire Jenkins had the cap. It's very hard to see in the sun here. If you want me to do some waffling at the end of the over so you can lose that layer as well, I can oblige.
Villiers, the quicker delivery, played nicely off the back foot by Freeborn, but it's just along the ground to the fielder at point. Again, no run.
We're seeing why Courtney Webb's been brought in, though. There's been a little thumbs up in this over to Abby Freeborn, who's hit a few fielders here, just saying, no, you're doing well, stay in, because she's got a lot of experience as the Australian Webb.
Nice use of the feet from Abby Freeborn. She flicks it out towards the boundary and wide, long on does the fielding.
Maybe got 2 for me there, Georgie.
I think they need to sort of try and put the pressure on that fielder out there. They've got to try and push forward somehow. They can't do it in ones. We've eaten up a lot of deliveries.
I just think runs have been so hard to come by. You've got to try and get back for 2 there.
Villiers in again, right arm over. And off the back foot, Courtney Webb. Again, can't get it through. Short third. A dot to close out the over. So at the end of 13 overs, Central Sparks 22 for 2.
Yeah, the voice of Georgie Heath there, alongside myself, Mike Perkins. Georgie Heath from the Women's Cricket Chat podcast, and we also have Claire Jenkins, Somerset and Derbyshire cricketer, with us, who will be back with us around about the 20 over mark. And as I say, it's a delight to be with you here at Kidderminster. Really pretty ground. The pavilion in particular over away to our sort of left hand side, with the white and black traditional sort of cladding on the top before that sort of terracotta roof. Very, very nice pavilion indeed, and you've kind of got the white slats of the benches as well as you go up the steps there. Lovely.
That's played into the offside nicely off the back foot by Freeborn, and they come through for the 1 again.
And what's so nice about it is that we're actually seeing it in the sunshine, because the championship game here was frighteningly cold, it has to be said.
I'm going to get in touch with our colleague Nikki Chowdhury, who warned me I needed every layer I owned for this, and
I've brought plenty.
I do think I packed most of my wardrobe at 6 o'clock this morning. Great use of the feet there by Courtney Webb. She shuffles down the field and they scamper through for the 1. She just along the ground up to mid-on, and she rehearses that shot. Didn't quite get a hold of it. But there's just a little bit more intent in these shots from these two.
Yeah, I think almost Courtney Webb might need the thumbs up now from Abby Freeborn.
That's defended by Freeborn, no run.
Because it will be difficult for Webb, because she's been playing on Australian pitches back in January, and it'll take a little bit of getting used to here. And that cut in the last over found the fielder. That one there didn't quite time it.
Grucock in again, played off the back foot by Freeborn, who's sort of walking as she's playing those shots, and she's got no intent of setting off for a run.
But it's just looking for it, isn't it? That's what they've got to be about. Because as I say, it's so hard to score runs. I think every time you hit it, you just have to be looking to get a run.
Bit of French cricket. Bit of tap and run.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Given a bit more flight, and she goes up over the top, back over the bowler's head. Fielder comes round, and she just failed to cut it off there.
It's a really good effort.
Really good effort out in the field in front of that Metro Bank sign. But that was the injection of intent that Abby Freeborn can bring to any innings.
Yeah, I mean, that was wallop and run, wasn't it? And it got over the rope just about. The fielder did well, but just tickled over the rope.
Off the back foot this time. Played out to deep point from Freeborn, and they come through for the one.
And I don't know, I probably didn't have my eyes on it quite as keenly as you two commentating on it in the first few overs, but I'd say that's probably the first over that you'd almost stick in the Sparks column and say Sparks have definitively won that over there. I think most of the other 13 have gone in favour of Sunrisers, who are in very good form. 5 wins from 6 at the moment.
Yeah, maybe not quite in their basket just yet, but sitting on a fence somewhere in the middle of the two. Abby Freeborn, well, we know what a power hitter she can be, and so that shot back over the bowler's head, just showing us a little glimpse of what she brought to that 53 earlier on in the season against the Blaze. As Villiers is in, that's given some flight, and that's back up over the top. 1 bounce, 4. Abby Freeborn is just pushing it up into the next gear, foot on the accelerator.
Well, the one win Sparks have had this season, I would say, was down to Abby Freeborn's innings in that game at Edgbaston against the Blaze, and I think she's been the best batter we've seen on display so far today. A lot seems to hinge on her.
And Villiers in again. Has played nicely along the ground, but fielded up at mid-on by Captain Grace Scrivens.
Yeah, Grace Scrivens past 1,000 runs now in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket.
Villiers again, and that's Fuller, and that's worked through the covers along the ground off the back foot by Abby Freeborn, and that's another boundary off the bat of Freeborn, who's just getting going here.
I suppose the other aspect of Scrivens is the fact that she took wickets back in, what was it, 23, I think it was, that she was, 22, she took 13 wickets. She was equal top wicket taker in this competition.
Villiers in again, right arm over, and looks to sweep Abby Freeborn, and well, it was only Villiers who went up for the appeal.
Tuffers was up. There was a little growl in the direction of the umpire to try and get it given.
Yes, well, if Tuffers the dog doesn't pipe down, he's going in the car. He's not getting paid to commentate today, as Villiers is in, and that's defended off the back foot by Abby Freeborn, fielded by Villiers off her own bowling, and there's no run.
Yeah, but as I say, Sparks just coming into things, so it's really important they don't lose a wicket at this stage.
Full toss, not given the treatment, worked into the leg side by Freeborn, who sort of sets off bat over her shoulder, a little bit irritated that was there to be hit.
I don't mind that though. I think there was still intent with the footwork. It was a solid hit, just hit the fielder in the end. And 15 gone now, 37 the score for the Central Sparks. It's been hard work to get to that stage, and they will be hoping batting gets much, much easier, Georgie Heath.
Yes, well, in this kind of sunshine, you would expect it's quite nice batting conditions, really. They wouldn't have banked on that kind of wobble at the beginning. These two, captain going very early, Chloe Brewer soon after. And then the way these two were going about it, they were just struggling to read the two pacers. But introduction of Spin is just swinging things a little bit more in the direction of Sparks. And as I say that, I think actually...
And now we're going to continue to see more Spin. It's going to be cut away here by Courtney Webb. Best shot she's played so far. It will be picked up on the boundary by the sweeper. So she only gets one for it off the first delivery of the over there from Grucock. But that was a more encouraging stroke from Courtney Webb, who has plenty of experience. She's from Tasmania, played there and also for South Australia as Freeborn comes on to strike. Slashes at one. It doesn't really go anywhere into the offside and picked up behind square for no addition to the score. But as well as those two stateside, she's also represented Melbourne Renegades in the Women's Big Bash League, made 75 for Victoria as recently as the against Victoria rather, for South Australia, as that one's pushed away by Freeborn into the leg side, no run. As recently as January the 31st, so she has some sort of form behind her coming over for this stint with Sparks. As Freeborn cuts that one into the ground, there'll be another single out to the sweeper, which is Flo Miller out there on the far side with a blonde ponytail and the sunglasses on in the all-black Sunrisers strip. Sparks also in all black, but they sort of have a purpley colour to theirs, whereas Sunrisers have a kind of red in their sort of kit, little red flashes and red numbers on the back. As down the wicket comes Webb. Again hits it quite nicely, but only out to Griffith, the short extra cover. No run again, 39 for 2 with Mike Perkins and Georgie Heath on the Central Sparks YouTube stream as Grucock bowls, and again it's chopped by Webb, and that was a bit more back to the start of her innings where she didn't quite time it. She'll be disappointed not to at least pick up a single from those last two balls of the over, but another two, probably on as even from that one. As I say, it was 37 for 2 at the 15 over mark, so I've made a little jot of that. Georgie Heath, how did you assess that over?
Well, they look like they're... Abby Freeborn, she's the one who's going with intent at the moment. We've seen her hit some big boundaries, and we know what she can do, be that power hitter. As she takes on a drink there from Amy Campbell, who's out the side today. Courtney Webb still slightly struggling out in the middle. You can see she's sort of deciding whether she's going to go forward or do that, as you say, the analysts, you know, go back and play the cut off the back foot against someone like Grucock. But I think you can safely say they're much happier facing the spin.
Well, would you be tempted to go back to seam at this point, Georgie?
I think I might.
If you were Grace Scrivens, would you get a seam at
You'd
back?
have to have a chat with your bowlers, because if they're overtired and they start
sure, but
losing
I mean it's
pace,
it's
bowling
one day.
wides, but I think they had such a squeeze on it. You don't want these two to start getting comfortable against spin and then make it almost too late to go back to your pacers.
Yeah, but a bit of Jo Gardner, maybe we don't see too much of her anymore bowling, but I think she can bowl a little bit of seam, can't she? I think. As in comes Villiers to begin another over. That's swept nicely, but out to backward square leg on the boundary. There'll be one addition to the total.
Well, when I actually did play cricket, I played with Jo Gardner at Northants a little bit and at Burton Latimer, and she was a pace bowler at the time.
Yeah.
She was rapid.
Yeah.
Absolutely rapid. She won't want me to talk about
or a bit of
the haircut at the time.
Esme McGregor would be the other option, as that one is bowled by Villiers, and it's hit actually too well to the aforementioned Jo Gardner at mid-on, who makes the stop, but not been brought into the attack yet.
Yeah, she was a nifty pacer.
Here comes Villiers again. Throws up an off spin, and that's hit beautifully over extra cover against the spin, and that's going to go all the way for 4. Lovely shot, 44 for 2, and that was as good as Courtney Webb has looked at the wicket there, just going inside out really over extra cover. Cordelia Griffith just had to look to the sky and watch it fly away and bounce over the boundary, Georgie Heath.
Yeah, it's a shot every batter would love to play, wouldn't it? Over extra cover, uses her feet nicely, and doesn't even have to set off for that run. She knows she's found that boundary, and the acceleration now from Courtney Webb as well. We saw Abby Freeborn start to take on the bowlers, and Webb has now decided it's her turn too.
She's on to 13. Waits, bat raised. Villiers bowls, and that one's defended well by the Australian into the leg side, no run. The seamer that's missing from the Sunrisers lineup then at the moment is Kelly Castle, I suppose. She's been a sort of mainstay and obviously has captained the team in previous years. As Villiers bowls, there's a sweep, hit hard out to Flo Miller, who is on the mid-wicket boundary. One more to the total, 45 for 2.
Yeah, well, Kelly Castle obviously used to captain this Sunrisers side. She's got her foot in a boot at the moment, and I think there's been a lot of rehab going on for her. Difficult, always difficult when your foot's in a boot, especially when it's been as cold as it has.
Here comes Villiers again. Throw up another off spinner. Down the track comes Freeborn. Lost her shape slightly, but still hit it very hard up to Gardner at mid-on, and another single is added to the total. Good over this one for Sparks, and it comes to an end. Villiers takes a cap, 46 for 2 the score. But Esme McGregor seems to be the player who's been brought in to bowl seam, and as I say, I'd be tempted to go to the academy product.
Yeah, I think seam is obviously what these two have struggled with more, and like we were saying, they're just getting comfortable now against this spin. They're both pushing their way up through the double figures, finding the boundaries finally. It took a long time for that first boundary of the day to actually come, and now they're sort of flowing quite freely, and they look a lot more comfortable out in the middle, do Freeborn and Webb. So it looks like it will still be Grucock, but I do like your thinking, and I wonder what Captain Grace Scrivens...
Grucock bowls to Freeborn, who claps that one away through extra cover. They're going for that route again. This time it's on the floor, though, and that allows Miller to get round and actually keep the scoring to 1, which shows that boundary, which looks a long way from where we're sat, is probably slightly shorter than we thought over there towards extra cover when the bowling's from the pavilion end. One more to the total, 47 for 2. As Grucock just wipes a bit of perspiration away from the brow, and Webb settles into her stance. Green trees in the distance, and that's where Webb looked to have hit it at first and then realised it wasn't quite there, so she just sort of checked the shot and kept it on the floor. No run.
Well, Esme McGregor has...
Here's Grucock again, clipped into the leg side. There'll be no run there, well fielded at mid-wicket.
You talk about Esme McGregor. I did just look up there, and she was loosening up.
Was she?
I don't know if that's a, hey, Captain, look at me.
She's on the 45
one of those kind
at
of
the minute,
loosen up.
which is sort of where you put the new player in the team, isn't it, on the 45. That one's clapped over the top, and that's going to be 4 runs. Lovely advance down the track from Courtney Webb. 4 more to the total. It brings up the Sparks 50 as well. 51 for 2. Something of a recovery from Abby Freeborn and Courtney Webb, who came together with a score at 1 for 2, in fact, in the early stages of this game, Georgie Heath.
Yeah, well, that's their 50 partnership as well then, these two. And they stuck it out. They stuck out the really hard yards, especially facing those pacers. And it looked really difficult at times. It looked like the bowlers were on top of them. But they've taken on the spin especially here. And they're now finding the boundaries and working together as a pair. Obviously, Freeborn, a mainstay of this Sparks side.
Grucock again, delivering to Webb. Little cut into the offside, sort of really needs to back the boundary up with a run there. She's a bit disappointed not to get one.
And then Courtney Webb coming in today on her debut, now looking very comfortable.
Yeah, she seems, the more time she's spending there, that she's getting the pace of the wicket. That last one just slipped off the face though behind square. And it led to the fielding being comfortably done as Grucock bowls. Worked leg side. There's going to be a single on offer for Webb right out to the mid-wicket boundary. Villiers is there with the return. One bounce into the hands of Amara Carr, who was among 3 half-centurions last time these two sides met. 52 for 2 then, the score at the end of the over, which is the 18th of the game.
Well, I think it's all you, Mike. When you came to the microphone, the run rate was at 1.4. We've doubled that now. Pushing up towards the 3. Abby Freeborn, she's on to 30. Courtney Webb, 19 to her.
As you well know, I don't like to take credit either way for these things, because if it
think
goes well, it can be very good for you, and if it goes badly, it can be very bad for you. So I try to avoid thinking I have any influence on the cricket.
Just take credit for everything. Isn't that the way to go about it?
Well, possibly. Interesting, though, we might be seeing Esme McGregor here. She's having a chat with the captain. She's taken her cap off, and that gives me all the indications that they are going to go back to seam, and I think that's wise. I think they almost tried to kill a few overs in the game with their spinners there, and then it's kind of not worked. They've not been able to keep the squeeze on, so I think this is a good move by Grace Scrivens, who, let's be honest, just about everybody who's seen her play cricket in the country is tipping her to go on from under-19s captaincy to senior captaincy for England at some point. So it's good to see her under a little bit of pressure all of a sudden in this game.
Yeah, Esme McGregor, with ball in hand.
Has a look around her field. She'll see mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 back on the leg side. Runs in and bowls now. It's outside the off stump, taken cleanly by Carr. She's also got backward point cover, extra cover, and mid-off, as well as 3rd down on the boundary. So she's not opted for a sweeper on the offside. And that was actually given as a wide, that first ball. So another one to the total, 53 for 2. Thanks to Georgie Heath for the outstretched arms there. I'd got distracted describing the field, and we got the aeroplane coming into land signal, and that was a wide first up from McGregor, who's on the spot this time. Good line, good length, and it's just dabbed back of square on the defensive. No run on offer for Courtney Webber, and she will just settle into this 19th over.
Well, interesting you talk about Grace Scrivens and potential future captaincy. I caught up with her dad last year at one of the games, and he was saying that even from a young age, she wanted to be on the field, even if she wasn't playing, to just talk to the umpire and find out what he was saying about the game.
How interesting. As in comes McGregor. That's a big slash outside the off stump. It's taken cleanly by Carr. That could have been a injudicious end to Webb's innings. It's 19 not out at the moment. No run there.
So always a scholar of the game, you know, if her brothers are playing, if anyone was playing, if she was on the field, she wanted to be at square leg so she could talk to the umpire, so she could pick his brains about his view on things. And I think that's just a sign of such a strong cricket brain from such a young age.
McGregor running in with that sort of red brick wall in the background as her backdrop. Delivers. That one's jabbed down on by Webb, who gets it in front of square. And we do have a cover sweeper. I thought we would. Earlier in the over, it was up in the ring, that fielder out there, but they went back to the boundary. It's cost them 1, but they won't mind that at all. 54 for 2. That's what the plan was set for. In fact, there's a little bit of discussion here between Scrivens and the fielder, who I'm going to identify very shortly out on our cover boundary here. I think it's Flo Miller who usually does that work, and it is indeed. So she's going side to side, which is some achievement. As McGregor bowls, another slash outside the off stump, this time from Freeborn, collected by Carr. No addition to the total once again. Thank you for joining us today on this Wednesday morning, first day of May, 20 to 12. You're watching the Central Sparks YouTube stream, the Worcestershire County Cricket YouTube stream, or the Worcestershire County Cricket Facebook page. Great to have you with us in all of those places as McGregor bowls and Freeborn clips into the leg side. It's gathered just about at mid-wicket, not cleanly, but stopped, certainly, and that prevents any addition to the score there. Applause from Villiers, who was the one getting her knees dirty to get to the ball there. Can't imagine the square will be too firm, given the weather we've had in the early part of the season, Georgie Heath, as McGregor comes in and bowls. It's short of length, just pushed into the offside. Griffith there with the fielding from extra cover, prevents the run again. 54 for 2, the scoreboard on the far side, with a big green tree set behind it here. Lovely, lovely setting, isn't it? I'm told at the far end, at the pavilion end, there's just behind the sight screen there's a Masonic Lodge.
Oh,
of all things. A Masonic Lodge.
What's that?
Yeah, I'll have to look up exactly what it is, but it's some sort of religious building.
Masons. Were they the ones that have the funny handshakes?
Yeah, so that it's
the funny finger.
It's so it's not religion really, is it? It's more sort of secret society.
They're the kind of society they always have on things like Midsummer Murders and Lewis and that kind of thing. You know, they always talk about the Masons.
They're a good script writing tool, aren't they? The Freemason Society. But yes, apparently that's one of their lodges down there with the little sort of sloped roof and kind of almost like a white pebble dash at the front. Maybe even a magnolia, perhaps. But anyway, that's what that is.
I like a magnolia tree. I don't like magnolia coloured paint, as Scrivens takes the ball, and that's worked into the offside by Courtney Webb. They do well to scamper through for that one.
Yeah, so a good start to the over there. Go on, I'll let you take the rest of this one because.
We just got so excited
Well,
about the
I'm
Masons.
I'm conscious that Claire's going to pop in at the end of the over. So let's have one from Georgie Heath before you
Freeborn
depart.
faces up to Scrivens, and that's darted in. And sort of an awkward defence from Freeborn into the onside. And again, no run.
I think Tuffers has found the first people he's liked of the day. 2 people have come along, and he's not growling at them, which is very unusual. Oh, he's snoozed off.
He's absolutely Sparko. Abby Freeborn used their feet, and she gives it some welly, and actually straight into the leg of her batting partner, Courtney Webb at the other end, who does the fielding.
All that excitement early on has, it's been too much.
It's a tough life being a dog. Scrivens in, and Freeborn just works that along the ground, and that's fielded at extra cover by Cordelia Griffith with that cap on.
So as I say, without wishing to produce on air, I'm going to bring Claire into this seat so she's got this headset, and then I'll flick over into yours.
Use of the feet just past the left hand of the bowler and straight back down the ground, and that's 4. That was hit with quite some power from Abby Freeborn. If Grace Scrivens had got her hand to that, she was going to know about it.
Yeah, certainly. She didn't get all of it, I have to say, but she got enough of it to take it over the bowler and then beat the fielder who was diving on out towards the boundary as well.
Freeborn looks to defend off the back foot, and that just beats the edge. There's a few shouts of "oh" from the Sunrisers, but there's no run off there. So just the 5 coming from that first of Grace Scrivens overs. The end of 20 overs. Central Sparks, after a real struggle early on, find themselves 59 for 2. Abby Freeborn going along nicely. 34 for her and 21 to Courtney Webb. And I'm going to sidle out elegantly as Claire Jenkins slides in.
I was just going to ask you what happened. Oh, went off for a little break. Lots of stuff's happened now. We're well past the power play. And I gather that, what I missed then, Mike?
Well, you've missed something of a recovery from Sparks, I think it has to be said, from 2 for 1, 1 for none. I think this is a much better position to be in as McGregor begins her second over, clapped out into the offside, out towards the fielder on the cover boundary. 1 added to the total. That takes it to 60 for 2, which is a much more respectable position for the Sparks to find themselves in, Claire Jenkins.
Oh, well, I'm glad I had a break then. You've done good work, Mike.
Oh, I keep getting credited for it, and I'm very uncomfortable about that, because when it all goes wrong, that means I'm also to blame. As I say, as long as we keep broadcasting, that's the only thing I'm happy to be responsible for today. As McGregor comes into bowl again, it's shorter length, it's clapped down on really, and doesn't go anywhere, frankly, just behind square on the offside. No run on offer for the Sparks on that occasion. Freeborn on strike. She's been leading the way, really, with 34. Webb, though, starting to get in on the act with 22. We haven't given the scores elsewhere in absolutely ages, so I know people like to stay across all the streams, so I will keep you updated on what is happening elsewhere on this one. So we're the one worth keeping the sound on, put it that way, as McGregor bowls. And that one is played away behind square on the offside. No run again. Unless, of course, they don't like the sound of our voices, which can happen. I have been told that once or twice before.
I can't believe that.
And I've definitely been told that. But, you know, if you do find it bearable, stick with us. 60 for 2 the score here. 56 for 4 the Diamond score against the Blaze. Looks as if batting is tricky there in Scarborough. 81 for 1, Thunder in a much better position against the Southern Vipers. And they are underway now between the Western Storm and South East Stars. South East Stars batting, they are 1 without loss, as that one is played away into the offside. Another single is taken, and the ball will be returned for the loss of just that 1 run. 61 for 2. Now, is this Nicola Hancock out here on the cover boundary this over? It is. Yeah. I was trying to work out who 18 was, and there wasn't one on my sheet, so I presume it's 48. It was a very nice throw anyway over the top of the stumps.
Well, it's keeping her busy there on the boundary.
Bit of a test for McGregor here. The spin didn't quite work, so they're kind of relying on her to get the pressure back on. Full toss, that won't help. It's clapped away behind square on the leg side, into the little plastic chairs, away at backward square leg. 4 more added to the total. They will be put onto that board on the far side by the big old tree, and it reads 65 for 2, Claire Jenkins.
Yes, but much better than when I left then. for Central Sparks.
It certainly is.
And get yourself down here. It's free entry. Kidderminster, the sun's out. Bring a picnic.
Looks very, very nice indeed. As in comes McGregor, bowls short of length, and there's another one to backward square leg. And I am going to take Georgie Heath's advice and put a cap on. So if you do some talking, Claire Jenkins, that'd be marvellous.
That's always never short of a few words. 21 overs gone. 66 for 2, Central Sparks. They are batting. They were put into bat as Sunrisers won the toss and decided to bowl.
Don't worry, it was a quick change. I'm back. Now, we did think we were going to need these very nice women's
Woolly
cricket
hat,
chat bubble hats, which Georgie Heath very kindly...
Limited edition women's cricket.
Very limited edition. And I picked up one at Lord's, which I was very honoured to be given. But we're in cap form today. I put the Darley Abbey Cricket Club in Derby cap on now, just to try and see how. Unfortunately, it's one of those ones I've played in, and I do always worry. It's a bit sort of if
as
I'm
a
honest.
wicketkeeper,
As that one's flicked away by Courtney Webb, there's no run on offer to Jodie Grewcock. Anyone who's played cricket knows caps do tend to get a bit
and wicketkeepers
yucky.
Not the best at keeping their kit.
Clean,
pristine.
and I'm certainly not, as that one goes through underneath the swishing bat of Courtney Webb outside the off stump. In fact, it might have been the top edge, actually, as I see it on the pictures there. As Webb waits again, bat raised, starting to get more comfortable at the crease. Works this round the corner. Work for McGregor to do. She doesn't get there, so Kopak has to come in, who bowled that excellent spell at the start of the game. Really got us going well in this game, and she'll be very, very happy with that. 5 overs. 2 maidens, 8 for 2, the first spell from Katie Kopak, so she'll be very happy with that indeed. 67 for 2, the score moved on to with that single, though, before she could return the ball. Another delivery from Scrivens, who's... from Scrivens, who's come into the attack in this over. Just conceded the 1 run so far. Was doubting myself for a moment, but it was Scrivens. But it is Scrivens, as we say. 13 wickets in 2022. She can bowl, but it's a good advancing stroke, that one from Freeborn. Hit out into the mid-wicket boundary. Villiers there with the fielding. Another single to the total. These singles helping, 68 for 2.
Singles helping, but full toss, you kind of want your Central Sparks really need to cash in on those and get the boundaries, but they picked out the fielder there, unfortunately.
The voice of former Somerset and Derbyshire cricketer Claire Jenkins. He's residing again in the West Midlands these days, and that one's defended by Courtney Webb. Just didn't really even go very far forward there, just sort of dropped the bat on it, and it went out into the leg side. No run on offer. Scrivens able to pick up off her own bowling, and things looking more settled for the Sparks. This is more kind of what we were probably expecting to see. I mean, it's it hasn't happened in the 5 years of the competition that we've seen Eve Jones walk off first ball of the match. Very unusual indeed, and you can imagine that sending a little bit of a shudder through the Sparks lineup, particularly with no Amy Campbell today either. She's one of 2 changes.
And we've seen some changes, haven't we, over the 5 seasons we've been doing this, because Mike and I started at Edgbaston the very first year, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. Through most of those seasons, Sunrisers have been at the bottom of the table, so it's great to see the strength in depth now coming in through all of the regions.
McGregor bowls, driven up to Scrivens at mid-off. It's there with the long barrier. No run on offer.
Yes, rare sight with long barrier these days.
It is, isn't it? They kind of... I think the feeling is it's not very dynamic, would be the word from the fielding coaches. That
I think if somebody's smacking the
efficient,
ball at you, it's very efficient. Yes, offering as much.
I often see dynamic
cover.
Fielding and the ball goes through the legs and away for 4, so
and it's not very
takes a bobble as McGregor bowls again, right on over from the railway end here of Chester Road, Kidderminster, pushed into the offside. Griffith there with the fielding, no run on offer. Tuffers has woken up now.
Oh, is he? He's paying attention.
Just back on.
It's an interesting bowling action, isn't it? It's almost off the wrong foot, or sort of out the back of the hand.
I haven't noticed that yet. I'm going to have a look. I like a wrong foot bowl.
Oh, okay.
Worcestershire fans will be familiar with Jack Shantry used to do that a lot. Let's see if McGregor does. Yes, it is ever so slightly. It's a little skip as she delivers that one on a length, pushed into the offside, no run.
Yeah, give the batter something to think about.
It's not quite fully wrong foot. She's not sort of right arm in the air, right foot forward, but she kind of does a little skip just to get her feet in order before the crease. Maybe that's something that Sunrisers coaches are trying to iron out. But of course, a lot of people, they iron out things like that, and then they can't hit a line or a length, can they? And you sort of think, oh, I'd rather it was the way it was when it started. She almost didn't do it there, and it was a bit full, in fact.
She's been listening to us.
And it was swept away behind square on the leg side. There'll be a single to the total, 69-42. I'm always very conscious of what Alex Hartley said to me at Southport.
Oh, yeah, the ever-entertaining Alex Hartley.
Yes, the World Cup winner as well. But she told me when she took that sixer at Southport, she could hear every word I was saying. And I do always worry that my voice carries more than I
hope she wasn't
realise.
when we commentated up at Bolton Hall. I laughed when she took a catch, and said, take a bow.
She didn't mention that. She didn't mention being able to hear me. This one's hitting the air. This should be out. Scrivens, the captain's underneath it. She takes the catch, and that's a disappointing end, really, for the innings of Webb. Departs for 28. The score goes to 69-3. And she tried to clear mid-off, trying to get on with it, trying to get the innings moving in the middle, but ended up skying the shot. And that's perhaps the shot of an Australian in their first game here. The pitch a little slower than expected, the ball not coming on quite as much as she would have liked. She'll get used to that during this spell, playing twice a week as we are now in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, but that one was just a really easy catch in the end for Scrivens, who sort of punched the air once she gathered the ball and was really happy. And it has worked going back to the seamer.
Yeah, and I'm sure the timing is very different from Australia pitches, and she actually only arrived in the country a couple of days ago, according to the kind of social media feed stuff. So maybe a little bit of jet lag, but getting some runs, which I'm sure she'll be pleased to. But
yeah, but
higher
28
run
is it's a start, isn't it? And it's one of those where she'll be feeling, I've had a start here, but I've managed to just. I don't think she'll feel she's given it away, because it was the right shot, wasn't it? It just wasn't executed the way she would have liked. Perrin coming in at 5 today, a little bit further down the list. Claire Jenkins, what do you make of that?
Yeah, oh well. I mean, you've got Courtney Webb, so you want to get her in early, don't you, and get a feeling for what it's like in these conditions. So that doesn't bother me. But I think the thing that sort of does, I like to watch Amy Campbell and Abby Freeborn back together, because I call them the engine of that middle order in Central Sparks. So I'm sort of slightly disturbed that Amy Campbell's not playing and therefore won't be coming out to bat with Abby Freeborn.
But the promotion really has been for Freeborn, hasn't it? Up to number 3, and I think that just shows they feel she is the batter who can kind of control an innings from that position, if you like.
She got that. She top scored against the Blaze with 53. So, and she was the highest run scorer in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint for Central Sparks last season. So, yeah, much, and she settled it. I mean, because she was an import a few seasons ago, wasn't she? Came in from.
Well, it was the Blaze, who were then the Lightning, that she represented first in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
She hopped the border and settled in quickly.
No, I thought that 53 against the Blaze at Edgbaston was match winning, and that's the game the Sparks have won. They'll be a bit disappointed not to have won a game since then, but they're looking to do so here against Sunrisers, and they have at least begun to get a little bit of a platform at 69-3. If you just join us on the Central Sparks YouTube stream, on the Worcestershire County Cricket YouTube stream, and on the Worcestershire County Cricket Club Facebook page. Delighted to have you all with us here at Chester Road, Kidderminster. Delighted to have the sunshine out here at Chester Road, Kidderminster, because it was quite cold in those 2 championship games that Worcestershire played here. But the Central Sparks up against the Sunrisers today in women's regional cricket, and it's more cricket for you to enjoy from this fantastic venue, as that one's driven into the offside. No run on offer. Hancock in to do the fielding. She'd come up in the ring for the first ball there to the new batter, Perrin, which I think was advisable. Courtney Webb, though, out in that over. Caught by Grace Scrivens off the bowling of McGregor for 28 off 52 balls. Batted for 74 minutes, hit 4 fours. Looked quite good. Looked a classy player, Claire, but ultimately just seemed to just not get enough on a drive, and that was how she gave it away in the end.
Yeah, I mean, probably, possible the right intent, but just getting that first game, I think, underway.
Freeborn now with a bit of pressure on her, 37 to her name. She has to keep the innings moving. Faces up, Scrivens bowls, Freeborn pushes, and back to the bowler, no run.
We were told to bring lots and lots of lays, which we may still need later, but to peel them all off.
I am down to a shirt and 1 jumper, which I did not think I'd be saying
today.
Vest on, Mike. Given I've been wearing at least 3 jumpers for the entirety of April. The start of May is treating me very well, as that one's pushed down the onside. No run on offer. With Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins, the former Somerset and Derbyshire cricketer, but a West Midlands born and bred, really.
Born and bred, yeah.
Born and bred in the
Proper
West Midlands.
Brummie, me.
And back here now as this one is played away up to Scrivens. No run on offer.
It's great to get to the outgrounds, though, isn't it? Because you get some feel
love
for
the outgrounds.
Yeah. Except when the tech doesn't work, but we're all right
Well,
today, 'cause
yeah,
we-
let's
we-
not
we-
bore
we-
people with that. As,
No, but
in comes Grace Scrivens, and Freeborn slashes this one into the offside. And there's going to be a run on offer. It bounces off Griffith, a little bit sloppy with her leg barrier there. Hit her on the thigh and bounced away, which allowed the single. 74-3. No, we're delighted to say we've got Badger and Coombs with us today, who are the absolute best in the business, and I hope you're enjoying the pictures that they are.
because it is frustrating at home when it's wobbly cameras and you can't hear the
Well, I mean,
commentary and stuff. It's
I
frustrating.
work with them at Thunder as well, and they put on a broadcast from Bangalore of all places. I mean, they went out on the pre-season tour. Fantastic.
Oh yeah, and doing commentary
work.
from Manchester.
And
for
if Richard Gould from the ECB is listening as Scrivens comes into bowl, and this one's chopped away into the onside. Perrin back on the boundary, picks up, and Villiers is there to return the ball on the bounce. 1 run is the cost. 71 for 3. The total moves on to. But if Richard Gould, who wants to make cricket the most diverse sport in the UK, I think he needs to be able to show that to people, and I think working with people like ourselves, Claire, as that one's knocked into the onside, 1 run taken, and using pictures of the quality that Badger and Coombs are providing here at 72 for 3 is very important. Anyway, I'll stop being self-indulgent, but I do think sort of the ECB, the Beth Barrett Wilds, the Richard Goulds do need to look, when we go back to this county system next season, how they showcase that to people and how they show all the brilliant athletes that we've seen in the 5 years of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
The showcase is the key word, isn't it? You've got to be visible, you've got to be showcased, and you've got to put spotlight on these, as you say, great athletes now. And the transformation they've made over those 5 seasons in terms of the skill level and the contact time with coaching, and it's we've seen an amazing improvement in the quality of all aspects of the game.
Here comes McGregor again to bowl from the railway end. Right arm over, it's driven down the offside of straight, and it is stopped by Grace Scrivens, and there is no run. I was on my soapbox a bit there, wasn't I?
Well,
I very rarely do that in public, don't I? I
know,
usually try and say things like that to to people in WhatsApp groups rather than in public.
But we've all
it
been
does
there,
need
haven't
saying
we?
sometimes, doesn't it?
Frustratedly trying to watch something with wobbly cameras and no commentary.
As in comes McGregor, right arm over again, past the blue stumps. That's a lovely little ramp shot, really. It was just picked up on one knee was Freeborn. She deserved more than the 1 run she gets there, because that was a lovely little bit of cricket, but it does only bring her 1 run down to fine leg. It's a long leg had to come round, really. 74 for 3. Claire Jenkins.
There wasn't quite enough pace on the ball, was it, unfortunately? And it was sort of uphill from where we are, because we're kind of at the bottom of the slope here, aren't we?
That is true. We do have that sort of...
Yeah,
you almost don't notice it from this end, but when you sort of look to the very far side where the sponsors' boards are behind at the pavilion end, as that one is attempted to be worked, but it was down the leg side, and there is a wide ball added to the total, 74 for 3. You do actually, when you look right over to that far side, towards where the Masonic Lodge is, it's slightly higher. I wonder if we'll see any Freemasons today.
Or even ones you've got to pay for.
They're not a religion, are they? They're a secret
No,
society.
I think there's a sort of slightly religious element, but I think we shouldn't get that's going down a rabbit hole.
I mean, some would call it a slightly culty element, but that really would be going down the rabbit hole.
Yes.
And let's
It's
not
a secret
do
society,
that.
I think.
Secret society, let's call it that.
They've-
They have a nice handshake. That's all we know. Anyway, McGregor bowls right arm over the wicket outside the off stump. There is no run on offer, and it remains 74 for 3.
I was going to say Davina Perrin, because she's recently come back from the under-19 tour with the 3-way tour with Australia and Sri Lanka. If I
She
get that right,
has.
wasn't it? She got 250s there.
She did.
So,
Scored 54 and 56.
Yeah. So Central Sparks wanted to be channeling that energy here. Got plenty of overs, plenty of deliveries, and in the sunshine here. So
McGregor bowling against the aforementioned Perrin, who doesn't quite show the form she picked up in Hambantota in Sri Lanka, but or Hambantota rather.
that's
in
easy
Sri
for you
Lanka.
to say.
It's not actually. It turns out I thought it was Hambantota this winter,
It's
where
great.
she played against Sri Lanka.
Oh, what a great address. Where do you live? Bantota.
And McGregor Just rubs the ball on her trousers, wipes her hand on them too. And she's now on her way, pacing in with that red brick wall in the background. Bowls to Perrin, drives firmly, stopped at mid-off by a tumbling Scrivens. No run on offer is the result. She took the catch up there though, which is the most important thing, and that fielding was important too there too.
Oh yeah, that was, because she did have to, she made it look easy, but she did have to cover quite a lot of ground to get underneath that catch.
Scores. I feel, it's interesting to see her bowling today actually, because I feel she's almost becoming more a kind of a batter who bowls occasionally, a little bit like Heather Knight actually. Talking of England captains, as that one's through outside the off stump, there is no run on offer. End of the over, 74 for 3. We've had 25, so I'll allow Claire Jenkins to pick up the ball by ball for the next 10 overs. She'll be joined by Georgie Heath, who's also with us from Women's Cricket Chat, and a renowned international women's cricket broadcaster around that 30 over mark.
She's done ICC.
She has. She's
Fair break. All sorts.
Believe she'll be going there again, and in the not too distant future. But yeah, excellent to have Georgie with us. We're at the drinks. Claire,
goodness,
how are you enjoying your drink? First of all, if you're a Spark, and then if you're a Sunriser, what are you making of it?
I mean, Sunrisers. Well, actually interesting, because when I was on, Sunrisers would be well chuffed with themselves, and that power play was proper Vice-like in terms of not letting Central Sparks get away with anything, but sort of slightly swinging back. If there's a swingometer, it's slightly swinging back, slightly more settled for Central Sparks. But I'll be enjoying the drink because it's sunny out here, so you do need a good quaff here. As Scrivens comes in from the far end, right arm over, bit of spin there to Abby Freeborn, who's doing exactly what Central Sparks needed to do. I hope that's not the commentator's curse. I know you don't believe in commentators. Oh, there's a big thump there into the square leg region. The fielder on the rope behind the camera in front of me takes a bruise, and they get through for a run or two.
Absolutely no such thing as commentator's curse. It's called coincidence.
I knew that would wind him up.
It's called coincidence.
75 for 3. Davina Perrin to face. She goes back and just defends that down. She's a graduate of Ebony Rainford Brent's ACE programme, is she not?
Graduate, that was the word I was
to get more Afro-Caribbean players back into the game.
Really good initiative it is too.
Yeah, brilliant. Scrivens into Perrin, who's trying to get that way. And of course they would be under 19 teammates as well, so there's a little bit of maybe a little bit of spice between these two players. Davina Perrin just gets herself set. Scrivens launches one. Perrin moves to. Oh, bless you, Georgie. She said that there would be there'd be echoes. Oh, there's an overthrow as well. Oh, bless you, Georgie. And the score has moved on to 76 for 3 after all that.
Yeah, no, I made the mistake of sneezing earlier, and it very much does come through on the effects mic, I noticed. So apologies at home if you heard that. It's because of the cut grass, actually. I think.
It probably is. Scrivens bangs that in again. Freeborn plays that into the mid-wicket area, and they get through for an easy single. Another one to the total. And that's the end of the over. 77 for 3. 26 overs gone. Perrin on 2. Freeborn on 42. So she's edging towards that milestone.
Well, she's beginning to, isn't she, Claire Jenkins? But yeah, I mean, it's immaculately kept turf here, but I think because they've obviously been cutting it, and particularly on a drier day like this, they'll be keen to make the most of that. I think it's getting up 1 or 2 nostrils. I've heard a few sneezes from here.
Yes, it's hay fever season, isn't it? Definitely, with the sun out as well. They've been hosting a lot of the Worcestershire games because of the flooding issues down at New Road. And they're looking after us lovely here so far.
They're doing a splendid job, actually, aren't they? They're doing really well, and everyone's been very welcoming indeed. And as I say, I'm glad we've got such good pictures as well, because it doesn't always happen on an outground. So credit to Worcestershire County Cricket Club for doing that. You're watching via their YouTube channel, their Facebook page, and also the Central Sparks YouTube channel. So thank you for joining us wherever you happen to be.
There's McGregor to come in from our end. Right arm over to the right-handed Abby Freeborn, taps a bat. Plays that through the cover point area. Nick Hancock gets behind that and it's gone underneath her for 4. 4 runs to the total. Just disappeared behind the camera, right?
Yes,
right
yeah.
in my face at that point. I wasn't sure if she'd stopped it or managed to stop the boundary. And Sparks find themselves 81 for 3.
No, I was conscious you had
Sort
a
of
screen in
underneath
your
it,
way, and we're not
underneath
going to
it.
find out as soon as I had that it had beaten the dive of Hancock and was away for 4.
I saw her set off on the dive
What
and then
she'd
she
done,
disappeared
though, is
behind the camera.
She'd actually moved in from the boundary a few yards to almost try and prevent the 2,
Yeah.
and that meant she didn't quite have the space to get her feet across and stop it.
Kopak into Freeborn, who plays that straight, but straight to a fielder, and there is no run.
I'm going to go ask her afterwards, does she prefer Kopak or Kopak? Because I've heard both this season. You're going for Kopak, so we'll stick with Kopak today, I think. But yeah, no, I've heard both this season, so I'm going to go ask Katie Kopak what she prefers, because she has been excellent today.
Freeborn plays that into the leg side, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
And that's, I think, why her captain at this stage, with a new batter in Perrin and a batter they need to get out in Freeborn, who got 100 against Sunrisers last season, I think that's why she's turned back to Katie Kopak, who went for 8 in her first spell. 2 wickets, 2 maidens in those 5 overs. I think they've gone, right, if we can get Freeborn out here, we're through.
Yeah. Which should be a thought, which would be a strong thought in their minds. That's no run there. So ball goes straight to the fielder into the leg side. Abby Freeborn takes a little look at where the gaps are in the field again.
Hancock bowled very well, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 for no wicket. So she's kind of almost doing the foil role for Kopak in that first spell. But then the others have gone 4 overs for 17. That's Villiers, 4 overs for 21. Grewcock, McGregor's 4 overs cost 12.
Yep, Freeborn comes round that ball. Oh, there's a big appeal, but she triggered well to the leg side, as if to play it up and over the covers or open the possibilities up. But
she'd also shuffled her feet, hadn't she? She'd chassé down the pitch a little, so I think that helped save. And just to complete those bowlers who've had 4 overs, Scrivens has had 4 overs for 13. So for me, Kopak with the wickets has been the pick of them. McGregor with 1 for 12, pretty impressive. Maybe they're going to switch McGregor's end, perhaps.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Uphill as Kopak goes away from us to Freeborn, plays that into the leg side. There's going to be a single there. She moves on to 47. Score is, that's the end of the over. And the score is 82 for 3. 27 overs gone, past that halfway stage. And Central Sparks will have wanted to put a lot more on the board here, Mike.
They will, but I think that partnership between Webb and Freeborn of 67 has recovered things. If they can put on another 67 here, they'll be in a good position, and they'll kind of be looking to go from there. So it's going to be Scrivens to continue, so that's interesting. Probably they're saving McGregor and Hancock for the back end, maybe, or
maybe.
They might use Villiers at that point, who knows. But
it seems quite smart so far in terms of what she's done.
It does.
Scrivens into Freeborn, who rocks backwards as if to play it on the back foot and then thinks better of it, and there is no run.
And as I say, Scrivens is a good bowler, so I like to see her using this. I wouldn't like her to sort of retreat into that kind of Heather Knight role where she doesn't bowl much. But obviously she's only 20 now. I think when she's 30 she might be bowling less.
Exuberance of use. As that's another 4 through the square leg boundary. A lovely shot there, a proper sweep there from... Oh, and that's her 50 up as well. So well batted Abby Freeborn. That's 50 runs off 99 balls. And 6 fours. Oh, that'll be 7 fours now. 7 fours. So that's another milestone. And certainly relying on Abby Freeborn with a bat here, as the score moves on to 86 for 3.
Rank ball, if we're honest there. She
dragged
it down and Freeborn baseballed it away.
Yeah, thanks very much. She can't only defend that one, and there is no run on that one. As Freeborn marks a guard again. There's a little look round in the sunshine here at Kidderminster. You're watching us on the Central Sparks YouTube. Scrivens serves another one. It's in the air, but it's going to drop in a gap. Is it going to go between the fielders? I think it probably has. That's 4 runs there. 4 runs to the total, and Central Sparks move on to 90 for 3.
Yeah, there was a touch on it inside the boundary, but then it very quickly rolled onto the rope.
Yeah, there was a sort of despairing dive.
Dives are always despairing. Always despairing.
Scrivens in. Oh, Freeborn takes a big swing at that. It's gone the same place. That's a replay. Another 4 runs. So complete replay there. Another 4 runs to the total. 94 for 3 into the 28th over. The second half, as it were.
The only difference there was, I don't know if it was because the fielder had already run once.
It's like, oh, really?
Or whether it was because it was hit ever so slightly better, but the fielder didn't get a touch on it that time, and it goes for 4 without interference from the fielder.
Yeah. Scrivens again into Freeborn, who plays that still into the leg side, but I suspect straight to a fielder. Yes, Muddy Villiers does the fielding there at mid-wicket, and they get through for a single. Score to 95. So Central Sparks, that's the end of the over as well. 95 for 3. 28 overs gone. Heading towards that 3-figure milestone for Central Sparks, which has felt like a very long journey. As didn't get a view of the worm, which has had a bit of a wiggle at the beginning and then is starting to go up. And you're listening to us on the Central Sparks YouTube channel. You're also listening, potentially watching on the Worcestershire County Cricket YouTube and Worcestershire County Cricket's Facebook. I've got 3 ways.
I'm going to have to
the
go onto the Facebook page. I haven't been on there yet to check how it looks. But yeah, I'm going to have a look at that.
Because we even had the, Georgie at the toss and everything. Oh, this is very exciting.
60 from 103 though for Freeborn's the important detail. She's really worked for that half century.
She has. And that's Freeborn playing that into the leg side. And I think there's going to be a 1 run to that. 96 for 3. Central Sparks. Kopak still bowling from our end, as it were, uphill into the sunshine at Kidderminster.
They're calling this the railway end because we've got the railway track behind the score box.
The
here,
railway.
You've got the pavilion end, even though the pavilion is sort of slightly to the left.
Kopak into Perrin this time. Plays that lustily into mid-wicket. There's going to be 4 runs. Excellent. Another 4 runs to the total. That was a proper wallop into the leg side there, Mike.
And you know what I like over there? We've just seen somebody get up from what almost looks like a
bus
bus shelter sort of style stand. I've seen the sort of the kind of the what you call it? A kind of like almost like a football stand at a cricket ground.
Oh
before,
yeah,
like a terrace.
That's like a
this
bus
one's
shelter.
like a bus shelter.
Definitely. Perrin chops down on that, and there is no run.
I'm going to bring Georgie Heath in now because I've just had a call which worries me slightly. So I'm going to bring Georgie Heath in.
I'll keep talking.
And go deal with whatever that might be.
Right, excellent. And that was the 100 up as well, by the way. 100 for 3 in the 29th over. Kopak still bowling up the hill, this time to Davina Perrin, who is crouched, waiting. Played into the offside, straight to a fielder, although there's a little... Yes, and Cordelia Griffiths does the tidying up, and there is no run. Score is still 100 for 3. Freeborn on 61, Perrin on 6 off the 12 balls she's faced. And it's taken Freeborn 104 balls to get to 61, but it's a very, very vital batting innings here from Abby Freeborn. Central Sparks will want that to continue as Kopak goes up the hill to Perrin. Plays that forwards and down, but there's a defensive dob there, and there is no run. As the umpire just checks that front line, just to make sure that's nice and clear for the bowler and for him to see that front foot. Kopak shining the ball. I'm about to be joined again by Georgie Heath from Women's Cricket Chat. Podcast, vodcast, all things. Oh, she's got a jog on. It's a lovely cap on. Perrin flicks that into the leg side. Down to mid-wicket boundary. There's a fielder there, so they only get the 1. Fielding's very good from the Sunrisers. They've got some good throws here. 1 more to the total. That's the end of the over. 101 for 3. 29 overs gone. Hello. Welcome back in your lovely jog-on cap.
I've been off. I've taken off many a layer.
Yeah, I'm down to one very thick
My
golf
dog's
layer.
had a very large cup of tea. I'm rocking my jog on hat, and I'm a happy human.
Excellent. This is good.
And you know who else would be-
Is he a big tea fan?
Oh, he loves tea. Yeah, but he sort of turned his nose up at it, and I went, I've just gone and purposely made you this cup of tea, dog. You will
tea.
drink it.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, anyway,
Excellent.
Yeah, well, that's... I don't know. I think I'm just ruled by my dog, basically. But you know who else is having a good day? Is Abby Freeborn.
She
This
is.
has been really nice to see.
Yeah.
She did struggle up the top.
Yeah, but she's
And that's,
getting more dynamic
that's
as
the
we go.
beauty of 50 over cricket. You know, you've got time to see yourself through a difficult patch like that.
That's right. Now the helmet's come off for the wicket keeper, so I'm assuming this is going to be a bit quicker. So have we got the top end there? Have we swapped ends? They're a very long way. They're the furthest away. Oh, it's Nick Hancock again, I think. Coming in from the top end to Perrin. Comes forward but can only defend that. There is no run. So you've got a very pampered, beautiful. You said he's a sausage dog.
He is a sausage.
Yeah, he's a sweet
What you call
thing.
a tweenie. So
He's a
his mum
tweenie.
was a big sausage and his dad was a little sausage. And
He's a very cute dog, and he's famous, isn't he? He's been on films and all sorts
I
of
think
things.
he's more famous than I'll ever be.
No, I don't think that's true. Hancock into Perrin. Takes a slash at that through the cover region. I think we're going to get another 4. Yes! Another 4 to the total. 105 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely delightful looking shot that from Davina
Yeah.
Perrin, wasn't it? Weighted nicely
Yeah. Pick the gap. Smack.
and bisected the fielders, as opposed to my favourite is when people say dissected the
Yeah,
fielders.
yeah, which is
And I
much
think
more
that would
surgical.
That would be a very different game out there.
Much more surgical. As Hancock winds herself up. Coming in. Banging it in. Oh, Perrin's in the air. It's going to drop between the fielders. And I just get the single then. So another one to the total.
Yeah, hit the
106 for 3.
top edge, that one. She looked to sort of swing back in the same kind of direction. Didn't quite read it, Perrin. Found that top edge. And she's rehearsing this shot there.
Nicola Hancock's economy rate is 1.8. She's bowled some beauties today. The Australian import for Sunrisers, settling in quickly to Rachael Heyhoe Flint duty. This is the 8 English regions playing against each other in 50 over Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy. As Hancock comes in to Freeborn this time, takes a swipe at that one, straight to the square leg fielder, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 107 for 3. Halfway through the 30th. What are you
Yeah,
going
it
to
might feel like she's missed out a little on that one.
Yeah.
Freeborn. It sat up, didn't it, to
Yeah.
be walloped. And she got a hold of it, but just picked out the fielder on the bounce, who didn't have to move left or right.
say? Hancock, right arm over, right-handed Perrin. Plays that towards the cover fielder, and it's fielded and there is no run. Tuffers has been in the films, hasn't he? Wasn't he in a film?
He's in
or
an
something?
advert.
He's in an
Yes,
advert.
for,
Oh, it's a model dog.
Dog-friendly viewings.
And he's been in films and,
Yes.
and an advert.
Advert for dog-friendly cinemas. So you can go along on a Sunday and take your dog.
No. Oh, banged in. Perrin picks that one up nicely, plays it towards square leg. There's a fielder there who manages to scoop that just off the rope. They get through for 2. Another 2 to the total. 109 for 3. That's the end of the over. 29 overs gone. Oh, yes, 30 overs gone. Freeborn on 62 off her 105 balls, and Perrin on 14 off the 19 balls she's faced. The run rate is slightly getting up now. 20 overs left. So 109, 20 overs.
Should we have a look and see what projected
Yes.
scores are saying?
Yeah, go on then, go on then.
Go on then.
Go on
Hang
then,
hang
since you're
on.
there.
I might be young. I can't move that fast. on a screen.
Yeah.
So,
In the sunshine here at Kidderminster. While Georgie looks up the funky numbers. What's the funky numbers say?
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
that's what I say.
Yeah. I think we've got a change of bowling here. Let me have a look. Joe Gardner. You said Joe Gardner earlier. Joe Gardner has the ball in hand. I'm sure she sees the high point of her career having played cricket with you at Northants, you said. Do you think?
She played a lot more Northants than I did, but when we
Oh, yeah.
played at Burton Latimer together, we were the under-15 national champions.
Wow. Oh, I
Back
see.
in the day.
Back in the day.
We both had dodgy haircuts at the time.
Gardner into Freeborn, who can only defend that, and there is no run. Dodgy haircuts. Do you want to talk us through the haircuts, or is it just too painful?
Well, to the stage when I had to tell people, I had to learn when I went on holiday how to say I am a girl in other languages, because I kept getting kicked out the girls' toilets.
Oh
And
dear.
Joe Gardner's was more of a
Oh, big swipe from Freeborn. It's straight to Grace Scrivens, and there is no run.
I think hers was a. I don't think she ever turned the straighteners off. You know, it was a sort of bob kind of look, but so straight, you didn't really know what to do with it.
It's a great mental picture. Bit of spin from Gardner, and Freeborn plays that backwards of square. There's a fielder on the rope, so they're only going to get one to the total.
No, it was a good club, though,
110 for 3.
Good club, Burton Latimer, near the Weetabix factory.
Ah,
actually. And
okay.
The saying was
Get the
that
tourist thing as
wonderful smell. Oh, but if you could smell it, the stronger you could smell it, the closer it was to
well. Oh,
rain.
it's like
Basically,
Ah.
if you could start smelling it really strongly, it meant it was going to rain.
that's like Bourneville,
There you go.
because I lived in Kings Norton, and if you could smell the chocolate, you knew the rain was coming, because that was the prevailing wind. As Davina Perrin plays that straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run.
And once Rachael Heyhoe Flint came to visit us, we had a Wednesday night session, and she came along, and
Oh,
that was a pretty cool day.
pretty cool indeed. Perrin plays straight to the fielder, except Nick Hancock doesn't really stop that. Tries to put her hands down. They get through for a single. One more to the total, 111. So she came to do
We
coaching
just had a
session, or
session.
just
She
to be a celeb.
Just came for the day, yeah.
Everyone's got a Rachael Heyhoe Flint story. It's brilliant. The late Baroness Heyhoe Flint.
Didn't take no for an answer.
No, that's right, cricket pioneer. Freeborn takes a swipe at that. That's through point, straight to Cordelia Griffiths on the rope.
She's one of
And
those
there's
people.
Single there.
She just didn't take no, and I sometimes think,
Yeah,
you
right.
just need to turn up and be a little bit more Rachel today, because sometimes I do things or agree to do something I don't want to do because maybe I'm a bit of a doormat.
It's 112 for 3 off 31 overs. You're right, and actually the last time I saw her, she was doing that very thing. So it was a Lord's Taverners fundraiser. It was it had been a golf day, but she had the audience eating out of her hand, offering her all sorts of things as raffle prizes and auction prizes. And like you say, you did not say no to Rachael Heyhoe Flint, which is fortunate because they were having to raise every single penny for everything that they did in those days, including having the first ever World Cup. Before the men had their World Cup. I mean, she was amazing. But everyone's got a story about how she bought a team and they did a charity fundraising match, or I mean, when you think it would be the equivalent of Heather Knight doing all the promo for England, finishing a game, writing the match report, and then trying to get the written press
With
to
a kid
to
as well,
to
probably somewhere.
Yeah, Ben in tow.
Yeah.
It's different times, as they say. Hancock into Freeborn. Plays that through mid off, but there is no run. So the score is 112 for 3 still. Central Sparks batting. Sunrisers won the toss and decided to bowl at Central Sparks.
I think she's sort of the epitome of she did it so we could. If you know what I mean.
Absolutely.
I can't think of a better way to
No,
put
that's
that
it.
at the moment.
She did it so we could. Is exactly what you need to know about Rachael Heyhoe, and that's worked round the leg side. There's a fielder there. Oh, a great stop just on the boundary there, and they sneak a second there from that. So 2 runs to the total. 114 for 3. Yes, everyone's got stories about her. She was also one of those people that would, that would make you feel like you were the only person in the room when you spoke to her. Did you get close to her? She had a twinkle about her, and it didn't matter how big the room was. She remembered your name because she always had a photographic memory, but she's always very charming. And that's worked into the leg side. There is no run. Like you were that cliche of you're the only person in the room, and you are the most important person. And she's paying you full attention. So somebody remembering your name, paying you full attention, and really listen to what you're saying. And also, that photographic memory, I suspect, then also allowed her to link something. So she'd remember something. I mean, bearing in mind the thousands of people she met in a day, she'd have some, oh, how did so-and-so get on? Or how's, some whatever relative. Oh, that goes straight through. I'll be Freeborn, and there is no run.
Yeah, she looked to shuffle down the pitch there, didn't she, Freeborn? Wants to sort of take on the pace of Hancock. Gone for just the 16 from almost 7 overs.
Yeah. Good bowling here from Nicola Hancock. 114 for 3 into the 32nd over. Freeborn on 66, Perrin on 15. Hancock right arm over. Speedy, straight through Freeborn, and there is no run. She seems to have settled quickly into English conditions, Nicola Hancock. She's been here a bit longer than Courtney Webb. And I think she's played every game, hasn't she?
I think she's probably just quite glad to have woken up today and it not be sort of 3 degrees.
Yes, and thrown it down. Hancock from the far end. Oh, no, it was a refusal. Got the timing wrong there. Have another go at that. It's a dead ball there.
I always feel so awkward when I have to do that. It's the equivalent of the toss-up in tennis.
Oh, yeah, and then letting the ball drop. Hancock into Freeborn, who just plays that spectacularly back to the field, and there is no run. The end of the over. 32 overs gone. 114 for 3.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's sport is so much about rhythm and timing and just feeling natural.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can get it in tennis, and you just can't get it right. And then you get to the point you're like, I'm actually just going to have to go for it. I feel so awkward to have to keep throwing it up.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. If you're nervous and you get the twiddle wrong, the ball's in the wrong place, and you've got to just let it drop.
And you throw the ball up wrong, and your serve goes all over the place, or you're bending your back, or you completely lose your shape. And it's the same with bowling. If you completely lose your rhythm and your timing, then everything else falls out of place.
It is absolutely a rhythm. I remember playing Somerset with Margaret Frost, and she forgot how to bowl. She didn't get that rhythm, like a bit like a basketball layup, up. She'd lost that rhythm of bowling, and it was just like the yips in golf or whatever. As Jo Gardner continues, it's gone up in the air. I think this is going to be another catch for Grace Scrivens. It is. It was an easy one. Unfortunately, Davina Perrin didn't really get all of that, and really just lobbed that up for an easy catch there for Grace Scrivens, and that's 4 wickets down.
Yeah, Scrivens was never dropping that one, was she?
No.
She barely had to move, just straight in the bucket.
Yep. So Central Sparks find themselves 114 for 4 in the 33rd over, and they, having lost Davina Perrin, Abby Freeborn, meanwhile, is still on 66 off the 115 balls that she's faced, and is really, really properly holding this together. And she's got the 12th running on with her, actually the physio possibly running on with some drinks, because she's been out there for ages.
It looks like Katie George is coming out to join her as well.
Katie George, excellent. So she top scored against the Vipers with 52 in that game at Wormsley, the last game at Wormsley. And she's 10th overall in the batting stats for the Professional Cricketers Association, the PCA, most valuable players. So.
Well, I don't want to alarm you, Claire.
Oh, yeah.
But there are
some
some clouds rolling in.
No. Yes, you're right. I was concentrating on the cricket. You can hear the wind getting up a bit as the microphone's taking a dive. Right, so Katie George comes to join Abby Freeborn. Freeborn on 66. And Joey Gardner to continue from our end, as it were. The railway end, says Mike. It's sort of down the hill, so she's bowling uphill. A bit of spin, right arm over. She's tossing the ball from hand to hand. Katie George just getting herself settled. And a look at the field. That's played to short third, but there is no run. Katie George is a sort of wily competitor, having played at the top level as well. Injuries have prevented her playing more recently. She Plays this one straight to the fielder at short cover, Nick Hancock, and there is no run.
Well, she's another one of those had a lot of back issues.
Yeah.
And really worked on her batting. You talk about Tash Farron as well.
Oh,
at
yeah,
the
Tash
minute.
Farron.
What
Ooh,
she's been
wow.
up to for the South East Stars.
Converted herself into a batter who bowls. Oh, Katie George plays that to square leg. There are two fielders there. One takes a bruise and the bobbles, and they get through for 2. Feels like they burgled that second run. 2 more to the total.
Yeah, it's good running.
116 for 4. Good running between the two. Yes.
Yeah, so Tash Farron has, we saw it at Fairbreak last year actually.
Oh,
She
yeah.
decided to take on the bowlers and had a great time with the bat, and she's
opening now for
350s in a row
Yeah.
she's had. Top scorer so far in the tournament.
George plays that through point. I suspect that's going to hold up. Is it going to hold up or is it going to go? Oh, no, it's hit the rope. We can see the sort of little bubble as it goes over. 4 more to the total. 120 for 4. Central Sparks batting. Sunrisers put them into bat, decided to bowl when the toss happened.
There's something I was talking about this week with someone, and we were saying how there seem to be a lot more all-rounders in women's cricket. You see in men's.
Yes. That's played to the leg, but there is no run. Yes, I know what you mean.
And I'm unsure why.
While you cogitate that, it's 120 for 4 off 33 overs. Yeah, more all-rounders.
And I think I would class myself originally as an all-rounder when I first started playing. It was because I just did what my brother and his friends didn't want to do. So if they wanted to bowl that day, I would bat. If they wanted to bat, I was fielding. So you had to do everything. It was never a choice. You know, if they just wanted to bat, then I would have been a bowler because I would have only ever bowled.
Yeah, but I think a lot of sort of younger siblings or whatever ended up doing what the others didn't want to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, if your older brothers wanted to bowl, presumably you just ended up batting for
Yes.
hours and hours. Yeah. I can understand that. I think we got a change of bowling. That looks like Maddie Villiers to me.
I was
Is
also
it
the
Maddie
one who
Villiers?
had to fetch it from next to his garden, regardless of if I'd hit it or if they'd hit it.
Sorry,
Yeah.
can we have our ball back?
The river, the garden.
The river. Yeah. So I think we've got a change of bowling from the far end. Certainly
beach
Nick
cricket.
Hancock. Beach cricket, yeah. Do you have to go in the sea then to fetch the
Oh
ball?
yeah,
and
it was
everything?
out, but you
That was
still
out.
had to go and get it in the North Sea,
In the North Sea.
on the beach in Whitby. Yeah.
People just up the road are in survival suits on an oil rig somewhere. As that's always an appeal, and they're not interested. But Grucock was interested there. Abby Freeborn looked unsettled, certainly, and we're at the wrong angle to tell who that was. It's sort of floated up, isn't it, as Freeborn struggles to get hold of that and looks frustrated with herself, and there is no run. 120 for 4.
Trying to tempt her, isn't she?
Yeah, it's a tempter, it is. Yes, Grucock, number 9. Coming number 9. Oh, Freeborn's decided to charge her and comes forward and plays that through mid-wicket for an easy single. She'll be wanting to stand on a bat a bit the other end and let Katie George hit the ball for a bit, I imagine. She's been out there for ages. She's on 67 of the 118 balls that she's faced. Katie George, meanwhile, is on 6 off the 5 that she's faced. Yeah, having played at all the levels, Katie George is Wiley, I think, is probably the best description. But another great all-rounder and a great fielder.
And a great footballer.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, had to make the choice.
As a lot of them did. I
one
think
of
Maddie
those.
Villiers is a footballer as well, wasn't she?
Threlkeld.
Yeah, a lot of them were dual code, as they would call it in other countries, potentially. That's 2 cover, but it's off the ankle, and they're going to get a single off the ankle there of the cover fielder.
Well,
One
there's a
more
fair
to the
few
total.
dual coders around in women's cricket, aren't there? We've got obviously Elise Perry, she's the one that sticks out.
Yes, scored a
And
goal in a football World Cup.
She
and
has. Susie Bates.
Susie Bates, basketball
Basketballer.
Olympics. Sophie Devine, hockey. Well, a lot of the Kiwis played 2 internationals, don't they? So Freeborn comes forward and just nibbles that into the leg side, and they get through for a single. 122 for 4.
And I think now, as the game moves forward, cricket itself, in the professional game, we'll see a lot less of that because you have to specialise so much earlier, which is a good and a bad thing. Yes.
Yeah. Because they like the fact that when you're doing, they used to call it cross-training, CrossFit, but doing different sports because you're using different muscles there. As George plays that again to the cover field and there is no run. Yes, you're using different muscles, don't they? But with the growth of professionalism in the women's sport now, there'll be worries about injuries and so forth, playing other particularly dangerous other sports. That's the end of the over, 123 for 4. 34 overs gone, Freeborn on 68, George on 7.
One that I find mad is with a lot of boys and even young boys playing sports, if you're sort of not in some kind of professional setup, example football, at the age of sort of 9, you're in an academy
you're in a player
somewhere,
pathway, whatever
you've got
they call
no
it.
chance already. You can talk to parents and they'll be like, my kid's really good, but he's 9 and he's not in a professional academy yet, then he's never going to make it, and that's terrifying.
Yeah, it is. Gardner comes into Freeborn, who swipes at that one. It's going to square leg. They're going to get through for a single, and that's just the one to the total, 124 for 4. I suppose because there's just the huge numbers, and if they haven't been talent spotted, as they used to call it, but somebody spotted them early, and they're already into that route very early, and the expectations of that, and also they're seeing their heroes, with millions and millions of pound contracts and things. A lot must get disappointed as George plays that to the point fielder, and it's a catch. Very easy catch there at point. Who's that?
Ariana Dow's there.
Ariana Dow's taking
pair of
an
hands.
easy catch at point. So Katie George is out for 7 off the 7 balls that she's faced. So 100 strike rate, but only the 7 runs,
good pair of
unfortunately.
hands, Ariana Dow's. Often we see her behind the stumps.
Yeah.
Good addition to the Sunrisers, sort of midway through last season.
Yeah.
Been part of the Fairbreak setup as well. She was playing at the Tornadoes last year.
Sussex originally, I gather. Well, I've written that somewhere. So. No, that's the fall of the wicket then. So Central Sparks find themselves 124 for 5. As we see, I think it's Beth Alice coming out now to bat with Abby Freeborn, who's on 69 off the 120 balls that she's faced. Katie George back in the pavilion, having spooned the ball effectively to the point fielder. Joey Gardner has taken 2 for 10, partway through her 3rd over. Yes. You were saying about all-rounders, weren't you? I don't know, quite wonder. Maybe it is because they've played different sports and therefore, not so specialist. Because you do get that much more in the men's game, don't you? Oh, yes, someone's going to come and hit a lot of runs off.
Yeah, and the likelihood that you would have something like someone who is a specialist bowler, really.
And that's played out to the offside, and they get through for a single.
Then revamp themselves as a batter.
Yeah.
Is a very slim likelihood in men's cricket, whereas you do see it a bit more in the women's game.
Which is the point you were making about Katie George having been a bowler but then injured and made herself into a batter. And that's played to the point region, and there is no run. Yes. I suspect it probably is right that there are a lot more all-rounders in the women's game. Because they're needed to do a bit of everything, aren't they? As Gardner continues, and they're gonna. Oh, there's gonna be a shy at the stumps here. Oh, is it a run-out chance? I think she missed picking the ball up. Oh, Sunrise had a chance there, didn't they, Georgie?
I think this is what we call ball watching, when it sort of went through everything. The first delivery. It looked like Joey Gardner thought she might have struck her on the power. Then she thought it might have hit the stumps. It went through, and then they decided. They'd both watch the ball, and they would scamper through. She looks to take it on,
and then she
put down by the keeper. Actually,
Freeborn did the splits at the one end. Yes, not a good throw from the point, the slip fielder there. As Freeborn has to take her helmet and everything off and just take a breath, having skidded along the floor, thinking that that's a definite run out. Of course, Jo Gardner, I think, also played Warwickshire, didn't she? So she's probably been around some of these Central Sparks players as well. She comes in to Ellis, who plays that forward but straight to Nick Hancock at cover, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 126.45 after 35 overs. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player, and Georgie Heath from Women's Cricket Chat. You will also hear the voice of Mike Perkins, who's an absolute martyr to try and get more women's voices onto sport. So he hates being thanked, but I'm thanking him for all the work that he does. And I did once say to him, "What do you do in the winter?" He said, "I do commentary on women's football." I said, "You really are glutton for punishment." So he loves his women's sport. And the first time I ever met him, I said, why women's sport? Why are you so interested in women's sport? And he just said, "The stories are better." Shut his briefcase and walked out. I thought, "Oh, that's it. That's it. He's right. The stories are better." Yeah, I get that. Do you want to? Do you want to go ball by ball now?
Oh, go on then.
Go on then.
As that's just
While you're
defended into the leg side by Abby Freeborn. No run.
You're right. It is closing in with the cloud cover, but let's hope there's no naughty weather stops here today.
It's because I took off some layers.
Yeah.
Cox in, and Freeborn shuffles down the pitch, works that into the leg side, and they come through for the one run. Brings Katie George back on strike. No, Bethan Ellis. Apologies.
Bethan Ellis. Yes, the kit. I'm not sure about the yellow collar, but then I'm not big keen on yellow as a clothing colour. But it's a distinctive detail. All these kits.
I'm unconvinced so far. Screw Cox in again flighted, and that's just defended back up towards the bowler, who fields off her own bowling. Again, no run.
So Sparks so far this season in the Rachael Heyhoe have relied on Katie George.
And that's just blocked back up towards Cordelia Griffith at extra cover.
Yeah, they've relied on George, Freeborn, Wong, Fackrell and Ellis in their batting so far this season.
In, and that's played nicely off the back foot, cut away by Ellis. And Ariana Dowes comes in, fields at third, and that's really good running.
It is.
They come through for the second. She skips over Amara Carr's keeping glove on the way through. I thought she'd lost her own glove. I wondered how she'd managed that.
That's kit flying.
Fix the Velcro.
Yeah.
Grucock in, and she's swept
coming
away.
towards
The
us.
fielder has just come round there.
I thought we were going to field that then because it came back towards us.
Well, to cut it off. And that's the end of the 36th over, the end of 36. 14 overs still to go. Sparks 130 for 5.
I met Bethan Ellis's mum. She's a teacher. So I was in my other job. I do job interview coaching, and one of the local schools, I bring a team in to do mock interview with their lower sixth, year 12 they call it now, don't they? With their lower sixth, and this woman walked past and said, "Hello," and I said, "Hello." She said, "You do Central Sparks commentary, don't you?" And I said, "Yes," thinking what's coming next. She said, "I'm Bethan Ellis's mum," and she was so excited because Bethan Ellis had got her first summer contract. So well done, Bethan Ellis, for getting a contract here with Central Sparks. She's doing well with the bat.
When two worlds collide.
Yeah, it was. I'm always amazed with people that recognise me.
I just get people that come up and go, "I recognised you from your dog."
Oh, I'm sure it's more than that. I usually apologise when someone says I've heard you on commentary, which I should stop doing, really. Although perhaps not.
Played off the back foot. Griffiths comes in and does the fielding, and they come through for the one. Well, Abby Freeborn, 70 to her name.
Yeah, 124 balls she's faced. Wow, that's some innings, regardless of what happens next.
That's defended into the onside. Again, no run. Joey Gardner going along nicely here, picked up those 2 wickets, just the 12 runs.
bubble on the top of my hat's just catching my head.
Well, she goes for the reverse sweep. Freeborn does pick out Dow's perfectly along the ground at what would have been backward point.
Uh-huh.
Gardner in again, flighted, and
Ooh.
that's been given some welly.
Oh,
And that is going to smart.
ouchie, nouchie, that is. Which bit of whom did that?
Well, I think it might have collided with the bowler, you know.
I think it might have been Joey Gardner. She's not. I mean,
She's
I'd be
not
like, oh,
even flinching, pretending it doesn't hurt.
Ice on that later.
And she's in again, right arm over.
Oh,
And
it's bad, wasn't it?
Ellis looks to sweep into the leg side, and it's just Gardner goes up with the appeal. And that closes out the over. 37 overs gone. Central Sparks 132 for 5.
You're listening to Georgie Heath and Claire Jenkins. Georgie Heath. So tell me, you're from Women's Cricket Chat. What's big in Women's Cricket Chat at the moment? Do you know,
Oh,
has
just
you
been
got
talking
some
to
more guests and things.
Yes, well, we just had a very interesting latest podcast talking about the whole scandal going on at France Cricket.
Oh yeah, what's
Ghost-
the punchline?
alleged ghost
Yeah,
matches.
the alleged. We should say alleged.
Alleged ghost matches
Is there
to
a-
get funding from the ICC.
Is there a punchline to that? Because I don't know we're going to have a long chance, but there was allegedly France claiming money
Well,
for
allegedly
women's cricket that
France-
wasn't
yes, of
actually
games
happening.
that aren't happening, and then people were going along, journalists, and sitting where this game was allegedly happening, and then nothing happened, and then the next day the scorecard would come up. As Grucock's in again, and Freeborn uses her feet, works that into the leg side. Maddie Villiers comes in from
Deep mid wicket there,
Deep
isn't she?
mid-wicket.
Rolling round there, yeah.
She is flying around. Yeah, so that was the general premise. And then the women's national team wrote to the French Cricket Federation, basically saying that they weren't happy about this. And
Big.
well, that's a big old swing from Bethan Ellis, and that's straight back over the bowler's head. And it's one bounce for.
That was very exciting, wasn't it? Almost a 6.
Almost taking out the Portaloos there. That'll give you a shock if you're in there, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Like,
A big old thud.
can we have the ball back?
Can you just wait 1 minute?
6. Always a 6.
And umpire changing decision.
Joe Ibbotson has obviously been told that was a 6.
And that's a nice deft touch there from Bethan Ellis.
I like a bit of light and shade, a thump and a little nurdle.
Is there any other sport you can think nurdle would be able to be used?
It's a great word. But I was with Barbara Daniels week before last at Edgbaston, and she liked the word nurdle. So we had a lot of nurdling then. Oh, a big swipe.
Freeborn down on one knee, and just into the leg side again. Yeah, and back to that France cricket thing. So there's a lot going on there. Obviously, France cricket would refute these allegations,
Yes.
and it is
It's all alleged.
at the moment. So we will. It's a story we will continue to follow.
Well, you'll be wanting to keep a note on it, because we want to make sure that that money earmarked for women's sport is actually being spent on women's sport.
That's
Which
nicely
is,
dug out by Bethan Ellis, and just fielded by Grucock off her own bowling.
Yeah, we have to. I want to make sure that any money that's earmarked for women's cricket goes to women's cricket, because it's been too often siphoned off in the past.
And again, just played along the ground, back up to mid-on, and again, no run. And that's the end of 38 overs. Sparks, 141 for 5.
So, who guests have you had recently then? Who
Well, on the
should we-
topic of a guest, this is a guest we have had before.
Mhm.
Shout out to Kelly Castle, who
Yeah.
just texted me saying she's tuned in. So hello to you, Kelly. We hope you are recovering well, and you get to be out that boot before it's tanning season, because no one needs a grey boot tan.
Oh, one leg. Oh dear, bless you.
But I guess it's better than having it when it's snowing, because then you get really chilly toes.
Yeah, and might
So-
get soggy plaster, I imagine, as well.
Oh yeah, that too. Well, we had Mel Jones on, recently. She was a great
yeah.
guest. One of those we could have talked for ages, but because she was in Australia and we were in England, by this point it was 11 p.m. English time, and it was well past my time for a Horlicks and some squash fly biscuits, which is that's my choice of.
Garibaldi.
No, not the Garibaldi. As in the shortcake ones with the raisins in, the squash fly biscuits. Not a Garibaldi gal. They're a bit odd.
Yeah, they are a bit odd, aren't
They're
they?
a bit chewy. And
Well, they're neither one thing or another, aren't they? Like ship's biscuits or something.
Horlicks. I know it's an old person's drink, but
Do you like a Horlicks?
I like a Horlicks. Yeah.
Bit of malted milk drink. Other malted milk drinks are available, I imagine.
Yeah, but they're not as good.
No, the original and best.
I don't know, an Ovaltine actually.
Ovaltine, yeah. It's supposed to make you sleep better, isn't it?
Yes, that's the point. And there's some kind of science behind it as well, like drinking hot milk
Ah.
before bed. We've gone back to a bit of pace here. And that's nicely weighted by Freeborn, worked into the offside, and it's going to fly past Griffiths, diving Griffiths, and that's another 4 to Abby Freeborn.
Yeah, she's moving on quite neatly here. 77 off 130 balls. As the clouds come a bit closer and a bit darker to us.
McGregor in again, right arm over. That's nicely played along the ground by Abby Freeborn, and up to the fielder out at sort of a wide long on.
Sort of hush descended, isn't there? Because Sunrisers were very up to start off with because they were getting the quick wickets and things, and a hush has descended.
Yes, and I think a lot of it is thanks to what's been coming off Abby Freeborn's bat.
So you've got Kelly Castle. Who else is lined up? Or
Oh no,
have
we've
you
had
recently?
Kelly Castle
I
before.
know, but
and
you know,
she's
just talking to.
texting in.
Oh, okay. Talking of guests, that was what you were saying.
Talking of
Wasn't
guests, and that's nicely worked into the leg side, past the fielder at mid wicket, and out just come through for the 1. Been in discussions with a few people. I don't like to reveal
No,
my
need
guests
to.
ahead of time.
Okay.
There are a few,
But more recent. So
potentially could be an Australian who is over in England at the moment.
okay, she's not narrowing it down an awful lot.
Has come over this season. Slower ball and swept away.
That's another 4.
That's lovely. Behind square leg, and that's another 4. Those 2 white cars out there. Quaking.
Yes. Hoping that there isn't a full toss played, I imagine, down the leg side.
I just wouldn't risk parking my car there. Mine is
No.
all the way over. There is about
I'm
10
as far
cars.
to the corner as you can
Yes,
get.
There's about 10
behind.
cars between my car and the pitch, and I'm still worried.
There's a lot of conifer between us and my car, let me tell you.
It's kind of for your go-to.
Well, it's
plant
very
of
high,
choice.
but it's very thick, isn't it? So that's the beauty of that.
It's like a gorse bush, which always reminds me of the famous 5. They used to always
Oh.
camp inside a gorse bush.
Yeah.
As McGregor's in again. And that's again played into the leg side by Abby Freeborn. She picks up another. One more run to
Famous
her.
5. They used to eat a lot of sardines and pilchards and things, and
What now that I'm older,
Lashings
and I
of
think
ginger
about
beer.
it, how could they set up their camp inside a gorse bush? Those things are so spiky.
I think probably quite a lot of it doesn't bear a lot of.
Well, yes,
Lots
I
of
guess
scrutiny.
McGregor in again, and that's just found the outside edge of Bethan Ellis. And it falls short of the fielder at backward point, sort of third, and that's the end of the over. 39 overs gone. Sparks 152 for 5. Abby Freeborn 83 to her name, and being kept company by Bethan Ellis at the other end. She's on 13, so 11 overs still to go.
Yeah.
A fairly expensive over there from McGregor. The 11 coming from it.
Yes, Grace Govins will want to bring this tighter again, won't she? Oh, she's rotating her bowlers quite keenly. Maddie Villiers coming on from the top end, furthest away from us. So who's the recent guests then? So you said Mel Jones.
We did have a bit of time off after that, so
Yeah.
Mel Jones closed out the last season.
Okay.
And
Who
we're
was just
looking
before that
ahead
then?
to the next one.
But people can find Women's Cricket Chat on good podcast platforms, can't they?
They can indeed, and there's quite a few players out here we've had, and that's swept away to deep square. And there's another one to Abby Freeborn. There's quite a few players out there at the moment that we've had on. Katie George, she's been on. Amy Campbell not playing today. Eve Jones. Who else have we got?
He's on Grace Griffins.
No, not yet.
Oh, not yet. Still a
Difficult
chance.
character to get hold of. That's played nicely through the point region by Bethan Ellis as Griffith gives chase, and there's some relay fielding. They'll come back for the second. Good running between these two. Abby Freeborn's been out there a while, still getting her skates on.
She has. There are some other very good podcasts and vodcasts, aren't there?
Nah,
the Naughty Child.
Just listen to mine.
The Naughty.
I'm not advertising any other podcasts on here today.
Gotta do some more.
They'll have to pay me more. That's worked into the leg side by Bethan Ellis, and they come through again for the one.
Well, Women's Cricket Chat, I've got the hat and everything, so that's my first choice. But Naughty Child podcast, Richard and Polly, father and the daughter.
Series, we had Mel Jones. Before that, we had Amy Campbell, Esther DeLanger, Jess Kerr, Phoebe Litchfield. Was a really interesting one to talk to. Upcoming Australian star. That's worked again into the leg side by Abby Freeborn. They'll just come through for one.
Phoebe Litchfield, I mean, she's going to be a big superstar, isn't she? I mean,
I like to think I grabbed her nice and early.
Yeah, I think you got in at the right time there.
Met her at Fair Break last year, where she came.
I met her mum and dad. Mum and dad. Oh, they're lovely. They're just sweet. She's a.
Goes for the sweep there, Bethan Ellis, and that comes to just a fine leg. Picks it up and fields. No run there.
I think Mum was a teacher, so they only saw some of the ashes. Didn't see all of it, I don't think, in the end.
Villiers in again, and again goes for the sweep. Copy and paste the one before McGregor does the fielding, and there is no run. Well, what was funny, she actually couldn't remember her test cap number of her baggy green. So
I think I remember
end of
listening
40
to that.
overs, Sparks 157 for 5. She actually had to go and
To
find
look it
it
up.
in the middle of the interview. She was like, hang on, it had sort of pulling things out of boxes in the background to try and see what was written on the side of it.
She played, is it hockey? She played several sports,
Yeah,
didn't
she's a
she?
hockey player.
Yeah, another dual code.
I think hockey is a lot of the Irish players you find.
Yeah, well they've
hockey.
played camogie as well, haven't they? Or various
Who else
Irish
do we have?
sports.
Esther DeLanger. She's been on recently. Mahika Gore, she was a really great guest to have. Good fun.
She's right tall in Jamaica.
Yeah, she makes even me feel short. And Jenny Thompson, her world cricket tour. She is travelling around the world, taking women's cricket everywhere she goes at the moment. I'm actually seeing her for a bit of cricket in Trafalgar Square on Friday afternoon. If anyone fancies a trip up to Trafalgar Square, we'll be there with a bat and a ball. McGregor in again. Shorter, picked up by Freeborn. One bounce, 4. And she moves on to 89. Abby Freeborn. What a day she's having. Just a little short. And she's onto it in a flash.
Hello, Georgie.
Hello, welcome back. You could be in time for a Freeborn masterclass here. And she'll scamper through for the one there. That moves her into the nervous 90s. Abby Freeborn moves on to 90 from 137 deliveries.
Oh, I don't want to say it at this point now. She's just gone to 90, but somebody did remark to me that if you have a missed stumping and a missed run out, it's potentially your day, and it's looking that way for Abby Freeborn, who made 100 against Sunrisers last time she played them.
Waits on that one, played nicely through point, fielded by Griffiths out on the boundary, and Ellis wanting to come back for the second. And Abby Freeborn saying, I'm on 90. I've been at her a long time. We're not coming back for a second, getting me run out like that.
Well, I did whisper what I said, given she'd just gone to 90. But last time out against Sunrisers, it was 107, although Sunrisers won the game by 4 wickets. It's got a familiar feel.
McGregor in again, and that's defended back up towards Scrivens at mid-on, and there's no run.
But no, I'm glad we got a bit of women's cricket chat into the commentary, because I was listening to the Amy Campbell episode and the Chloe Brewer episode on the way up.
Claire was just trying to advertise other podcasts.
Oh,
and
she wasn't. She didn't mention the Naughty Child one,
I
did
wouldn't
she?
let her get a word in edgeways. I know where her loyalties lie, and it doesn't seem to be with me. Phew. That's again played to point by Freeborn, and there's no run. So 90 to her name. The sun is starting to peep out here again at Kidderminster.
And she's done well as well, given it was 99 balls, wasn't it, for the 51, the first 51 in this innings. I think she's done pretty well there. I'm going to, in fact, I might just say it, because Hypercourse will be listening, won't they?
And that's just worked into the leg side by Abby Freeborn. Bethan Ellis sets off for the run and has to scamper on back as Abby Freeborn just stands holding her bat aloft at the other end, having a bit of a stretch.
And this might be one for Claire Jenkins as well, but there was also an inquiry made if Freeborn does get to 3 figures, how many Spark Centurions we have. Now, to start the list, I'm sure Hypercourse will probably have the definitive list, and I'm sure they'll be listening and be able to get back in touch with us, because they seem to manage to listen to 4 feeds at once. But if you are nodding off, Hypercourse, wakey, this is the challenge. How many Spark Centurions have we had? I know Eve Jones got 100 in 2022, 100 not out. No, in fact, it was 115 in the first Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and then 100 in the second edition. And then 91 and 84 have been her best scores in the years afterwards. I know Abby Freeborn got the one against Sunrisers last time out, but if there are any others we're missing from our list, 163, highest score in the competition, you're right. I forgot, because she was an England international.
As Maddie Villiers is in, and Bethan Ellis sweeps, and it's up in the air. It's going to land safe, and it's misfielded by 2 fielders out there on the deep wicket boundary, and that's another 4 to the total, and another 4 to Bethan Ellis, who moves on to 21.
Thank you for getting us back to the cricket there, Georgie. But yeah, if people didn't hear what Claire was saying there, Amy Jones, me and Claire watched her get her 163, which is the highest score in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. So that
played off the back foot by Bethan Ellis, and there's a diving bit of footwork by the bowler Maddie Villiers. We talked about her being a footballer earlier. Doesn't quite keep it out, maybe not a goalkeeper there. And they come through for the 1 run.
So Amy Jones's, I will look up, but that was against Western Storm, I think in year 2. So that's 3 Centurions we've named for Sparks. If there are any others we've missed off our list, though.
It's just found the edge there from Abby Freeborn, and there's a hoo-hoo from behind the stumps as it's fielded at fine leg.
At Mike Polly P, at 121, as in the figures, and then INTERV coach.
Is in again, full toss. Not quite given the treatment by Abby Freeborn, but they'll come through for the 1. It's fielded out at long on.
So
she moves on to 92.
So that's at 121 interv coach for Claire Jenkins, as in 1-to-1 interview coach.
Again, just worked into the leg side by Bethan Ellis for the 1. So Freeborn on strike. 91 to her name. And still 1 delivery to come in this over. Down on 1 knee, that big stride out, works it into the leg side. She picks up 1, and she will retain strike for the beginning of the next over. So she moves on to 92. The end of 42 overs, Central Sparks 171 for 5.
So yeah, me and Claire will try and keep an eye on our mentions for any Centurions you remember. And of course, Georgie Heath is at...
Georgie Heath 27.
So Georgie Heath at Georgie Heath 27, at Mike Polly P to get in touch with myself, and at 121 interv coach for Claire Jenkins. As I say, any Spark Centurions we've missed, we've got Amy Jones, Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn so far. If there are any others, let us know. Of course, there's another one I can think of, but it wasn't in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It was in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and it was against Vipers, in fact. So that's quite an achievement in itself. But yeah, as I say, get in touch and we'll reveal a hopefully definitive list, because I haven't planned this, but what is hopefully a definitive list in the second half.
Well, Grucock has changed ends, and Abby Freeborn just takes that on the half volley and comes through for one. So she moves on to 93. And also, if you're bored later, or if you're not bored, or between innings or anything, go and have a listen to Women's Cricket Chat. Give it a follow on Twitter as well.
Very good. Very good.
On Spotify and all your podcast providers.
It is well worth a listen, though, Women's Cricket Chat. Superb production value, I thought, from the 2 episodes I listened to on the way down. It's
I actually
really
was catching up
your
on the
game
Archers on the
were
way here
you?
because I'm a middle-aged person.
Oh.
Yes, I was getting a bit annoyed. It's a bit
They
annoying
do play
at the moment.
cricket in that sometimes, though.
They
so
have
that's
been
fair
recently.
enough.
There's been a lot of women playing cricket. And Ellis plays that nicely off the back foot. It's fielded by Griffiths, and there is no run. Comes round at point. Yeah, it's been quite good. Lots of women playing cricket in the Archers.
There was a bit of a controversy, wasn't there? Some guy's phone got smashed or something, and
yeah.
there was a big hoo-ha.
And that's just worked into the leg side by Ellis. Picks out the fielder again, no run. Oh yeah, George. He's having a bit of an argument with Hannah because they don't like each other, and she hit the ball and it hit his phone, and he's blamed her, but actually she's so rubbish she couldn't have hit the ball there anyway. She tried. Anyway, Bethan Ellis, not rubbish, just works that nicely into the leg side off her hip. Again, no run.
So I've just, to divert us back to cricket that's actually happened rather than on the
You
on
say
the
Ambridge
Archers.
cricket team, is it real? What about when they played Darrington? And down on one knee, Ellis goes for the sweep, and it beats the diving fielder, and that is going to be another 4 to Ellis's name and another 4 to the total. And I am wrong, it was Abby Freeborn, so she moves on to 97.
Oh no, it was definitely Alice. Well,
Yes,
that was
it
interesting.
was
The
Bethan
little
Ellis.
arrow was next to Freeborn. Sorry, my fault. And 97's gone on the board, which confuses me slightly. It was definitely Alice.
Again clubbed into the leg side by Bethan Ellis. So a little bit of confusion here, because I think Abby Freeborn
Is on 93.
Is on 93, not 98.
I agree with you, but that might make this next little bit of commentary a bit complicated. I hope somebody can alert the scorers, because Ellis definitely hit those last 5 runs, but they've gone against Freeborn's name. So we will... It's quite difficult, because on your screen she's going to go past 100 here, and I'm not sure that's correct. I hope it is going to get corrected before anything goes to...
so she's now gone down to 97.
And she'll go to 93 in a minute,
But
and
she
they'll go on to
is
Alice.
actually on
Somebody's
93.
alerted the scorers, I think.
And she's not on strike.
And there we go. Alice has got the runs back.
Okay,
So
there
thank
we
you,
go.
everybody. Thank you, everybody. I know we're slightly behind you as well on the pitch. Right, we're all where we should be. Alice has 28. She has the strike. Freeborn is still on 93, still in those nervous 90s. I've also looked at the Amy Jones innings against Western Storm. Unbeaten 163 as the Sparks posted 295 for 7. Seem to remember her being dropped 3 times before she got to 100, including by England captain Heather Knight in that innings. But by gum, did she make the most of it that day. She was absolutely fantastic. Oh, she was fantastic that day. That's me old man coming out, because he's from Yorkshire. But no, it was a fantastic game of cricket, and won by Central Sparks by 41 runs in the end at Edgbaston that day. So 3 Centurions we've named so far. Are there any others we've missed? Freeborn, Amy Jones and Eve Jones.
We've gone back to a bit of pace. It's very short, and no ball signalled by the umpire.
Yeah, whether it was a no ball or a wide didn't really matter. It's 1 more to the total. Well, I suppose it does in the... Is there going to be a free hit here for this one? They're just conferring and just signalling that no ball to the square leg umpire as well. I've certainly not seen a free hit signal here, but I think it is for any no ball. And that's why it does matter whether it was given a no ball or a wide. Actually, I was going to say it doesn't matter, because it was both wide and and over the head, but they've gone for no ball here. Ellis is just, I think, slightly confused the way we are in terms of was looking around there to know whether it's a free hit.
Hancock in, Ellis chips this up and it will land short, and there's a chance of a run out. Grace Scrivens coming round at mid-off, and Ellis scampers through for the one. So Freeborn on strike. She is on 93, facing up to Hancock, gone back to the pace again. So Abby Freeborn sitting on 93.
Sorry for the intake of breath there, but the tension just got to me for a moment. It's just...
Freeborn faces up, bat raised. And that's up in the air. Is it going to land safe? What a diving catch! Well, that puts an end to it. Maddie Villiers, there is not a better fielder in the game on the field that Abby Freeborn could have picked out there. Unlucky for her, she doesn't quite make it to the three figures. Maddie Villiers diving forward. She's not tall, but she made the stretch. And Freeborn, she has to go, looking to try and finish in a little bit of style as she was trying to head to that three figures. What a grab that is from Maddie Villiers and Abby Freeborn. She has to depart for 93, but she has brought sparks back into this game.
As good as you'll see anywhere, and Freeborn is out, 493, superbly made innings. Claire Jenkins, that's probably one in your column for the commentator's curse, given we were talking about the three figures as much as we did, but I don't think it did affect Abby Freeborn. I think she just was late in the innings, trying to move this board along, trying to get sparks up past that 200 mark. Last time she made 100 in a losing cause. If she makes a 93 in a winning cause, she'll be quite happy with that. Brilliant to be having more than 800 of you watching it, more than 230 getting up towards 240, hitting the like button as well on the Central Sparks YouTube page. We're also on the Worcestershire YouTube page, so make sure you're doing the same there on the County Cricket Club's page, who are hosting this game, and also on the Facebook page as well, because that was a fantastic bit of fielding from Maddie Villiers, throwing herself forward deep mid-wicket, and Freeborn is now out. But Emily Arlett comes in, who we know can hit a clean ball in the last 10 overs.
Yeah, back in the side today, Emily Arlett. Well, Abby Freeborn really dragged them out of a pretty deep hole today. Central Sparks knows she's not got the three figures to her name, but she did a mighty fine job as Arlett faces up and just defends that back straight up to mid-on.
Well, she walked in second ball of the match, of course, when Eve Jones was out, and you can usually, with Eve Jones, I say it's never happened before, you could probably rely on maybe not having the leg guard strapped on just quite yet, or, you know, your favourite jumper. You can still sort of be rooting through your kit bag when Eve Jones is batting, because you expect her to be out there for a little bit of time.
And Hancock in again, right arm over to Arlett, and that's chipped up in the air. Backward point comes round. Can't get round there, the sweeper, and that is a nice way to get off the mark for Emily Arlett with a 4.
Yeah, perhaps better known for her bowling, Emily Arlett. 33 Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy wickets now to her name. But, as I say, she can hit a clean ball. She's a Worcestershire cricketer as well. So, for those watching on the Worcestershire County Cricket Club page, this is one of your own. And, as I say, she's useful with the bat, although it will be her exploits with the ball that will potentially really swing the direction of this game.
She faces up. Little lack of footwork, but works it into the leg side, scampers through for the 1. Looked like trying to come back for the second. Bethan Ellis not even making eye contact, has no interest in going back for a second.
It's fair enough. She's made a decision. She's made a decision, hasn't she?
So score on the board, 184 for 6. Last wicket to fall was that of Abby Freeborn. And Ellis faces up, and that's found the outside edge along the ground, and it's rebounded off the knee of the fielder at backward point, and they do well to come through for the 1. And that closes out the 44th over, 185 for 6 on the board. Ellis moves on to 30, and Emily Arlett just come in to replace Abby Freeborn. She's on 5.
And it was an over which saw the departure of Freeborn for 93, 145 balls, 163 minutes, 12 fours before she was caught by Villiers off the bowling of Hancock. Word for the overseas Hancock as well. I nearly said it a few balls before Freeborn departed when she came on to strike that actually this is what Hancock's in the team for, isn't it? She will pride herself on. She's a Women's Big Bash League finalist back at the back end of 2023, and she will pride herself on taking wickets like that, and she's done the job for the team. And it just feels every time Sparks look like getting into the game today that Sunrisers just take back the initiative. It's going to be Grucock to bowl the 45th.
Yeah, back to spin from the railway end. Am I correct in that?
Railway end, yes.
Railway end.
Well,
Grucock.
so I'm told anyway.
So
That's
you're
what
told.
I've been told, so
We'll
let's
just
go
all
with it.
use it. Continuity between us. Use of the feet there by Ellis, and there's both of them sort of poised as if they're going to go for the run, but fielded by the bowler off her own bowling. And she's already back, ready to go again. She's quick through the overs, Grucock. And Ellis looks to sweep and it sort of misses everything past the Amara car, and the sweeper comes round and cleans up.
Must have just got a bit of bat, mustn't it, on the way, because there was no signal there from the umpire. Grucock has bowled 8 overs, 43 for none so far before this over that's just begun, so that'll be her 44th run conceded.
She's in again with that sort of bent over action. Doesn't keep herself very tall, and that's just worked up to wide long on by Arlott. Comes through for the one. Yeah, interesting. She's not a tall figure, but she sort of hunches over in her action as well, Grucock. So there's not a lot of height as she delivers. Ellis going for the reverse sweep and looks annoyed with herself that it's not.
Bizarre stroke that, wasn't it, given it was pitched outside the leg. I think that'd be a free hit over mid-wicket, really.
Well, she's on the back foot, chipped up in the air. Fielder takes the catch. Good effort, diving catch at extra cover at mid-wicket even. And there's another Sparks wicket to fall as Esme McGregor with the tidy hands. They've been good in the field. Sunrisers taken their catches when they've needed to.
Yeah, I just feel every time Sparks have looked like they might move ahead in the game, Sunrisers have come back and taken the initiative. Great catch from McGregor there that you've just seen on the replay. Diving forward. Wasn't quite as spectacular as Maddie Villiers in the previous over, which may prove more important in the context of the game, but Sparks now, they've got to get 200. And I think, Georgie Heath, if I'd said to you, right, Eve Jones is going to get 0, Chloe Brewer's going to get 0, but you're still going to score 200 runs, you'd probably have taken that as Sparks.
Yeah,
but they're not there yet, of course.
Not there yet. There is time. Still 5 and a bit overs to go. Yeah, at the beginning when they lost those 2 very early wickets and then they just couldn't get going. That partnership, they were struggling. The pace at the top, the bowlers really had the squeeze on, and the run rate was, when you first came on to commentary, at 1.4 I think they were going, and it really looked like it was going to be a difficult day out in the middle for Sparks. And yes, it has been difficult for some of them, but Abby Freeborn alongside a nice little input from a few of her teammates has really helped them get back into this game. That's played off the back foot, straight back up to the bowler on the bounce. And that closes out the 45th over. Rhea Fackrell joining Emily Arlott in the middle. So at the end of 45, Central Sparks 187 for 7. And it'll be Mr. Perkins to see you through with the ball by ball.
Yeah, I'll
for the
see us
final
home.
5.
I'll see us home for the first half of this game, the first innings of this game. I keep saying half, it's because we're still, it's sort of weather-wise still felt like football season, frankly, hasn't it, in the early part of the year. But the
You're
first
just
innings of
expecting
this
a
game.
Bovril or something.
Well, yeah, not today. I mean, the sun is out. We're into May. The summer is here. Let's settle into it now, I think. But really impressive over from Hancock, previous over, getting the top score of the innings. Freeborn has really held things together for her team. Now they just need a little bit of last 5 over hitting, but they've only got 3 wickets left with which to do it, the Central Sparks. Up against the Sunrise, who've won 5 out of the last 6 in this competition. Only loss was at Old Trafford to Thunder, as that one's clipped onside of straight, no run. Easily fielded in the end up there by Gardner, who did come on and bowl spin, so she definitely doesn't bowl seam anymore like she did when you were a child playing alongside her.
Back when I was young, back in the day. Yes.
But I mean, I've definitely seen her bowl quick before, but they've gone for Esme McGregor today, and it's worked out reasonably well, as that took a little bit of bat on the way through. I think it was sort of bump-balled through to the wicket-keeper there by Arlott, who was swishing at it. And as I say, can hit a clean ball, but she maybe is going to wait another couple of overs before really going for it. Sort of, maybe if they get to 3 overs to go with 3 wickets in hand, she'll sort of try and clobber a couple over the fence. But at the moment, I think it's about bat on ball and just getting up to that 200 mark. As Hancock bowls to Arlott, who drives nicely, sweetly. Is it going to beat the fielder? Tumbling dive, and it looks as if it's been an unsuccessful one, and it'll roll away for 4 runs, and 4 very important runs indeed. 191 for 7. Sparks approaching that 200 mark, which feels absolutely vital at this point. And particularly given what we've seen happen in the competition so far this year, we've seen teams fall away to scores of less than 150. So actually to lose 2 wickets and hold it together is something of an achievement, I think.
What if I told you, Mike, that I have located a photo of
Joe Gardner and
said
Georgie
hair,
Heath again?
and also Rachael Heyhoe Flint, the time she awarded us our national title.
Hancock to Arlott, top edge, high in the air. Who's underneath it? Amara Carr, the wicket-keeper, takes the catch. Absolutely safe as houses from Amara Carr. She practices those all day on the training ground. She takes the catch off Nick Hancock, who's come back well, having bowled a miserly first spell. She's picked up 2 wickets in this latest spell. And now the Sparks 191 for 8. And for me, Georgie Heath, that wasn't the best shot from Arlott. I think having got the boundary, she could have just... Well, maybe she was trying to knock it around and just got the leading edge, but I think she could have just played a bit of bat-on-ball cricket there.
Yeah, not the smartest decision, especially she's sort of one of the last... You sort of call her an all-rounder to come in. Now we really very much are into the bowlers at the end of this Sparks line-up. And there's still 4 and a bit overs to go, you might hope. As I remove a ladybird from Mike's shoulder. You did wonder why I was just giving you a flick there. Keeping you awake.
That ladybird's been following me for years.
Oh, she's gone now, sorry.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Well,
Just
it was going to happen.
away the ladies.
It was going to happen at some point. As the new batter walks to the crease here, and there's a brief conversation, but really good bit of bowling from Hancock. Scores elsewhere. Northern Diamonds 149 for 7. So Sparks getting a better total on the board than the Diamonds are at Scarborough against the Blaze. That's another outground as well, so that's maybe quite a good comparison. Thunder have fallen away a little bit in their innings to 199 for 8. They've got an over and a ball left of that innings against the Southern Vipers, and 152 for 2, the South East Stars, very much looking the dominant team in this competition as Hancock comes into bowl to the new batter, who is Potts, and she's just squeezing a sort of defensive drive into the offside. There is no run on offer. Seren Smale on 98 for Thunder going into that final, well, with 4 balls left of the innings. So she'll be hoping to get to 3 figures, and she's been the mainstay there in the same way that Freeborn has been the mainstay in this game between the Central Sparks and the Sunrisers in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Both these sides will be wanting a trophy because they haven't had one before, as that's driven up and a tumbling stop by the captain Scrivens prevents another run being scored, and it remains 191 for 8. We've had 46 overs of the innings. Georgie Heath, your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts firstly is that, Mike, you're going to have to hold yourself in when you want to laugh at these photos of myself and
okay,
Joe Gardner.
is it a
when
belter?
I bring them to you later.
Is it a belter?
They're a bit blurry.
We're not doing it on air then?
Well, they're a bit blurry because I didn't pay for them, so they're the ones that have got a bit of print across the front. But there are some good ones in there, and I'll have to share them later.
Let's save that for the second innings then. Keep people in suspense.
Very young Catherine Siver-Brunt, seeing as this was 2011. It must have been 2010. Might have been 2010. but a
I
very
mean,
young.
Catherine Siverbrunt had already won an Ashes by then, I think. She won it in 2005.
This was the Catherine Siverbrunt days.
Grucock bowling and flicking is Fackrell, and flicking well up to mid-on, gets one. Nice solid shot that actually from Fackrell.
This was Catherine
192 for eight.
Siverbrunt, bleach blonde hair, fake tan days.
Right, okay.
These-
Yes, it is, and that is some haircut, Georgie.
Yes, that was in the middle of me trying to not have to say I am a girl anymore, growing it out at this time. So, one of those.
Here comes Grucock again, railway end, right arm over the wicket, leg spin, and clipped back by Potts for no run.
Wait till you see Joey Gardner's.
Is her hair even more remarkable?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Iconic, you could even say.
We'll save that bit for the second innings then. The great reveal as that one's pushed down the ground on the drive. Scrivens there with the fielding. Another one to the total, 193 for 8. Thank you for joining us on the Central Sparks YouTube stream, the Worcestershire County Cricket Club YouTube stream, and the Worcestershire County Cricket Club Facebook page. Mike Perkins, Georgie Heath with you, and Grucock is bowling to Fackrell. He's flicking again, another nice solid drive down to mid-on. Villiers there, who just always seems to be in the position where the ball gets hit for the Sunrisers. 194 for 8.
She is everywhere, isn't she?
It's, you know, all of a sudden you see the ball getting hit hard to deep mid-wicket and she's there, and then it'll be cover in the next over and she'll be out there, and then she was there for the catch as well off Freeborn, as that one's pushed back by Potts, who's had 2 dots and a 1 here, so she'll be hoping for at least another 1 off this final delivery of the over from Grucock. It's into the pitch, it'll complete her spell, it's flicked away, out to backward square leg, 1 run is taken, arrowed back in, and 195 for 8. Sparks creeping towards that 200 mark, and I think on a day of outground cricket, bar the game at Taunton where South East Stars started slightly late there after 26 overs. They're 159 for 2, continuing their good form in the competition. Elsewhere, the games that all started on time were all at outgrounds, and actually Sparks they're in the middle. Diamonds 157 for 7 with 7 overs left. Thunder 206 for 9. They've just completed their 50 overs. We'll see if Seren Smale got 100 in a moment. Sparks 195 for 8. So it's not a bad score, this. It's a score that could be a winning score, but they're going to have to bowl very well, which I suppose is their strength.
It's also not a bad score when you think about where they were early on in the day and how we thought we might be heading home very early.
Oh, I've seen some heartbreaking news for Seren Smale.
Where's she gone? Have you done it again?
But guess how she's gone?
Exactly the same way.
99.
Oh.
Run out by Southby, as this one is driven into the offside by Grace Potts. There's no run to cover. It was a nicely hit shot though, but a dot ball
Run
is
out
the
by
result.
Southby behind the stumps.
I presume she was trying to take a single off the last ball of the game and got run out doing so, as Potts clips just leg side of straight. No
as
run
long
on
as
offer.
she's not done a Johnny Bairstow and headed off down the wicket and been run out.
I don't think that's happened. I think she's tried to take a run to the wicketkeeper off the last ball of the innings. I don't know whether she's hit it or not. I'm sure they do at Wormsley, as that one's played away into the offside. That's a lovely shot between point and cover. There'll be 2 on offer from Grace Potts as it rolls smoothly across this well-cut grass here at Chester Road, Kidderminster, and another 2 to the total. So Sparks up to 197 for 8. And not far off that Thunder score of 206 for 9 in the other game, but heartbreaking in a way for Seren Smale, even though she's got her highest ever score. Her previous best was 94 against the Central Sparks, who are playing here against the Sunrisers, as that's pushed down the onside of straight, and there is no run on offer there for Potts, who hit a nicest shot of her innings so far, and may have even topped it with a nice little cut shot, and just getting on top of the ball there, running it away down towards the boundary. It still will only be 2 out towards the bus stand seating over there.
Well, they move on to 199, and I can't say that's something we ever thought they would really get to. I don't know how confident I was feeling early in the day. Those 2 early wickets and then inability to find the boundary and score runs.
Hit over the top here by Potts, and she'll pick up another single. It's been a profitable over for her I think she took 5 from it in the end. It brings up the Sparks 200, and they do it for the loss of 8 wickets. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I was quite, because I wasn't on in the first 10 overs. I was sort of fiddling around, just trying to check everything was sounding all right online and that kind of thing. So I maybe wasn't paying as much attention as you and Claire, but I probably wasn't quite as pessimistic. I thought they might get a score, but it would just always be the whole innings would be recovering, and Abby Freeborn did that, in fairness to her. And I think it shows how far the game's come, that teams do. They can be 0 for 2. Oh, sorry, it was 1 for 2, wasn't it? It was 0 for 1, 1 for 2, but they can recover from that.
I think I actually just got to this point in my life. Be pessimistic, and then you're never disappointed.
It's not a bad strategy.
Yeah.
Not a bad.
What is it? Expect the worst, and then
I don't know that phrase.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Always expect it to be worse, and then you're never disappointed, and things are always better than you think they're going to be. That's my theory.
There's definitely that. There's that business saying, isn't there, of don't overpromise.
Yeah.
Sort of. So if you under-expect, you're always going to be fairly happy with what you get.
There you go.
Now it's going to be Kopak to come back on. She has been, I would say, the pick of the bowlers, although Hancock, her opening bowling partner, has also been very good. 19 for 2 so far from Kopak, but that's going to put a little dent in those as it's driven out to Maddie Villiers at deep cover for 1 run. So 201 for 8 the score moves to.
Up to Maddie Villiers. Heard that once or twice today, haven't we?
Yep. As I say, she's always where. It's almost as if again, I think it's analysts getting involved in the game, but going, right, what's this player's strongest shot likely to be off this bowler? Let's put our best fielder there. And this over, they've clearly decided deep cover is where they need Maddie Villiers. In comes Kopak again. Bowls, and that one's driven offside of straight. Hancock there at extra cover picks up. They're happy to settle for 1. 202 for 8. Mike Perkins and Georgie Heath. Your commentary team here. Georgie Heath, the women's cricket content creator extraordinaire. The Women's Cricket Chat podcast, also commentates on Fair Break, and also the Rachael Flint Trophy as she is today.
Just can't get rid of me. I'm like a bad smell. But I'm everywhere.
I wouldn't say like a bad smell, but you are everywhere as Kopak comes in and bowls. This one is hit high, very high indeed. Now there is fielders converging, and that is a spectacular catch by Jo Gardner, given the sun, given the swirl of the ball, given the angle she was having to run on, and she has managed to hold on to that. I think she's hurt herself a little bit in the process. She underarms the ball back, looking almost as if she's been out for a hike and sort of fallen down a big hole or something and had to clamber back out. But 202 for 9 the score moves on to. It was hit very, very high in the air by Potts, trying to clobber it and get on with it in the later stages of this innings. And that was a very, very good catch in the end by Gardner. We've seen those drop before.
Yeah, she does really well as well, because she had 2 teammates sort of converging in on her, and obviously we can't hear them shout mine or whatever they're shouting, but it did look at one point, it was who is going to take this, because that could have been a collision course at one point. She did really well. Her leg sort of slipped under her, hat fell off, none of that bothered her. Does really well, and it's been the story of the day. They've taken their catches, the Sunrisers.
Again though, I mean, 9 balls now for Baker, who's got 3 wickets in her first few games of the Rachael Flint Trophy. 8 wickets in 3 matches in her first games of the trophy this year, but is primarily known for that bowling and not batting. They've given her 9 balls to bat at the end of the innings here. I mean, was it too early for Potts to play that big shot? A bit like it felt a bit early for Arlott to do it. Could they just waited another over and then gone? Maybe I'm being negative. We'll get Georgie Heath's thoughts after this ball from Kopak, which is delivered into the stumps and blocked away into the offside. Kopak getting Potts, caught Gardner off her bowling for 8 off 14 balls.
You know what, I don't mind them taking it on. It's just you've just got to pick the right delivery. They needed to try and accelerate something, just put something in at the end and give the bowlers a bit of confidence when they come back out after the change of innings.
3 for 21 for Kopak, who's bowled very well, picked up both the openers and now is trying to mop up the tail as another single is taken. The only thing that's slightly unusual is she's not going to bowl Kopak out here, which I'm slightly surprised by, as that single moves it on to 203 for 9. You would have thought they'd go, right, we're going to use every over she's got because she bowled so well at the top. And she comes again. red soles to the boots to match the red number 11 on the bat. That's a big shot into the leg side, and it's going to go one bounce and over into the plastic chairs. 4 runs hit and 207 for 9, and Fackrell is in no mood to wait for the final over there. And I think you're probably right, Georgie Heath, aren't you? I mean, it's the modern way to just to play your strokes and to try and get full value if you possibly can.
Yeah, and I think if you're coming in at the end of the innings like this and you're a bowler and it isn't your job to score the runs, you just come out, you sort of play freely, and then if you can take that sort of confidence, you know, Rhea Fackrell, she's come out, she's having a bit of a swing. She'll take that confidence when it comes into the next innings and be like, look, that's what I did at the end of that. I'm feeling good today. I've already been out a bit, had a bit of a hit, and take it into their fielding side, then it sort of works benefiting that as well as it does just adding bonus runs, because these are bonus runs. They're not there to be the run scorers. They're not expected to if you're right at the end like this. You know, Hannah Baker coming in at 11, whatever she gets is almost a bonus.
Facing up to Hancock now is Baker, and flicking into the leg side out towards backward square leg. She actually got it just in front of the umpire, so Villiers had to come in front of square to do the fielding. There's another single to the total, so they've gone past that Thunder total of 206 at Wormsley. They're now 208 for 9 here at Kidderminster are the Sparks, and I think they would have taken that at 1 for 2 as they were in the early stages, with both openers out without scoring. And it's great to have more than 900 of you with us on the stream at the moment. We've had around about that for the entirety of the first innings, so do make sure you rejoin us for the second innings, where we'll try and get that full list of Sparks Centurions that we were talking about in the first half, as that one goes through inside the legs of Fackrell, between her legs and the stumps, and through to the keeper for no run. We will also endeavour to bring you the Joe Gardner photo, I think, in the second part of this game.
Say nice things and like and share and all those kind of things.
Yes, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. At least, I think my actual thumbs up are out of date, so let's hit refresh. At least 240 of you have done it. As down the ground comes Fackrell. That's a great shot. Away through mid-on, advancing down the pitch into the Masonic Lodge, and 4 more to the total. 212 for 9 it moves on to.
Yeah, they'll be feeling a lot happier than perhaps an hour ago, the Central Sparks. And this is just what they would have wanted at the end. Bonus runs, like I said, and Rhea Fackrell not hanging about, taking on this bowling that was keeping the top order batters so tidy and so humble and honest at the beginning.
Here's Hancock again, right arm over. From the pavilion end, it hits Fackrell, that one, who, having hit the previous one for 4, was looking to baseball this over the onside, but didn't get much of a connection. Wonder what.
I heard a bit of a ooh as
yes,
a hitter as well.
I think it did hurt, that one. I wonder what Freemasons are like at giving cricket balls back if you do keep hitting the ball down there. I assume they'll be pretty good at it. Just pop out the door, throw it back to the fielder. In comes Hancock and delivers right arm over the wicket. Fackrell driving down the ground. There's going to be 1 on offer. Fackrell very quick between the stumps. Less of a concern for Baker, who just sort of had to jog through. 213 for 9. I mean, they lost the game with, I think it was 226 on the board last time they played Sunrisers. They lost by 4 wickets, as tough as is awake all of a sudden for the end of the innings. But I think Sparks will be quite happy with this as a total at the moment.
I think they would, especially how the day started and being put into bat.
So, final ball of the innings coming up. We'll run you through the card, and then we'll go and get some lunch, and we'll probably get a thought from Georgie Heath as well. Last ball is going to be caught just about at short third. It's McGregor there with the catch, and that brings the Sparks innings to an end. They're all out for 213. We will just dip the effects, Mike, ever so slightly, because the roller is firing up to our left-hand side. But Georgie Heath, just a very quick thought on what you make of that as a total.
Yeah, well, actually, I think it's going to be quite a competitive total. Sparks will be confident. They'll think, hopefully, they can take some early wickets in the same way the Sunrisers did today. But obviously, they struggled early on. They recovered really well. And actually, it's got up something quite competitive. 2-1-3 on the board. And a lot of that thanks to one really big innings from Abby Freeborn. Well, if they can prevent a Sunrisers batter from having an innings like that, they're going to feel pretty good, actually, Central Sparks. Someone like Em Arlett back in as well. We saw what she did early on in the season. Kept the Blaze pretty quiet. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be an exciting chase.
Well, thanks to Georgie Heath. We will bring her back in the second innings of this game and we'll get more thoughts. We'll also have more from Claire Jenkins. Just a very quick run through the card then. Eve Jones was out for the first ball of the match. That left it 1-0 for obvious reasons then. She was caught, by the way, by Mara Carr off the bowling of Katie Kopak, who repeated the trick by getting Chloe Brewer from the second ball of the third over. So she had Chloe Brewer caught by Carr off the bowling of Kopak. Neither Jones or Brewer getting a run. The main innings of the game was Abby Freeborn, who made 93. She was first partnered by Courtney Webb, the Australian. Those two got it going with a partnership of 67. Grace Scrivens eventually catching Webb off the bowling of McGregor for 28. Then Davina Perrin came to the crease. She was out caught again by the captain Scrivens off the bowling of Gardner for 15 off 22 balls. Then Katie George was out. She made 7 before being caught by Dowse off the bowling of Gardner. Faced 8 deliveries in that knock and hit 1 4. Then Bethan Ellis came to the crease to try and progress the total along with Abby Freeborn. It was Freeborn who was out with the score on 179. She made 93 off 145 balls in 163 minutes and hit 12 fours. Ellis next to go with the score on 187. She made 31, caught by McGregor off the bowling of Grucock. Faced 35 balls in 40 minutes, hit 2 fours and a 6 in that innings did Bethan Ellis, so a useful contribution of 31. Then Emily Arlett, who had come to the crease, was out with the score on 191. She made 10, caught behind by Amara Carr. It was a real skyer off the bowling of Hancock, who had come back into the attack and removed both Freeborn and Arlett. Fackrell finished not out on 12. She lost at the other end. Grace Potts, who made 8, caught by Gardner off the bowling of Kopak. Kopak's third wicket of the day. And Hannah Baker was caught by Dowse off the last delivery of the innings for 2. That again off the bowling of Hancock. So both the opening bowlers, Katie Kopak bowling 8 overs, 2 maidens, 26 for 3. And Hancock also picking up 3 wickets for 34 runs. She bowled 10 overs, including a maiden. Maddie Villiers then 7 overs, no maidens, 35 for no reward. Then Jodie Grucock bowled her 10 overs for 49, didn't bowl a maiden but did pick up a wicket. Esme McGregor just the 1 wicket, 29 for 1, her figures off 6 overs, no maidens in there. No maidens for the captain Grace Scrivens either, who bowled 5 overs for 26, no wickets either for Scrivens. Gardner did pick up 2 for 13 in 4 overs, a very useful little bowling spell from her too. Do make sure you join us for the second half, the chase for the Sunrisers here at Kidderminster against the Central Sparks will be 214. do the first bar. No, I'll do the first one. And then I'll put it over to you, but you stay on. That's how it works. And then that'll end up with you and George will both end up doing that. Cool. both did 15 in the first half. Right.
Hello then everybody, welcome back to Chester Road, Kidderminster, where the Central Sparks have set a target of 214. The umpires are back out in the middle. The opening batters for the Sunrisers are there too. Scrivens and Douse, it looks like to me from this distance. And the Central Sparks are about to make their way out to the middle as well to chase this total of 214. It was built around Abby Freeborn's 93. Marvellous innings, fell just short of 100, but as we mentioned, Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire cricketer, sat alongside me. If we end up with Abby Freeborn not getting 100 like she did last time against Sunrisers, but unlike last time she ends up on the winning side, I think she'll be quite happy with that. The 93, a winning 93, is better than a losing 107 that she made last time.
Yeah, that was a real engine and anchor to the whole innings, because without that it would look pretty a rough target basically without that innings from Abby Freeborn, which was brilliant. It was just what they needed. As you said at the end, I think of the last innings was, if you'd given Sparks 214 as a target set after losing two early wickets and a wicket in the first ball of the game, I think they probably would have taken that from you. So, and they did well to bat right the way to the end, which they do. And then I think that speaks to what Georgie Heath was saying about that they're more all-rounders. I think in the women's game you do find that they will bat all the way down generally. So
yeah, you regularly find sort of somebody who's been making runs in the amateur game is in this sort of professional game now kind of batting 9, 10 or 11, and they certainly know which end to hold, as the likes of Fackrell, who got 12 not out, proved, as Arlott comes in to bowl the first ball of the innings, and it's not a wicket like the first ball of the Sparks innings was. In fact, it's a wide down the leg side, so it was none for one in the Sparks innings. It's 1 for none now in the Sunrisers innings, so certainly Sunrisers ahead on that count, but I think 214, that could prove to be a very competitive total. The chasers elsewhere in this competition we will bring you after this delivery from the tall Arlott, who is blocked back to her, and there is no run on offer. So Diamonds all out for 188 at Scarborough, so the Blaze will need 189 for their first win of the competition. It's probably a little mean to say, but given the way they've been batting, they perhaps won't get that 189, but we will see. They've certainly done their job with the ball. As we mentioned, the chase is 214. Vipers are 8 for 1 in pursuit of 207 to beat Thunder. That game being played at Wormsley, as this one is defended again back down the pitch to Arlott. It's another dot ball recorded by our scorers. And with 5 overs and 5 balls remaining in their innings, the South East Stars are 233 for 3. So they're playing, what, 39 plus 5, they're playing 44 overs in that one? Yeah,
I think it's
44 overs aside in that one, so they're still in the first innings there, as Arlott forces the left-handed Scrivens back into her crease. She sort of prods away into the offside. She's been in good form with scores of 63 and 46 not out so far in the competition, although played a very strange innings against Thunder where she just couldn't get going at all and ended up holing out at mid-off. But she's on naught, just assessing things so far. has a run to her team's cause. So another 213 of those required. It came off a wide. That was a better shot from Scrivens. Right up to mid-off where Fackrell was found. She returns to Freeborn, who must be feeling it a little bit, having to put the gloves on and go out there and keep Claire Jenkins.
Yeah, she must be really tired. I bet she had a big drink of tea at half-time.
So 1 wide and 4 dots to Arlett's analysis so far. Scrivens settling in, adjusting the gloves, looking around. And kind of insects buzz by our position. We've had our first butterfly of the season as that one flies through outside the off stump. A loose drive from Scrivens. That could have been a very similar downfall to the opening batters in the Sparks innings, because that could have very easily got a little thin whisper through to the keeper, but it didn't do so. And she survives with another dot ball to the analysis. 1 without loss if you're joining Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins on the Central Sparks YouTube stream, the Worcestershire County Cricket Club YouTube stream, and on the Worcestershire County Cricket Club Facebook page. I'm told 36,000 of you were with us in the first innings of this game, as this one's driven away, and it'll be the first runs off the bat, just squeezed out towards the boundary at cover point. There's going to be 2 runs on offer there, gratefully taken. Dowse returns to the non-strikers then, 3 without loss. Scrivens off the mark with 2. I have to say, I saw on the highlights of Sunrise's previous game a drive by Ariana Dowse through cover, and I would say, I mean, it's always an elegant stroke, the cover drive, but I would say she is one of the best looking shots I've seen in women's cricket.
Was it Volfart-esque?
It was all on the floor, full follow through, right through cover. Brilliant player, Ariana Dowse. She was the first ever Centurion for the Sunrisers, making that innings of 105 in the final game of the Rachael Heyhoe, penultimate game, second to last game of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy last year, and it was a beautiful innings, that one. And as I say, that cover drive is fantastic. She's a Sussex cricketer, and she's facing up now, ready to face the bowling of Grace Potts, who will be running in to deliver quick right arm over, and bowls a ball straight into the middle of Dowse's bat in orderly fashion. She's forward, but defensively, because she didn't have the width to get that cover drive out just yet.
Central Sparks are so well off for tall, fast bowlers. Yeah. They've even lent Ellie Anderson down to Western Storm, which I think is great, because you don't want you need points of difference with your bowling, don't you? And I think that'll be a good opportunity for Ellie Anderson, former under-19 England.
Although not too great for her, because she's gone at 7.8
economy
today. But she has picked up a wicket as Dowse is back into crease, and it's the second dot ball to be over, pushed back to Grace Potts.
You've picked that up from the other stuff, yeah. But I think it's good. You don't want to be sat on a bench, do you?
You want to be bowling, don't you? And maybe she's just getting loose, and also she's bowling at what I think have been the best side in the competition so far, the South East Stars. There's
a context, isn't there? I think
their only worry will be that they've sort of peaked a little soon, and maybe they won't be able to sustain it. But a lot of people thought that with the Blaze last year, and they kept it going right through the whole competition, as this one's bowled to Dowse, and it's a brilliant catch! Katie George, who dropped some in the first home game for Sparks at Edgbaston. She's taken an absolute stunner there, left-handed at round about, I'm not sure if she's gully or about fourth slip there. She's sort of in between the two, really, the gully and the slip region. She's taken it left-handed, and Dowse is out for naught. Caught another opening batter, the third opening batter out for naught in this game. Scrivens the only one to get off the mark, and Dowse is out, caught brilliantly by Katie George in the slip cordon at probably about fourth slip, going to her left, and she plucked that catch off the bowling of Grace Potts. Dowse is out without scoring, and well, Claire Jenkins, we've seen a fantastic catch from Maddie Villiers. Katie George has taken an even better one.
Yeah, and also somebody pointed out to us at lunchtime that we think all the wickets in the first half are all catches. We've got another catch. That was a brilliant catch. I mean, Katie George you generally think of as a deep fielder, so seeing her in, as you say, gully or sort of in the slips, but just literally just taking that only a matter of inches off the floor. It's a brilliant catch.
3 balls, 5 minutes, caught George bowled Potts. Dowse is out for naught. Lasted longer, I suppose, than Eve Jones, who didn't even register a minute on her. She registered 0 runs, 1 ball, 0 minutes in her innings, which is very unusual to see. to manage to get a 0 in the minutes at the crease column. But Ariana Dowse out in the second over of the reply. The chase is 214. So another 211 required for Cordelia Griffith, who comes to the crease. And of course it was the number 3 for Sparks, Abby Freeborn, who got the bulk of the Sparks runs and made a brilliant 53 at Edgbaston, a brilliant 93 today. Will it be enough? Well, if that evidence from Potts is anything to go by, the new ball is going to be difficult to negotiate and could well do the damage. And yeah, as Dave Bradley said to us there during the tea break, Claire Jenkins, who's a Worcestershire through and through, we've seen. Oh, and that's another chance.
They're going to have a
Slip.
run. It's going to be a run
It was
out.
a good length ball. It jumped off a length. It took the edge of the bat. And Eve Jones, I think, there just wasn't able to cling on. It went very, very fast. And Eve Jones, who again was another one of the guilty parties at Edgbaston dropping a catch, has dropped a much more difficult one today. It jumped. This new ball's going to be difficult. That was really a second slip catch, wasn't it? And Jones only got there because she was at 1.5. Did very well to get paws on it, really, and just couldn't quite cling on. But it's all happening. 4 for 1. They did get through for the single there. Griffith off the mark, but Potts is really staking her claim in the absence of Izzy Wong to be the opening bowler for Sparks here, just casually spinning the ball at the end of a run, as you're seeing there. But yeah, as I say, Dave Bradley's seen plenty of Worcestershire cricket over the years, is what I was saying. Noticed that it had all been caught in the first innings for Sparks, all the wickets. That one's driven on the floor, which is probably the sensible option at this point by Grace Scrivens. Straight at cover, no run.
Potts has been bowling really well. She against the Stars, she got 1 for 29 in 10 overs. She had the 2.9 runs per over, so she's great economy rate. Bowling some good stuff here.
Bowling quick as well. It's leaving the end of the fingertips at some pace at the moment.
Yep.
And she's on her way to try and do the same again. Delivers, and that one's just pushed into the offside. No run on offer on that occasion. Brings to the end the second over of the innings, and the score is 4 for 1, Claire Jenkins. And much like in the first innings of this game, it is all action.
It is all action. That was some brilliant bowling from Grace Potts to get those opportunities. And because last year in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, she took 18 wickets in 11 games, so she was doing well last year, but she'll be that bit stronger and fitter and more focused again, having had another winter of coaching, etc. And she made the England A team, so that will be a big confidence boost because she was out in New Zealand with them over the winter.
The voice of Claire Jenkins alongside myself, Mike Perkins, on the Central Sparks YouTube stream, as well as on the Worcestershire County Cricket Club YouTube stream and the Worcestershire County Cricket Club Facebook page. It's going to be Emily Arlett to bowl from the railway end of the ground. And we were saying previous over, it was sensible that Scrivens played it on the floor. I think probably Griffith was trying to play it on the floor as she has there to square leg for 1. Nicely prodded away that one, so that gets Griffith second run of the game. But I think for a first run of the game that flew in the air through slip, she was probably trying to hit that on the floor as well, just couldn't, because it was such a good delivery from Grace Potts.
These two have a bit of a reputation for run outs as well, so I don't know if Sparks are ready for that, but they certainly had a shy after that possible chance on the slips last over as well.
There's a slip around about 1.5. There's also a gully fielder in the form of George, who's taken a great catch already. It's flicked backward of square, this one, by the left-handed Scrivens. Takes her on to 3, 6 for 1 the total. Early stages of the reply, 214 the target here. And, well, slightly cloudy. Let's hope the rain doesn't have its say in this game. We don't.
Stay away.
Doesn't look threatening at this point.
Mm-hmm.
We should be done by around about 5:30, you would have thought, tonight, as Griffith is forward and just pushes to Davina Perrin at backward square leg. So hopefully we're going to get a full game, 50 overs aside, and we're going to find out by the end of this, Claire Jenkins, who is the side that deserves to be on top and deserves the points. I don't think it's going to be a bonus point win today.
No, possibly not.
I'll calculate exactly what the target is at some point during the innings as Arlett comes in and bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside by Griffith. No run. It's always 40 overs for the batting side. Varies for the bowling side exactly what they need to bowl their opponents out for, but certainly by the time I get back for the next stint, I will have calculated it. Who knows? I may even feel like doing it during
I don't
this.
do numbers.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
I'll leave you to that. I'll delegate that.
I'll do it when I'm not commentating ball by ball,
Yeah.
when you're doing that bit, as that one's pushed back down the onside of straight off the back foot to rear Fackrell, and there is no run on offer on that occasion for Griffith, who is settling in.
Sparks will want to keep a power play like Sunrisers did. Keep the pressure on in those first 10 overs.
I think, and I would like to check my workings,
Oh, yeah.
to use the old
Mhm.
GCSE paper phrase, as that one's bowled short and it's clapped away. Nice shot on the pull by Cordelia Griffith. Had to lean back slightly to direct it into the gap at mid-wicket, but did so well. He picks up 4 for it, and that's 10 for 1. First boundary of the innings, I think, there, Claire Jenkins.
Yeah, I
and
think
it's
so.
a nice one.
It sat up for her, didn't it? And just nicely smacked through square.
In fact, I know so, glancing at the scorecard. Griffith with the first boundary there, and I believe the bonus point target.
Yeah.
They would have to bowl Sunrise out for 171 in order to have the plus 1.25.
I think there'll be
but I would like to check my maths on that.
I think there'll be an eye on that. I know we're only early doors, and then there's a break for Charlotte Edwards Cup and the 100, and back in again in September. But I think there'll be an eye on those bonus points, because there's been some what would have looked unusual in previous seasons' results in terms of who's won what games. So I think those bonus points are going to be absolutely vital. Although we're going to have 2 semi-finals, aren't we? I don't think it's first through.
Potts bowling to Scrivens, drives off the back foot up to mid-off. There will be no run.
Previously, we've had the person the team that gets to the first slot go straight through the final, and 2 and 3 fight off an eliminator. But I understand this year we're going to have semi-finals in.
Yes,
both,
we're going to have
aren't we?
top 4 qualify for the semi-finals.
So
And
half the teams are going to go to
I
semis.
like that, because it keeps it alive for, even Blaze, who've lost their first
Yeah.
games. They're
got
still
half the
sort of
ti-
in
yeah.
it, you know what I mean? It's not a disastrous start. You can still get to halfway, as that one's forced away by Scrivens. Lovely shot. This is going to be her first boundary. Goes in front of square on the offside,
Nice.
and the aforementioned Dave Bradley's gone over to field it. Good footwork for Dave there. You will have just seen it on the stream, and a little bit of a Cruyff turn from him, in fact, as he picks up that ball that was hit for 4 nicely by Scrivens. If you just join us for the reply, the chase 2-14. Dowse was out without scoring, caught by George off the bowling of Potts. A brilliant left-handed catch.
Oh, diving. Lovely.
And Potts is trying to create the same sort of impact in this over too now. Scrivens has 7 though, having forced that previous delivery away for 4. And she clips this one into the leg side, but there's a fielder down at long leg. It's Rhea Fackrell who picks up and returns. And there's another 1 to the total, which makes it 14, well, in fact, makes it 15 for 1. It just ticks along, and the scoreboard, the orange telegraph-style numbering. In fact, it's sort of almost dot matrix-style orange numbering on the black scoreboard over our right shoulders.
We're in the matrix.
Got the more sort of fancy-dancy modern computer one on the far side. Full toss, hit away into the leg side. Baker does brilliantly.
Good stop.
Really good stop, tumbling away to her left-hand side. 8 wickets in 3 games for Hannah Baker so far this season. She'll be feeling good about her bowling, but she'll be feeling good about her fielding after that one. She's probably within earshot, so we'll make
Say
sure
nice things.
we don't embarrass her too much by praising her too much. But that was a great bit of fielding. 16 for 1 the score goes on to, just as it was a great bit of fielding from Katie George with that left-handed grab. A real sort of old-fashioned plucking catch and slip, wasn't it, when somebody almost like they're plucking a bit of fruit off the tree that they have no right to reach, as this one's driven by Scrivens, goes onside back past the bowler, but no run on offer again. Potts' length has been pretty decent bar the ball. She was forced off the back foot for 4 off where she dropped slightly short.
They talk about bowling.
area.
They talk about bowling in tandem, don't they? And the pace attack here from Potts at the one end and Arlott from the other. It's putting the squeeze on.
That's what it'll be about for the Sparks. It'll be about the squeeze and the wickets as well, as this one's defended by Scrivens. Up to mid-off again. Another over is complete. The ball returned to the umpire, as is the way in the modern game, by Chloe Brewer. 16 for 1 then. That's 4 overs we've had of this reply. Reminder, the target's 214. A reminder, my name's Mike Perkins. I'm alongside Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire and Somerset cricketer. We also have Georgie Heath from Women's Cricket Chat and just general women's cricket content creator extraordinaire, standing there with Tuffers behind us, and she'll be rejoining us around about the 10 over mark of this chase. So there'll be plenty to enjoy this afternoon, and there already has been in this innings with the catch from Katie George off the bowling of Grace Potts to dismiss Ariana Dowse for naught. Here comes Arlott, right arm over the wicket, railway end, in towards the body of Griffith, who was neatly back into a crease and took advantage of the slightly short length, although I think it was a good-ish length really. It was more footwork that created the opportunity to score there. Another single goes onto the board, 17 for 1. Claire Jenkins.
Yeah, nicely worked off the hip there by Cordelia Griffith. Very nice shot there, under control.
Classy batter is Griffith, as is Scrivens, although Scrivens has a more kind of, she can force it away like she did in the last over, and she drives that one. She's sort of got a bit more kind of power about her, and kind of grit and gusto, and just sort of getting stuck in. She's that kind of batter, and she's very effective. 1,111 nicely, all the ones coming into this game in terms of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy runs, although she's already added another 8 to that today. And she faces up again, having driven the last one for no run, and she blocks this one for the same result. No addition to the total, as a particularly flappy pigeon that was perched on top of the scorebox. Its mate, I think, is still just over there, but one of them's disappeared out towards the terrace houses that run along the road in the distance here at Kidderminster. Pavilion looking peaceful away to our left, and striding in comes Arlott, who bowls. That's driven firmly. Sweetest drive I think that Scrivens has hit off the front foot in this innings. It was slightly full of length from Arlott. No run again, 17 for 1.
Scrivens is just outside the top 10 in terms of this season's Rachael Heyhoe Flint. She's standing at 11th in the batting rankings. But
This
only 3 games in, of course.
So Farrant's top, of course, of that, I would imagine, coming into this game as Arlott bowls. It's short of length, and Scrivens has gone high, and one bounce away to backward square leg. For a moment it looked like Chloe Brewer at long leg might be interested, but that interest soon faded as the ball goes off towards a marquee just to the right of the pavilion.
First aid tent or something.
For a moment I thought that was going to be a 6 from Grace Scrivens, but it didn't quite go that far. Bounced once, 21 for 1 the score as a result of those 4.
Sweetly lifted, that shot.
Yeah.
It wasn't about brute force, that was about timing.
I think later in the innings she might have almost lifted a little bit further and used a little bit more power and hit the 6, but she didn't quite. Full this time from Arlott, driven into the offside. Fackrell picks up at mid-off, but Scrivens is quickly through for the 1. It is 22 for 1.
I think Scrivens is a bit like me, in as much as one could ever make a comparison of the two of us at all. But if I hit a ball to cover, I'm going for a run regardless of whether there's a run there or not. That's what that felt like. And I know a few seasons ago these two had a history of running each other out. I don't know if it's just because Scrivens hits.
They did in the previous game as well.
Yeah.
There was a mix-up, and there was a. It's interesting you say there's a history of it, because it did appear that way when I saw the reaction of the poor departing Griffith on that occasion, who I think was dropped and run and was sent back, and didn't seem too happy about it. I'll double check the details of that, just because I am going from memory on that one, but I'm pretty sure that was the case, that against the Blaze in the previous game Griffith did end up getting run out. So yeah, run out by Gammon for 5, as facing up is Scrivens, and drives into the offside. Claire Jenkins, I've nicked your ball.
You
off
have,
there.
but you did it so delicately.
Sorry, because I was distracted trying to check scoreboards and all that kind of thing. No, it was because I was trying to see if Griffith was run out last time, which she was off 12 balls, 1-4. Anyway, I'll let you get on with the commentary, and I will shut up for a moment.
Tall figure of Potts, far end, down the hill. There must be quite some sight coming at you. That is just played out to point, and there is no run. It must. The two of these are, the tall fast bowlers have got long arms. That must be some sight coming at you, full pelt. Long, lean figures of both bowlers, actually. Arlott and Potts.
Big news, I've calculated the bonus point on 3 occasions and got 171 as the total they have to bowl them out for on all 3 occasions.
Scrivens this time. Just dobs that down, and Katie George is another great stop. Not a catch chance, just a stop chance, and that was well stopped because I suspect that was going to be a couple of runs there. Although Hannah Baker's looking keen here down at long, sort of deep third.
Obviously on the opposite side for the left-handed
Yeah.
Scrivens, but even though it went on the floor, that had the appearance of the catch again, didn't it? The way she went to the
She's
sort of to
getting the edge,
inside,
isn't she? Yeah,
if you
Potts
like,
is bowling
with
to the
dive.
edge. Yeah. Banged in this time. Scrivens can only get up over that and just dob it down for no run. Just defensively.
So yeah,
2 for 1.
if Sunrisers make 172, there will be no bonus points for Sparks. But if they can bowl them out for 171, they will get a bonus point. But I think we're going all the way with this one. I think, you know what I mean.
I'm hoping it's going to be a close. Spectators and the neutrals who want to see a good game. Potts comes in. Scrivens places that towards cover point. They get through for 1. They're thinking about 2 because these two are keen. Oh, they nearly crashed into each other. Woo, got two there. So the score moves on to 24 for 1.
I don't see Sunrisers. Sorry, I was just going to say I don't see Sunrisers chasing this in 40 overs. I don't see Sparks bowling them out for 171. I think we have a really good chase of 214. I think that's a really kind of competitive score on this pitch.
It's going to be a good game, I reckon. Stick with us. Potts pumping her arms, coming in. Scrivens again nurdles that into the leg side. There's a fielder herring after it. They're going to get at least 2 here. Could be a 3, which is my. Think about it. They both put their hands up, so that's agreement. That's good. 2 more to the total. 26 for 1. That's the end of the 6th over also. So 26 for 1. Scrivens on 17 off her 25. Griffiths on 8 off 8. And the clouds, yes, I mean
they're there,
they're
aren't
there,
they?
but they're not threatening at the moment. And long may that continue.
If they could wait till maybe half past 6, half past 7, that would be lovely.
6-ish at least.
Because they're coming. There's rain coming at some point. It's just when it arrives, isn't it?
We don't want it to mess with the game. We don't want them to be looking all that Duckworth Lewis Stones. We've got a change of bowling here. We've got Katie George, I think. Yes, Katie George coming in from the railway end. That'll be left arm over to the right-handed Griffith. And just Griffiths surveying the field. Katie George banging it in down the leg side. There's an appeal, and that's given us a wide. We assume that that's the wicket keepers. They do tend to make a big appeal down the leg sides and trying to fox the umpires into thinking that it's not a wide. However, Ashraf is wise to that, as would be, I'm sure, Joe Ebertson at the other end. They're not going to be fooled by that wicket-keeper shenanigans. Katie George. In again and defended again. Another dot ball. Score remains 27 for 1. Oh, it's a no ball and a free hit. Talking of Naeem Ashraf, he's checking that front foot, so that's a front foot no ball for Katie George. We're going for free hit now. Field have to stay in the same positions because it's the same batter.
Where's she going?
It's a bow, I don't know.
Baseball, I reckon.
Yeah, leg side somewhere. Oh, big shot. 1 bounce 4. 1 bounce 4. 1 bounce 4. So making the most of that bonus ball there. It's Cordelia Griffith getting a 4 up and over the bowler's head. Straight down the ground, and they're looking for the ball now behind the sponsors.
Classy
boards.
Cricket stroke that actually.
Very nice.
It wasn't even particularly that she's sort of, went baseball and cleared the front leg and stuck the hip through. She actually just played a good proper straight drive over the top there, and it's cost Katie George 4 runs.
It has 32 for 1 into the 7th over, still in the power play. So only 2 fielders allowed outside the 25-yard circle. That's the women's game. The men's game has a 30-yard circle, and the numbers inside and outside of that circle are different, although the commentators don't seem to know the difference.
Do you think that will change, given the paces of bowlers seem to be going up, given the power of shots like that we're seeing?
I mean, the difference between 25 and 30 seems minimal, really. But
yes, you're right. I just wondered if they would go, they'd
I
make
think,
it uniform.
And there's the other argument about the boundary size as well, as George comes in and Cordelia Griffith works that into the leg side, and Potts comes in and does the field, and they get a single. 33 for 1. Yeah, I think it may be an inevitable fact that the boundary size will go out, and probably that 25-yard circle in the women's game will go to a 30-yard circle.
Because it's always a minimum boundary length, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't
think there's too much difference now in that between men's and women's cricket now.
And you've got pressure from sponsors and things to have more 6s and 4s.
Yeah,
However, it sort of demeans the women's game, really, not having shorter boundaries in some senses, as George comes in left arm over, almost falls over as she delivers that, but Scrivens works that to short square, and they get through for a single. 34 for 1.
I mean, I made the point that I almost don't mind it at the Women's Premier League, where it is all about crash, bang, wallop, bright lights, loud noises, all that kind of thing. It's kind of meant to be that like carnival of cricket. But I almost mind it more in a game like this, where it's meant to be about the development of skills and producing people for your international team. As I say, Women's Premier League, I don't mind if the boundaries are a little bit shorter.
No, Griffiths leaves that one, there's no run.
And it inflates the scores slightly as a result, because I sort of almost feel that's what it's about. It's meant to be this big carnival of cricket. It's meant to be, as I say, bright lights, loud noises, all that kind of thing, But here, I just never... There are those days we turn up and the boundaries are in. I don't think they are today, by the way.
No.
And you think, oh, well, why have they done that? This
doesn't
is about
help
developing cricketers.
Doesn't help the purists who just don't see it as proper cricket, if you want to. That's 4 runs to Cordelia Griffiths. Then the leg side. Yeah, I think it's for the purists, they will look at it and kind of think it's some shade of, not proper cricket if the boundaries aren't out. But for those people who listen to the commentary that we did at Edgbaston, I have a pretty simple rule about boundary size. It should be possible to run 3 runs somewhere on the boundary, and in which case then the boundary is at the right length, and that's depends on the conditions and how fast the outfield is, etc. as George comes in. So Griffiths, she knocks that up and over to mid-on, but there is no run, because it will vary in terms of how well cut and how hard and all the rest of it. That's the end of the over. 38 for 1. 5-0.
Sorry, I thought you were going to sneeze. I was trying to let you sneeze there.
I was just looking at the scoreboard. 38 for 1.
On many occasions, you were sort of making that noise if you were about to sneeze. So I was going to allow you to sneeze and do some talking for you.
I was just looking back at the scoreboard.
Ah, okay.
I will turn it down if I.
We have had a few sneezes today.
Yeah, so it's hay fever season. That's the problem.
Well, I don't suffer from it, and I've sneezed. So.
So you got no excuse, is what you're saying?
Yes, basically.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll stop with
7 overs down. 38 for 1. Scrivens on 16. Griffith on 17.
And the reason I'll stop wittering is because we've got a really good game of cricket on our hands. This is a really crucial stage of it, where we've got 2 new ball bowlers who are hitting their straps and hitting their length, and we've got 2 pretty good batters as well who've managed to pick up 38 runs, although George has come into the attack as well, so there's a little bit of mixing it around from Eve Jones.
Potts in. Scrivens just places that out through the point field, and it's going to go for 4 runs. It is beautifully played shot. No thump in there at all. It was all timing and style through the point region, and they move on to 42 for 1, so approaching that first milestone, Mike, of 50.
Yeah, if you showed 6 balls of how Scrivens batted at Old Trafford versus 6 balls of how she's batting here, you would think they were entirely different cricketers.
She looked a bit like she was forcing it. I only saw a little tiny bit of that game. She just looked like she was trying too hard almost. I know that sounds ridiculous, but
Yeah, she just couldn't get. She made 9 of 46 balls on 4, and I think that was a bit of a duff over the top, which was eventually what got her out at mid-off.
Potts right arm round. Scrivens works that to short square, but there's no run.
And there was no timing, there was no nothing. Whereas today, that shot there and the back foot forcing shot, the 2 square of the wicket shots on the offside have been absolutely perfectly timed. And it looks like in the innings of 63 and 46, she was like that as well. Clearly a classy operator. You don't score 1,000 Rachael Flint Trophy runs if you're not. But I mean, as I say, just very strange innings at Old Trafford.
Yeah, Scrivens meets that, sends it straight to the cover fielder for no run.
I don't know if it was the fact they were chasing 293 and it was such a big total, and she sort of felt she had to go after it a bit more. But who knows?
It'd be interesting to know, because some players play better when they're captain, don't they? And some.
I think Scrivens is one of those.
And yeah, you want that if her promise is to be fulfilled, as Potts comes in from the top end. Oh, Scrivens has a waft at that. Oh, it's a drop catch, we think, but it's going to get picked up on the boundary there, and they're going to get through for 2.
Definite drop from Abby Freeborn going away to her left-hand side to the left-handed Scrivens. It was on the line of first slip, but it was definitely a keeper's catch, and I just don't think she got her feet across. I mean, she's made 93 today. You can forgive her somewhat, but
little feather there, wasn't it? Yeah.
She's obviously trying to stand close so she gets the chance, but it was almost as if it got there a bit quick for her.
She was reaching a bit far with that shock. Scrivens doing better off.
That's 2 chances down now. That could be very costly for Sparks.
Could be.
One from Eve Jones, one from Freeborn.
Potts in. Scrivens plays that beautifully. It's 4 runs again. That was almost a replay of the shot that she played in earlier. Was it the same over? Certainly through the.
It was the same bowler.
Another 4 to the total, and that takes us to 48 for 1. So just tithering on the edge of that 50. First milestone for Sunrisers. They want to tick that off as they search for that. They need 166 runs. So, some discussion between captain and bowler.
So Scrivens was dropped on 24. I think that's probably worth writing down in the 8th over.
Potts, elbows flying into Scrivens. Comes forward but doesn't really get hold of that and shouts no run. And there is no run. And that's the end of the over. So that's 48 for 1 are the Sunrisers. At the end of 8 overs, Scrivens on 28, Griffiths on 17. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire and Somerset player, Mike Perkins, and also you will hear the voice of Georgie Heath from Women's Cricket Chat. ICC tournaments, fair break, just about everywhere on women's cricket and other sports.
Good CV, that woman.
She's
Good
big in
CV.
lacrosse and stuff as well.
So this is a partnership of 45, but both batters have been dropped. Griffith first ball, and now Scrivens on 24. That feels costly to me, but we will see.
Central Sparks captain Eve Jones having a long word with Katie George as she comes up. Left arm over the wicket to Cordelia Griffith, who leaves that one. There is no run. You're watching the Central Sparks YouTube channel or the Worcestershire County Cricket YouTube channel or the Worcestershire County Cricket Facebook group. So please, whatever way you're watching it, please press the thumbs up, give some reaction, join the discussions.
As we say, 36,000 of you with us across the platforms in the first half of this game. So.
Great news. George de Griffiths comes forward and defends that. There is no run. Straight back to Katie George.
36,000 views anyway, so thank you for all being there. We really do appreciate it.
I must say that's changed over the years. The last couple of seasons. So 2 seasons ago, the commentary that I just looked at, just had a quick look through. the games that I did over 20,000 were watching 2 seasons ago. Last season, over 30,000 every game that we had. So I'm hoping for another leap there, so get your friends to watch. George comes into Griffith, plays that into the leg side. Ria Fackrell running round, and they get through for a single. 49 for 1 into the 9th over, so just a few more balls left of the power play where there is restrictions on the fielding, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the 25-yard circle in the women's game during the power play. Sometimes that feels like a disadvantage to the... It's supposed to be an advantage for the batting team, but it feels like a more of a disadvantage.
It can do when the bowlers are hitting
side.
good lines and lengths, can't it? It can be very tough.
Scrivens just strokes the ball straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. Waiting to tick off that first milestone are Sunrisers, who won the toss and elected to bowl first. Put Central Sparks into bat. Central Sparks being the West Midlands team.
Mind that chase 214 today then for the Sunrisers to beat the Sparks.
George to Scrivens, who just reaches out for that one, almost hockey style, and plays it to deep third, and they get through for a single, so that 50 up. And we're going to have a ripple of applause for the 50 up? Possibly not.
Quite.
It's
they didn't
free.
take the cue there,
No,
did
they didn't. They didn't. They weren't listening to me. It's free to enter, so if you are near Kidderminster, come down and join us. Come and watch this game, because this is, as Mike said, it's going to be an exciting game, we think.
Yeah, Sparks just need a breakthrough at the moment, don't
Yeah.
they? This partnership just looking a little bit dangerous. It's came together with a score on 3, so they're just short of making it a 50 partnership, having passed the 50 mark for the team.
George to Griffiths, who plays that forwards, but straight to Arlott at mid-off, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. So Sunrisers are 50 for 1 off 9 overs, 1 more over the power play. Of course, these teams next season will be Warwickshire and Essex.
And actually, that's why it's been so good at Worcestershire County Cricket Club to put on a stream of this quality and to put it on their main YouTube channel as well as the Central Sparks one.
Great sport.
Because, you know, they clearly support women's cricket and they've enjoyed having the Sparks, and it's nice to have the Sparks for one more season on both clubs, on both Warwickshire and Worcestershire's channels, because it's represented the whole region, this team.
Potts to Scrivens, who plays a glorious drive and just leans on it. That's 4 runs to Grace Scrivens. Just lent on that one, all timing and style. Threw mid off there. And
That
the
is
score
the 50
moves up.
partnership.
Yeah, the 54 for 1.
But I mean,
Beautifully played. Just check drive.
I mean, just
Some
coming back to
long
that previous point,
yeah.
the issue has been the identity of these teams, hasn't it? It's quite hard to explain what the Central Sparks was. So that's why they've taken the decision to go back to counties.
Yeah.
But the hope will be that, you know, Worcestershire potentially for 2029 maybe can get a team together.
Scrivens wafts at one, and there is no run.
And more importantly, because they obviously do have a team at the moment, and a pretty decent team in the kind of the competition that happens between Worcestershire, Warwickshire, Shropshire, Staffordshire, the kind of the West Midlands
Wales,
competition, Wales as well. They, you know, they do have that team, but it's also putting the bid together as well, and things like putting on a stream of this quality will help, and it's then about just getting even shares of facilities and all that sort of thing.
That was straight to the point field, and there is no run. I mean, Worcestershire also, they have produced quite a lot of the Sparks players, so there is a history of Worcestershire players playing for Sparks.
Yep.
But it's the
chiefly among them.
Yeah, it's the understanding from outside side, isn't it? Because if you've got a double header, Warwickshire, you know, if people are going there, they wouldn't necessarily know who Central Sparks were. That's played again to the point region, but Davina Perrin does a dive and doesn't manage to stop it. And Bethan Ellis goes running after that one, and they get through for a single. Scores 55 for 1.
Right, I am going to depart. I'm going to allow Georgie Heath to come into the commentary position. Claire Jenkins will continue with the ball by ball and then hand it over to Georgie, and I'll see you later in the afternoon.
See you later, Mike. Have a nice cup of tea. Sun's coming out here now at Kidderminster. It's free to enter, so if you're in the area, pop along. There's parking and plenty of places to come and watch. It's going to be a good game as Potts comes down the hill to Griffith, who works that into the leg side but not with any power, and it goes straight to the fielder and there is no run. Sun shining here at Kidderminster.
Things we love to hear.
Yes, the sun's shining. Welcome back, Georgie. Oh, it's up in the air. Is there anybody underneath it? No, it's gone into a gap. It's fielded by Hannah Baker on the boundary there. And they get through for 2 there. Oh, that was exciting. Just as you came in, she walloped the ball up in the air.
I like to make exciting things happen.
It was a big entrance. That was a spectacular entrance there, Georgie.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fueled by caffeine and
Are you caffeined, are you?
I'm caffeinated. Yes.
Very good. That's the end of the power play. So 10 overs gone. Sunrisers are 57 for 1. They're chasing 214 and they still need 157. So 40 overs left.
Oh, Grace Scrivens is a good player, isn't she?
Yeah, there's some of the shots she's played. And it's not even, I mean, it's timing and style. That's the thing. It's not brute force. There's a bit of all sorts in there. As Katie George contemplates what she's going to bowl left arm over to the left-handed Grace Scrivens. Takes a stance and dabs a bat. Heels flying, coming in from our end. Scrivens plays that beautifully behind point. I suspect that oh no, it's going to get cut off there. Far side to us, but they get through for 2 runs.
Yes, good running, these two.
Yeah.
They run the first one really hard with intent.
59 for 1 into the 11th over, beyond the power play now, so restrictions lifted for Central Sparks in terms of where they can put fielders. Katie George looks like she's coming in from the 25-yard circle there. Scrivens, oh, whafts at that one, straight through, no run. Swing and a miss. So how's Tuffer's getting on, is he?
He seems to be having a good old time.
Yeah.
He's picked up some scraps, eaten the rubbish off the floor, you know, as you do. That'll be for me to deal with later. But
Sausage dog. Georgie's
yes,
sausage
this is the
very,
dog we're talking about.
yes, we should just explain, in case you're just tuning in. It's a very, very cute dog.
He knows it
And
as
he
well.
knows it, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Katie George coming in. Scrivens leaves that one as well. Oh, it's going to be a wide ball, so another one to the total. 60 for 1 into the 11th over.
Yeah, so this little dog goes everywhere with me. But this weekend, in my flat, I had me, my dog, my flatmate, my mum, her 2 Rhodesian Ridgebacks.
Oh, they're beautiful as
and
well.
then my flatmate had 4 friends staying. So
I'm hoping it's a big flat.
it was quite tight, to say the least, especially because the Ridgebacks take up space on
They're
the
quite
sofa for
big
3
lads,
humans.
aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, they are. George to Scrivens, who takes another little waft at that. And not quite timing, so she looks kind of... We're at a wrong angle here, but she looks sort of accusingly at the umpire there, or just at the ball or the bounce or something.
That's what I always find, you know, when you sort of have a bit of a waft at something and then you feel really awkward, so you just go and do a bit of gardening. Or
Yeah.
you go for a
Or
little
look
walk
accusingly
and
at the pitch.
Look at something. Readjust your glove, just anything. When you
Yeah.
know there's a camera probably focused solely on you at that
Oh yeah,
point.
we got Laura Malcolm. We're getting all the good photos today. George comes into Scrivens, plays that again through the point region. She really likes that shot, and it's great timing. That's another 4 runs to Grace Scrivens.
Yes,
Beautifully
lovely looking
timed, doesn't
shot,
it?
that. You can even hear it from the groundspeople behind us sat on the roller, shot that as it came off the bat. All timing.
isn't it? Yeah, it's just stroked through the point reason. It's such a glorious shot. And she set it off, but she didn't need to because it went past the field ring pretty quickly there. George will be ticking now. She'll want a wicket now. Scrivens sends Griffiths back as there is no run there.
Now, I know we've talked about kit a bit.
Yeah.
But the names aren't big enough
The name's big
on
enough.
these Spark shirts. And we've got the two
They are very
contrasting
small, aren't they?
things.
Yeah.
You've got, it sort of looks like sort of Wicker Man
Ooh.
font.
Okay.
The horror movie.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got the two contrasting of the massive numbers on the Sunrisers ones.
They are.
Another thing I'll come to in a minute.
Yeah, as George comes into Scrivens, who just peels the edge of a bat onto that, and the ball goes through for a single.
And the other thing is that Sparks have gone for having the names at the bottom, because this is a thing that's come about through ponytails and that kind of thing being in the way. Sunrisers haven't. The only problem I have is that when their shirts are tucked in and the names are too low, you then can't see them, and then there's a sponsor across the top. So I think it was the Pakistan women. They're sponsored by Cadbury.
Ah.
So everyone's just says Cadbury across the top, and so it's
They're
as if
all
it's
called
your name.
Cadbury.
So they're all called Cadbury. But yeah, it's something that's actually making its way across other sports as well. I saw it in women's ice hockey recently. It's a small change,
Yeah,
but it's an important one.
Yeah, because if you've got a ponytail and you can't read the name across the back, then that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not offensive. It doesn't do anything wrong for anyone. All you have to do is print it at the bottom instead.
Yeah. But it does make it a lot easier when you can see big numbers at least, even if you can't read the writing. Because we're quite close to some of these fielders, and it's just tinky winky skinny writing, isn't it? Is this a rear fackrel from the top end? Just waiting for that to catch up.
I always think
Some movements in the field.
life as a wicketkeeper, especially when you've scored all those runs and been out there all that. It's exhausting.
Tiring, isn't
Your
it?
legs the next day.
And the concentration as well. As Fackrell comes round the wicket, Scrivens respectfully just defends that straight back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Because Abby Freeborn was out there majority of the innings,
She was.
and now she's got to squat behind the sticks.
She does it a lot though. Well, that's played around the corner by Scrivens. I'm going to fielder down that backward square. So they only get the one there, unfortunately. It's a nice shot though, well placed. Looking for a gap. Not hit hard, but well placed. Fackrell moving her field out for the right-handed Griffith. Square leg is going, Chloe Brewer's going out to the boundary.
Chloe Brewer, another one that's been on Women's Cricket Chat.
Oh yeah, and we're also moving a short, fine leg, or Alex Hartley, if you like to call it that. Fackrell over the wicket this time. Woods. Oh, they took the slip out. It's going to go for 4. It has 4 runs. They took the slip out, put in a fine leg, and then there was would have been a catch chance to anybody stood in that 45 degrees there.
Well, we could go the other way, and we could call it clever placement.
Oh yeah, clever placement.
Batter who
Yes,
knows the field exactly.
Yeah, or that would have gone to a fielder if they hadn't moved them. And the score moves on to 66 for 1. Fackrell getting quite a lot of speed out of that as Griffiths works that to short square, and the fielders have to come in to play that. And there's just the 1 run to the total.
I don't know if it
Where did we get
saw
to?
it on the screen there, but Chloe Brewer went to take the throw, and Emily
Yeah,
Arlen
Emily
was
Arlen had to duck
covering
out the
her
way.
head, assuming that it was coming at the back of her head.
Because she's right tall. And this is the left-handed Scrivens to face this time. There's somebody moving behind the side screen rather than helpfully the far end. So Fackrell has to reload, tossing the ball hand to hand in the sunglasses. And the top end, right arm round. Scrivens just works that off her feet. It's coming down towards us. Oh, it's good. That's another 4. That's a beautifully placed 4. The fielder's just despairingly running after it, but you could just feel it dribbling away and over the rope.
Yeah, it dribbled to the finest
Yeah.
of fine legs, didn't it? Just a deft touch, knew where she was just trying to work it off her legs.
Just working that ball. Sparks trying to work out what to do here to negate Grace Scrivens' beautiful placement and touch. Fackrell from the far end. She's moving the fine leg, the short third to a fine leg for Scrivens to stop that shot that she just played. That's worked to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 12 overs gone. 75 for 1. Scrivens approaching that milestone, Georgie. 46 off 48 balls. Griffiths on 25 off 22 balls. Run rate is currently 6.25. They only need 3.66. Chasing a target of 214 in 50 overs.
Yeah, and you wonder how much they're going to be forced to rue that drop of Grace Scrivens.
Yeah.
Just 23.
Yes. Yes, ruining of drop catches.
Michelling.
Michelle Roux. The chef. Is that the chef?
Yes.
Michelle Roux.
Le Gavroche.
Le Gavroche.
I think there's a Michelle Roux Jr. as well. Which
Ah.
I think is so uninventive, just call your child the same name as
It's good you
yourself.
not think of something. It's when they're 7th, 8th and whatever, it's just a family name.
Or when someone's just called senior and someone's called junior.
And Junior. It's very American, isn't it? Changes in the field, but George comes into Griffiths. Can only defend that straight to short mid-wicket, Hannah Baker, and there is no run. Katie George doing a lot of running there, everybody else is stood watching. Of course, Katie George is 5th in the fielding rankings at the moment for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint.
She's got to be up there with Maddie Villiers as well,
Oh
hasn't she?
yes, no, yeah, great fielder, Maddie Villiers. That catch was amazing first half. Cordelia Griffiths plays that to Davina Perrin at point, and there is no run.
I think it was 2 years ago in the 100, Katie George, I don't think she really batted or bowled much, but she made such an impact in the field that she still won an award for that. And
Yeah, she is a great fielder. And, but interesting enough, she took a slip catch, but I normally associate her with a deep fielding because she's got such a brilliant throw, and she'll do all sorts of diving, rolly stops in the outfield as well. She comes in, left arm over to the right-handed Griffith, plays that down in front of her only defensively, and there is no run.
yeah, it'll be Laura Malkin taking the pictures. That was nice. Hold the pose there.
Yeah, hold the pose.
Very talented photographer, and more female photographers. That's what we
Yeah,
like to
that's
see.
what we like. Yeah. She does all sorts. She does kids football and Sparks, and she also does. She's big in lawnmowers.
She is big
She
in
is big in
lawnmowers.
lawnmowers, yeah. George into Griffith. Waft to that one. It's well left in the end, I think. No run. Talking of lawnmowers, it's taken me to visibility, and you said about photographers. I was just thinking about Meg Lay, the ground staff.
Yes.
She's gone from Bristol, now she's at Lord's.
Yes, well,
And you
another women's cricket
I know,
chat.
just teed you up, you see.
Another women's cricket chat
It's slow there,
podcast
Georgie.
guest. Before she was big time.
Yeah, she's big time now. She's at Lord's
Yeah,
doing the grass.
I went to the Arsenal-Tottenham Women's Super League game that
Oh,
she's
they-
been
yeah.
part of.
George to Griffith leaves that one, no run. Oh, it's a wide. Another one to the total.
And it's something that's really exciting as well,
75
because we talk about, getting more girls and women as well. You don't just have to be a young girl. Getting more girls and women into playing
Everything.
the game. Obviously, the likes of Metro Bank have been great with that sponsorship and their partnerships with the ECB. But it's not just about playing. It's about the coaches, about the volunteers, umpiring, groundskeeping,
Commentators,
commentating.
groundskeeping.
There are so many areas you can be involved in the
Scoring.
game. You don't have to go out and face a 70-mile-an-hour ball coming at your head.
Yeah, because we've got Heather Vernon and Sue Drinkwater on the scoring today. They are top scorers. That's another wide. Yes, they were scorers, as I mentioned in the first half at the Commonwealth Games, in the all-female umpires, match referees and scorers team for the women's cricket at Birmingham for the Commonwealth Games. In fact, Sue Drinkwater is in her Commonwealth Games gilet.
She is. I did spot it today.
Yeah. Very smart. Sun's coming out. It's getting warm again, Georgie.
I can't keep up.
Katie, I know I'm going to take this top off. Katie George into Griffiths. You can only push that really back down the ground. Emily Arlott picks it up. It's a long way down for Emily Arlott, and it's pick a ball up. It's like you. Oh,
It is a long way down.
It's a long way down, isn't it? Much closer for me.
I also did a very heavy gym class last night. Walking
Arms,
upstairs
legs.
to my room was quite hard at the end of it.
Oh dear.
So it was quite nice when I had to sit in the car for 3 hours this morning and not move.
To resting.
Yes.
It's your rest and recovery. Katie George into Griffiths. Comes forward but can only defend it again and push it once again to Arlott, who collapses slightly onto it. And that's the end of the over. 13 overs gone. Sunrisers 77 for 1. Scrivens on 46. Tithering on that 50. Griffiths on 25. Sun's coming out. There's a bit of a hush descended on the actual pitch. It's feeling like, I don't know if it's a hush for will Scrivens get a 50, whether it's Sparks. We desperately need a wicket here because these two have been batting here too long. Not sure. Freeborn's in close up with the helmet on for Fackrell. The far end, right arm round, bit of spin. Oh, and that's nurdled this way. It's coming towards us. Will Davina Perrin cut it off to the rope? She's going to cut it off. She has. So they just get the 2 and then to the score. Scrivens on to 48.
Yeah, good chase by Davina Perrin there.
It was
and
good.
Just flicked it up Chloe Brewer with the good arm into
Good team field in there. 79 for 1.
Freeborn behind the stumps.
2 more. Can Scrivens get this 50? And what sort of shot is she going to play to get the 50? Oh, worked onto the leg side. I'm going to get 1. Down to backward square. She comes off strike. She's now on 49. Their score is 80 for 1. 80 for 1. In the 14th over. Target is 214. Griffiths to face Fackrell this time. Fackrell, right arm, spinning the ball with the sunglasses and hair high on her head. That's played to square leg. There's a great stop on the boundary there up there. Bethan Ellis. And they just get the single. It was a nice shot for a single, wasn't it? 81 for 1.
Yeah, made a good old crunch off the bat,
Yeah,
didn't
a
it?
good crunch. Now, can Grace Scrivens? And what shot is she going to play to get this 50? Fackrell. Right arm round. Scrivens tries to place that. Frustrated with herself. Flicks a bat. There is no run. Still 81 for 1. Scrivens. Baseball ready. She tries to drop and run, but there's not enough on the ball, and the fielder swoops. Hannah Baker swoops in. Tithering on the edge of that 50. Fackrell in. Scrivens plays that to backward square. There's a fielder there, and it's just a single. And that's the shot that gets her to her 50. Well batted, the captain of the Sunrisers. 50 comes off 53 balls for Grace Scrivens.
Yeah, she's come out firing today, Grace Scrivens. Obviously given a life, and she's made the most of it.
Oh yeah, sometimes you feel like that, don't you? You're like, oh, okay, I've had my life, now I'm going to make the most of this now. They've got to change a bowl in. 15th over. Looks like Hannah Baker's coming on.
Well, took a 5 for
She did. 5 for 45.
the last game, Hannah Baker.
Against
So
Stars.
this isn't a bad change
No.
to make.
She's their top bowler in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint this season for Central Sparks. She's 10th in the national rankings, but she's the first for Central Sparks. As you said, 5 for 45 against the Stars and 3 for 29 against the Blaze. So she's spinning a web, as they say. It's It's the old bamboozle, the spin of Hannah Baker, which has also taken her into the England A side. So she was also touring New Zealand over the winter. The England A side. These two will have faced each other, no doubt, in the nets at some stage as Baker comes round to Scrivens. Plays that to cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, we'll know each other very well. I think they had a lot of fun out in South Africa as well as a team. They
Yeah,
bonded
they
very
did.
well.
Scrivens plays that to point. There's a bit of a risk, but Griffiths is quick off the mark. They get through for a single, 83 for 1.
I think there was definitely a TikTok or two
Yeah.
recorded in that team. Yeah, they had a
'Cause
lot
you
of
were-
fun. Alexa Stonehouse,
Oh yeah.
she's one that really enjoys getting
She-
involved on the TikToks.
Yeah. And there was lots of parents out there as well, and they were getting well involved with all sorts.
Yeah, the Scrivens family were all out there. Very proud family.
Oh, brilliant. Griffiths comes forward and can only defend that, and there is no run. Were you there? You were there for the under...
I was, yes. I was
Yes,
commentating.
you were.
So I was
So you're
there.
hiding your talent there. Commentating for the ICC, no less, and the first ever Women's Under-19 World Cup. And that's just dobbed down, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was an exciting tournament, that one. Obviously, we
Yeah.
were talking earlier about Mahika Gore playing
Oh,
up
yeah.
at Thunder,
Rachael.
having had her on the podcast. Well, she was playing for the UAE Under-19s in that tournament.
Yeah.
Obviously now a fully fledged
dot
England
ball.
player.
Yep. Hannah Baker eking more dots. Another defended dot, and that's the end of the over. It's nearly got a maiden there, just the one off that over then. So the score is 83 for 1 off 15 overs. The under-19s, I mean, it was a brilliant tournament. I mean, just because it was a brilliant tournament, but it's going to be fascinating to see, because we've got another one coming up in the new year, I think. We're hoping. Is it going to be another under-19 World Cup coming up? Anyway, but that one that you're at in South Africa, I mean, lots of stars emerged. And great to see the regional talent getting an opportunity really quickly. Lizzie Scott.
Yeah. Alexa Stonehouse
Alexa
out
Stonehouse,
there.
Scrivens, Pavley,
Davina Perrin.
Baker, Perrin, Potts. I mean, lots of the players on.
Liberty Heap.
Sharon Smale,
Yeah.
Sphere Smale. Ooh,
Yeah, really exciting.
great opportunity to play at that level, and a confidence boost as well, isn't it?
And I think it's
That's dubbed down for no run.
I think it's also the experience of being part of a big tournament like that. It's not just the playing, but it's the whole everything else around it, you know, doing the media side of things and being away from home for that time in that sort of environment, in the team environment, the sort of professional team that you might not be used to at that age.
Yeah. The touring as well, isn't it, abroad? Oh, that's it. Up in the air from Grace Scrivens, but it's going to drop in his space, and it did. Bit of team fielding at the end there. Scrivens